Welcome everyone to day 2 of PACAF Esports Championships over in Yokota Air Force Base in Tokyo, Japan. My name is Seymour, with me Infinity and Enigma, and we're ready to rock things as we move from the group stage into the bracket. Now we're going to be looking at cutting down our 8 teams to 6 teams to get ready for the final championship and see who qualifies tomorrow for the rest of the world circuit. Brody, gonna start with you, man. I mean, it was a late night last night. I got to go home a little bit earlier, at least move to my bed a little bit earlier. How you feeling today?
Yeah, I was saying to everyone earlier, it kind of feels like you're jet lagged without actually going anywhere is kind of the current state. But it's all right, because I've had an entire day to sleep. I've now recovered. I had a nice ramen for dinner, and I'm ready to go. I'm energized at the moment. Where we'll be at in 8 hours' time, we'll see.
And Andy, I mean, I obviously missed the info that we're all wearing black today. It looks like it's a funeral in the desk between you guys. But what is that on your jacket? What's the details there? I can't tell.
The little like flowers. I'm not sure what kind of flower because I am uneducated. But what I will say is I am very jealous of Brody's ramen. I'm currently thinking about it. My stomach is already growling, so this is going to be a long broadcast. But again, I came into the show yesterday and was talking about, you know, Infinity, don't pretend to be my friend. You two just been roasting the hell out of me in the back. So you know what? We're going to continue the relationship that we've got building here. I'm just going to hope that you have a really bad day. So, yeah, really looking forward to today, Jen. It's going to be great.
Chat, like everybody, just to preface, we were not roasting him. In fact, we were complimenting the man. Oh, wait, no, we were kind of roasting him.
You're absolutely slamming me.
I remember now. But hey, you know what? It just leaves. We're going to have a whole lot of fun today and tomorrow. And, you know, we love each other at the end of the day. But let's take a look at the overall tournament info of what we're looking at for the start, where we're at the PACAF Esports Championships. Brody, this is something that's really cool. And to see a regional championship this year, I mean, we got a lot of representation in the Air Force.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was like I said yesterday, right? You look at kind of the Kona Esports Championship that we've all had a chance to look over last year, and it was awesome to see the amount of talent on display there. To find out there are actually other regions that have just as much talent is also really exciting. We've got the PACAF region going on right now, and then, of course, the USAFE Esports Championship also still to come. Top 3 from both of those regions make it to the all-important World Championships in June at the Buckley base, and then, of course, the top 6 teams from the Kona Esports Championship also going to make it there. So 12 teams in total. It's going to be a great time, and I'm going to be really excited to see which teams make it from this region.
We got the Pacific region right now, then we move into the European region, and then we move to the continental United States. And I saw a whole lot of trash talk in the chat yesterday from the players over in the US saying that they got it in the bag. Well, I'm expecting people today and people at USAFE to step up and show that they are wrong. But let's look at PACAF. Let's look at, you know, what we are playing for here inside of the tournament, because Andy didn't really get to touch on it yesterday, but we got a whole lot of goodies for the players.
We do indeed, and you're going to see some of them on your screen here. And we touched on this a little bit yesterday, these gorgeous trophies that I really can't wait to hand out tomorrow. But I mean, we kind of, again, we looked at them, and even more so like today, I'm looking at them and they are a beautiful amount of craftsmanship that's gone into those. Of course, some of those coins that we would like to hand out to the various people. Seymour, I know you've got a couple of those challenge coins. Hoping to get some for me and my British brethren over here, because those things are gorgeous. I kitted out the office recently, so they would look real pretty here. Just saying, just letting people know in case, you know, anyone's able to send one in the post or anything like that. But yeah, we've also, of course, got the 3 spots to get people through to Worlds, and I think that that is the first thing that everyone's got their eye on here.
Yeah, you know what? I think we should go into our contracts and write in there that we should get some challenge coins too.
Crayon
at the end of this one. Just in crayon and whatever. And then, you know, Rallycry, if they want to, they can just wash it off since it's not going to be permanent. Crayon doesn't work like that. But we got the standings from yesterday through the groups. Players move across their matches to play up against other bases. And then after that, seed into the bracket where we're going to be looking at today, Brody. And for Group A, I would say we were expecting a little bit more from Yokota, but surprised to see the outcome with Misawa on top.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I would say yesterday, looking towards Group A, this looks like a group that was absolutely stacked to the brim with talent. We saw Misawa and Hickam go head-to-head. We didn't actually see it, but we got the result off broadcast, that it went all the way to a Game 5 Round 11 to see Hewitt top that group. I'm also pretty confident that Yokota are a talented squad, as are J-Bear, if they step things up a notch. So Group A was stacked to the brim with talent. Group B, also pretty talented. Kadena will be finishing the group at the top at the end of day number 1. So they'll be going over top seed to bracket play. We got to see Anderson close out yesterday with a win over Osan. That was a big win because it got them 2nd seed in the group. Unfortunately for Ilson, they ended the day with not a single win under their belt. So Group B, looking pretty stacked if you're a Kadena fan, but well, not so great. Over in Group A, things are pretty competitive over there.
Yeah. And I need somebody from Ilson to just let me know. Please let me know that Chris isn't actually eating rocks. I need that confirmed. I need to check on his well-being because he was frying yesterday. And I hope that Ilson can turn things around. But Andy, we're moving into the bracket today, the start of where we're going to be cutting some teams down. It's a double elimination bracket. You got to look at the matches right now. Is there anything that's jumping out to you?
I think that immediately I've got to go to that Anderson-Yokota matchup. I think that we saw a lot of promise out of both of those teams. I think, you know, we took a look at the groups there. Anderson were a squad that finished 2nd in theirs. Yokota finished 3rd. But we've spoken about how Group A looks a little bit like a group of death. So I'm with you guys in the sense of I think there's a lot to come from that Yokota team. And we saw, you know, we're looking at specific players on Anderson. If I remember correctly, OC absolutely popped off. pretty much all the way
Yeah.
through. Yesterday looked like a player that needs to be taken down. For Yokota, it felt like they had a balanced squad of players that could also really go toe-to-toe with some of the best players out here. So looking forward to seeing exactly what that one serves up right off the rip.
Yeah, I think OC and Loading, those are two players at Anderson that were just taking over. Shut down Eelson. Good match, though. Really good match. And I think for our first set of games is going to be something that I think a lot of expectations for those teams that didn't perform on day one to see where they improve on into day two. But looking at that schedule for day two, we got a lot of matches to go through. And we're going to be looking in for that Anderson Air Force Base versus that Yokota match for our first one on stream, as we can only follow one at a time, but we're going to be moving through it at the same time. Brody, I didn't get to ask you, is there any matches in here that you have your eyes on?
Oh man, it's so difficult. So again, you know, we get further on in the competition, and I think a lot of these matches are going to get significantly closer. I actually will say, looking towards the first slot of the day, I'm kind of getting ahead of ourselves here a little bit, but I've got a feeling that Anderson and Yokota is going to be a banger matchup. Both of those teams, I think, in very similar positions. As for the rest of it, I want to see Osan come out and play competitively versus Hickam. Whether or not we'll get that will be a different story.
Yeah, it would be a different story for sure. But first match, going to be excited for it. I think that we have a lot to look forward to in a lot of these teams from what we got on day one. A lot of individual players were stepping up and showing just how good they are for their bases. And I think for day two now, it's where you got to take those expectations and you have to just squash them, smush them, forget about it, move on. Day two, it's a new day. And for you, Brody, and Enigma, we get to go into it with two casters ready to go. So I'm going to give it over to you guys to get ready for this first match. Have fun, my guys.
Ready to go is one way to say it, Seymour. I'm not too sure if I'm ready to go for this matchup because I got a feeling it is going to be a banger, and I honestly don't know what to be expecting from both of these teams. They had very different looks yesterday. We'll get into it in just a second. I already kind of spoiled it a little bit. Sorry, guys. Anderson versus Yokota is our first match on broadcast, and I do feel like this is going to be a competitive matchup, Enigma. We've got two teams here, as I said, that had very different paths yesterday. Look over towards the rosters here. Anderson, I think, ended the day so well yesterday versus Ilson and Osan, especially that matchup versus Osan. We got to see it took a while to get there, but by the end of the matchup, Anderson were the ones to take the victory away. On the other side, then we've got Yokota that didn't have, again, the greatest start of the day. They lost both 0-3 to Misawa and Hickam, but dominant victory versus Jaber. I think there's life in that roster yet.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where we start to find out just how good the groups were in terms of like where they stack up against each other, because for Anderson, you're right, they struggled early against Kadena. They lose 3-0, come out there. That's the team that topped their group in the end. But then they beat Osan convincingly and beat Ilson. God, you guys have got me going with it.
You guys, that's not me.
All right, sorry, Seymour, the Canadian in the back. He's got me going with it. Ilson were beaten 3-0 by the time we finally got to that one as well. So 3-1, I think it was in the end, actually, in that matchup. So it's a case of, Anderson looked good. We've spoken about some of their superstar players in OC and the way that team kind of sets up. But for Yokota, yes, you end up in a situation where you technically have 2 losses, 1 win. That loss against Hickam is tough. That loss against Misawa, first game of the day. Brother, I'm all over the place. Lock it in. That loss against Misawa, I think, it's 3-0 on paper. That series was unfortunate. I think that's one that they could have walked away with on a different day. So it's a tough one to judge right now. Should this team have actually been in second place in the group rather than in third? It very much so could argue the toss there and put Yokota in a spot where we ranked them a little bit higher in our power rankings. But as I said, it's time to see just how good the groups were across the board.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think you're absolutely right to point out that first match of the day, like, it was a 3-0, but it was one of the closer 3-0s, considering we had a lot of them on the day yesterday. I think it was, like a round 10 search and destroy, 250 to 180 hardpoint. It was a 3-1 control, I think, if memory serves correctly. It was really close, and there was also a 3v4 disconnect in the middle of that as well. So there's a lot of different kind of things to consider there. I do think by the end of the day, though, we saw that Yokota are a much better team than that initial match did actually show us. So a lot to consider here, but I can't wait to get into the first match of the day, folks. Again, Anderson versus Yokota. Let's start talking about the map set then for this best of 5. I don't know yet I don't know what we've got yet, and I'm excited for a lot of Hacienda today. We're going to be getting it in maps number 2 and 4 Enigma, starting off this series on a Skyline Hardpoint though.
We are indeed. So it's going to be one of those matchups where technical players are looking to come out on top here, square up, show exactly what they're made of. Looking at someone like an OC to absolutely take over in moments like this and dominate and really oppress your opposition. We know that OC can slay out. Definitely the kind of team that, you know, have squared up against other teams in this map mode combo and shown just how powerful they are. So this is, you know, an opportunity then for those players to step up. But again, for Yokota, I think there's a lot of players that could contest that and be a part of the conversation. So I think, my friend, I'm going to join you on what you said earlier. We're looking at an absolute banger to get us started here on broadcast.
Yeah, for sure we are. Well, we both think it's going to be a banger, but who do we think is actually going to win the entire series? Well, I believe that we're actually going to be split on our prediction for this series. I'll start off. I've been behind Yokota the entire time. Every single time they've been on broadcast, I've predicted them, sometimes erroneously, apparently for the first series yesterday. I'm still backing them here. It's a 3-2 Yokota for me. Yokota, oh my god.
We're having a wild time here on broadcast with the names, I'm not gonna lie. But Anderson is where I've gone. I'm also going game 5. I think we go game 5 and Anderson see it out. I think they clutch it up. I think they've got a little bit of that superstar sprinkling in that roster that will just see them through in those tight, tough moments. I'm expecting the squads to very much go back and forth throughout most of the series. But Anderson to come out on top 3-2, and for me to get back into this whole prediction drama, because I'm currently behind you, my friend, and that's not a spot that I ever want to be in.
I'm just gonna leave that. We're gonna park that.
No,
and we're
brother,
not gonna come back to it.
No.
We're not touching that. That's
brother,
staying.
that's
staying there,
right.
and we're not going near that for
Let's
the rest
put a
of
pin
the
in
night.
that one.
Let's leave that where it is. To be fair, I think there is credence to the idea that Anderson could well win this matchup. I mean, yesterday they showed pop-off potential versus Osan in their last match of the night. They looked really, really good. But we did actually get to see a day of action for pretty much all of the air bases yesterday. So let's start talking a little bit about kind of what we expect from players individually. Let's start with Anderson then. If you had to pick one player in this roster, who impressed you the most yesterday?
I think I go back to OC. I think, you know, he dropped a 42 and 20, if I remember right, in that matchup against Ilson. So very much so set the pace nice and early. Again, that's something I'm looking for him to come out and do today. But also was involved in the fundamentals. So often we've talked through this tournament about people who have come out and set the pace early in the slaying sense, but have not contributed necessarily on the slaying, on the fundamental side, letting other people control that. And well, we're off and underway, my friend, straight into Skyline Hardpoint.
Yeah, I'm looking at loading for Anderson. If anybody's going to step things up, he had the most pop-off potential yesterday in their final series of the day, so he's definitely the player for me. OC as well, another guy that was just absolutely firing on all cylinders. So Anderson definitely have some star shooters on their roster, and it might well help them get that Game 5 victory that would make you even on predictions with me, Enigma. But right now, Anderson, off the start of this game, they get first look at the hard point, but right now, not in control of those all-important spawns for P2.
Not. OC's going to fight for it. He will lose to Invest. And that's one of those kind of moments. Invest starts off with a 5 and 2. If you are going to step up and counter someone like OC, you want to make sure that your ARs are frying. Invest off to a great start, but you are going to be kind of half flipped out here. Big pressure on loading in the back. Another player that I probably could have spoken about for this Anderson lineup, an SMG player who lit up and exploded in so many different moments yesterday. And right now, his team need him as 3 are dead. For Anderson, Yokota get control of these back spawns.
Yep. Yokota now in a position here to hold on towards this hard point. Anderson all filtering in through piano side. Stuns and utility out for loading. Dipping and diving away. He will be able to use the Omni movement to get out of the fight. But you're starting to lose forces as well. A 2-for-1 trait. Players still about. Spread takes down loading. OC survives the engagement and completely unaware of the entirety of Yokota on this push. Doesn't matter. OC gets shut down. Gunfight's being won here by Yokota. They are holding Anderson at base successfully, but Anderson just continue to send these individual players towards the hard point, and Yokota is successfully dealing with them.
Yeah, but there's a weird spawn out for Spread that's going to, I think, throw cat amongst the pigeons a little bit. Never mind, OC's at least got control of top plow. I was worried if Spread had gone top there, he clears OC, and then this crossing becomes very available for Yokota. We do have a 30-plus point gap in the minute in favor of Yokota, but OC starting to get himself warmed up a little bit. Finds 2, tucks into Jacuzzi, looking to control a lot of things. And Drip will find one in the back and can then help on the hill.
Gunfight's being won here by Anderson. Not over just yet, though. Yokota's still spawning by P2. So you've got the information here, if you're Anderson, as to where these guys are spawning. Spread down to 48 HP. Somehow still alive. Has to hit the reload, though, and gets pushed out by loading. Trade does come through from Jailir. Still isn't dead just yet. And as I say it, cast a curse here. He'll be out of the round. So 30 seconds still on this hard point now. If you're Anderson, you kind of have to give up this time, honestly, and go over towards that rotation.
That P4 that you want to make sure you lock in here. OC, I mean, you're real good with an AR. Those were some questionable Jackal shots if ever I've seen it, though, my friend. The drip board explodes onto a 5, and you're going to need more from him as he tries to hit out back umbrella. Doesn't happen. 3 more dead in the feed if you are Anderson. Yokota doing a much better job of hitting these moments where you suddenly drop a lot of your opposition and therefore can set up some sort of defensive cordon, which they will need as P4 comes to life.
That was a really impressive rotation coming out of Yokota. Now they need to actually follow up on that act, though, and unfortunately not able to do so. They lose the trades and are now starting to flail towards the hard point once again. Pushed out towards bedroom. Drip Lord is picking up some gunfights, trying to hold these guys at bay while players inside currently just soaking up time. But now you've lost those forward players. Big Mike has to do something inside the hard point. Going to get shut down by Spread, but the rest of the team are good for the trades. Loading and Drip will combine for 3, and Anderson will be back in for the back 25 seconds. Honestly, if I'm Yokota at this point, I really don't bother investing too much into this scrap.
Yeah, it's a tough one, though, right? Because P1's a stone's throw away, so at the same time, you kind of want to bully players back. Loading finds 5 in a row. And this is, again, another player who's really stepped up for this Anderson lineup. And what I gotta say, going back to how you broke into P4, a huge play in through that cobble side to push Yokota away, and they have profited massively from that. They were 30 down not long ago. Anderson currently leading by 50 as we enter rotation 2.
Yeah, it does really feel like, oh my god, OC's just flown himself off the map, by the way. It does really feel like at this point, I think that rotation, that last hard point is going to be something we come back to at the end of this game. But for now, Anderson with a huge advantage. Drip Lord once again on 5 in a row, working his way towards that cruise missile. Spread in the hard point right now. A lot to do. Players right now in front of him. Looks good for the first kill. Switches the weaponry up top for the second and potentially the third. Down low. Doesn't quite anticipate the push coming through from OC up top alley. And the kills for the most part here in favor of Anderson. Once again, that's a big one from Loading as well. To stop these guys crossing that 50-yard line for the rotation. Big, big holding coming here from Anderson.
That's what you're looking to set up here as Loading shows. I can do it with an SMG. I can do it with an Ames. Runs out of rounds, but still delivers one to the brain of Invest. Loading looking to hold the top side of this map. Stop anyone rotating through Jacuzzi. Invest going to try and shackle this again. And unfortunately, Loading gets shot in the back by Fax, who was all crisscross applesauce yesterday, but had Loading tied up in that one.
All right, players starting to contest already. OC, big double from him. It's not enough to keep Anderson in control of this PT rotation. So all of a sudden here, Yokota in a really good spot to get control. And they suck up all of this time, though. Anderson on their way. Pre-fire shots starting to come through here from all sorts of players. OC gets flanked by Fax, who will find 3. And that's a big clearance of Jim. That's going to waste a lot of time off the clock and realistically give Anderson only one more push towards this hill.
Feels like the moment where Yokota answered back on Anderson's great P4 play. Fax, in particular, started off slowly, but now up to 10 and 18. Make it 11. Via find number 12. Going to be at the front door. Isn't needed because Invest beats Loading to the punch. So 15 seconds left of this one. Start to consider that kitchen rotation. Invest could be a problem, but we'll get shot in the back. So should be Anderson there first and an opportunity to hold. But right now, if you are Yokota, well, I was about to say you had an opportunity to punch him through multiple sides. That will just disappear for a second. A bit of pressure averted. But where do these kills fall next?
Anderson are going to be the first team to touch. Everyone knew. Big 1 versus 1. Fax wins it down to 5 HP. You need help from your teammates. You get exactly that. We'll be able to hit the regen off the back of this. Players now spawning out on the other side of the map here for Anderson. Yokota all of a sudden have control of this game. Through the middle of the map, Big Mike needs to try and find some value. Is going to at the very least distract here for a moment while the rest of the squad makes it through that other side, but Fax is doing such a good job at keeping these guys away from the hard point. Invest slides across as well, takes these guys out from Fireplace, and now once again flipping of the spawns. Kills starting to come through though from Anderson. All of a sudden, all down to Fax inside, who will be able to get 1. Spread follows up with another kill though. Wastes enough time for more players from Yokota to push towards this hill. Fight for the scrap is won by Spread. And that means now that Yokota will be going into the next hardpoint with a 40-point advantage. And then you talk about kind of where we were at the end of the first set to where we're at now. And Anderson have kind of fallen out of this game.
It was, though, a great play from Loading, who goes over the top bridge, down cobble steps, to flip his team in for P4. Finds a couple of kills with the AR. In true Flex fashion, has now moved to the SMG. Unfortunately, all that hard work is undone. His squad won't have control. And now, it is a very important set of kills that Anderson needs to come out on top in, and they do not. Down by 50 and now lost bedroom control. They're going to attempt a bedroom hit. Top plat also going to be a place to fight through, and a team kill just isn't going to help the push.
Yokota in control once again. Trip Lord knows where the player is inside, showers, but that back umbrella positioning is so difficult to unearth players from. Invest will utilize it to the best of his ability. Player inside the point behind the buff is also taken down. And all of a sudden, Yokota once again break through. And Anderson, I mean, what, they make a good momentary push, right? But it's only for like 2 seconds. They almost immediately get taken out once again. Invest now towards the new hardpoint on 6 in a row. Will finally get shut down. But again, I draw our attention to kind of where we're at now compared with where we were at an entire rotation set ago, Enigma. And Anderson just not looking as competitive as they were in the first half.
Well, the thing is, the slaying, I think, actually slightly favors Anderson. It's just the impactful moments as you're seeing, you know, Yokota light the feed up as they hit a big P2 rotation, light the feed up to lock in a big P4 rotation, and then just holding from there. And even when it's a pinstripe feed, Yokota are getting that first kill, which means once the numbers are traded on out, once the dust settles, they're the one with a player still inside the hill. Anderson got to figure out how to open up these hills with an early gunfight win, and not have moments like that. We are running out into a barrage of fire. Anderson going to try and set themselves up. Will have P2 side control. We enter the final 15 seconds, but Yokota punched through this side last time.
Yokota gonna lose away with gunfights, hit the respawn here. They've got a lot of options in this play. Nobody currently watching that P2 position. That's going to enable Yokota momentarily to get over in that direction. Big 1 versus 1. OC will survive. Loading finds 2. OC gets involved in the action, and Anderson, good for the initial hold here by New.
My one problem here is you have very little pushed out, and OC will fall at kitchen. So it ends up being basically a defensive line right on top of your scrimmage. And Loading will find one. He's going to have a lot of pressure as your teammates spawn out. Loading dies. You have 5 seconds to arrive if you're Anderson.
Here we go. Spread finds 2. Yokota, there's the final kills through. Nobody from Anderson will touch in time. So good effort from Anderson in the first half of that game. Yokota stepped it up a notch, and they are feeling themselves at the end of game number 1. Some words being spread across the stations, and respectively so.
This is why we love Lando, right? We get the opportunity to put these gentlemen in front of one another, and if you come out on top in a close matchup, you get to talk your smack. We say close. The scoreline will suggest that actually it was rather one-sided, but again, on the slaying side of things, Anderson were right in the fight all the time. For Yokota, it was a moment of being impactful. It felt like they got a lot of 3 downs, a lot of moments where they suddenly exploded into life when they needed to. Talk about through that second set of rotation, once they do chaining P1 into P2. Anderson gave up a lot of P1 to set themselves up, and Yokota went on a spree piano side. You then have something similar happen over by bed, and it's just a situation where if you're Anderson, you're probably looking back and thinking, how did this game get away from us? Well, quite frankly, it's because we play Hardpoint, we don't play TDM, and you are rewarded for the moments where you do pop off around the point. Yokota will be feeling very good all of a sudden about the series.
Yeah, it does just feel like, I think on the whole, Yokota had a much better idea of how to play in and around the hard points there. J-Lear and Spread were consistently playing in and around the hard point, making sure that their kills mattered. And it certainly did towards the end of that game as they're able to take a victory away from Anderson. And that's a big way to start this best of 5. A not dominant hardpoint, I will say, Enigma, but I think certainly a pretty big statement to come out of map number 1 with. Next up then, we have Hacienda Search and Destroy. We saw this from Yokota yesterday versus J-Bear. I believe that was a solid 6-0 victory. And this is the thing with Yokota. I think they're a squad, and this is why I've kind of backed them in this series, that when they really start feeling themselves, they get really, really aggressive. And I kind of wonder, getting into this, how Anderson are going to deal with that.
No, I'm with you. I understand exactly what you're saying here about this Yokota side. I think, again, they were unlucky to lose the S&D yesterday against Masawa. I think it was on protocol, if I remember correctly. I might be wrong there. I didn't write it down. But we saw a lot of life out of Yokota in their search. The one thing I will say is we're playing on Hacienda. So this becomes a map where I'm looking at those offenses to really take control. The map's so big, the defensive line should be spread very thin. And as such, if you've got that concerted effort, you very much so can overwhelm a set of players, or in many cases on Hacienda, a single player because of how big the map is, and get yourself that early bomb site control. In particular, I'm not necessarily looking for people to get the bomb down, which might sound ridiculous, but plant win percentage here is really poor. What it is, it's all about that first blood. It's all about the opening up with that first pick and then seeing out the numbers advantage from there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's always an interesting one with Hacienda, right? Because it goes back to the conversation we were having yesterday, right? That there's so many, pretty sure I was having it with you, right? Where it's like there's so many lanes that you can take on Hacienda. So there's just so many different strategies that you can employ on the map in Search and Destroy. It is almost unlike any other Search and Destroy map in the game, where I feel like other Search and Destroy maps here, I think like you look towards Protocol, for example, we saw Yokota, lose at the start of yesterday, and it's like, that's a very binary map. I don't think there's many ways in which you can play it other than just kind of rush a bomb and hope for the best. But with Hacienda, I think there are a variety of different strategies that you can employ. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see kind of what strategies we do see these teams take, considering yesterday, I think, especially as we got further throughout the day, we did see a little bit more creativity from both teams here, both Anderson and from Yokota, and also I think just teams across the board here in the PACAF Esports Championship. I think teams are starting to take a few more liberties of Search and Destroy, starting to get a little bit more creative, and this is a creative strategy. I've heard of this one before. How about leaving the bomb in the spawn?
I hate it every time. I absolutely despise it, so I'm very glad to see Driplord drop back, and that gives me a couple of concerns about Anderson. Feels like straight away there you come out and you don't manage to find yourself a correct break off, and well, Spread will just find 2 kills over by B. It will be traded back and forth eventually. We'll leave it at a 2-2, but right now, well, Big Mike left in a 1v2. This has been a poor break off from Anderson.
Not the greatest. Big Mike now stuck between 2 players. Nice. Oh, I was going to say patient play from Jailer. It doesn't work out, though, because Big Mike smokes him. Now we're down to a 1 versus 1. No immediate trade from Fax. Does Big Mike have the tell? Oh, the COD timing on both of the players. They're going to pass like 2 ships in a night.
COD timing always cracks me up. You can do so many things, right? In Call of Duty, we picked this title for a reason. The one thing for Big Mike here is you've not retrieved the bomb at any point. You can't really dictate where it goes. COD timing again. These two will finally run into each other. 20 seconds. Leo can run away from this if he so wishes. Big Mike still without any bomb control. This is one of those moments. If you had bomb there, you see Jalia run away. You can dictate where this plays. You can move that on over to B. You do retrieve it, but with 10 seconds to go, can you get there? I don't even think you can.
Oh, nope. No time. No time. He's going to try for the plant. I don't think he gets this. Oh, so close, but no. Just took too long there. And it felt like we weren't even really watching a game of Call of Duty. It felt like we were watching like a jousting competition almost, right? Where it's just like, you know, they're kind of playing a little bit of chicken in the moment. Like, do we want to take this fight at the moment? If I'm Big Mike in that situation, just kind of do it. You know, like, you're on offense. You are not going to get that bomb in time unless you hurry things up. Just take the fight.
I mean, for sure. The thing is, I go back to a couple of errors before that. You leave the bomb in spawn, which means you don't have the numbers for that push over towards B. And then you also end up never really retrieving the bomb throughout the round before the timer starts to become an effective part of the conversation. So at least it's better this time in the break off for Anderson as they find a pick early. Big Mike finding the blood.
Yeah. Bomb in a really awkward spot here. Could be left in a really awkward spot as Big Mike takes down Fax. That's a big frag and a big head to take. Driplord will go through for another kill, and Anderson almost immediately eviscerate Yokota in that round.
Now, blink and you miss it. Driplord here. We're going to see the final kill. Just feels like from Yokota there, a lot of individual fights that left them very isolated. We know the technical skill that Anderson are going to be bringing into this. You could argue about confidence maybe being squashed a little bit after the way the Skyline went, but perhaps a moment there where Anderson remind themselves that they can step up and slay as good as anybody in this tournament. Big Mike on that 3 spree as well. Worth keeping an eye on him for if he gets that RC.
Anderson. Nope, playing slow off the start. Loading, stop moving. We might have our first disconnect of the day, folks. That bomb's not going anywhere anytime soon. So now Anderson just hoping they can win the round in a 3 versus 4 fashion. Would be nice. Good team shots. Nade and the kill from Driplord is going to take Fax out of the round. He's back in the round, boys. It's all good. Yokota now have 3 players all stacked on towards B. If Anderson take this bomb towards A, it's a freebie.
So whether or not you gain that information, Drip should... Well, no. You will see Yokota basically conga line it all the way through Lambo. And the thing is as well, because OC is holding lobby, I don't know if he's going to spot any of those players if they wrap well. Does he hear them, maybe? Do you see him cross? You do.
Can we
see him? Oh.
He's getting his time. Oh, the shots from OC. Doesn't have the trigger discipline. On the other side, though, Big Mike reacts and goes off the streak. I think that was 4 in a row before they go down. Bomb now down. You take that trade if you're Anderson because you have information. Yokota now left up in a very awkward spot. Having a split up here. Trying to take individual one-e's. Invest. Looking for some kind of information. OC finds it versus Jaylit. Invest just runs straight towards bomb. He's going to hop it. They're going to check this. They're going to check this. They're going to check this. Oh, no. Uh-oh. All right, now we can talk about this a little bit louder. These guys are getting railed.
Well,
oh, that's not nice.
Loading lets him know. And that's one of those moments where I'm expecting the player counts to be full of Anderson players letting Yokota players know. To be fair, I like what Yokota tries to do. Yes, you lose first blood there, but the idea to conga chain it and try and, you know, flip the map entirely, very fair idea. Don't mind it. And then you've got a situation where, you know, OC spots the cross. I was a little bit worried about the itchy trigger finger that comes on through, but Anderson do enough. And positions like that from OC are why map presence and map control is so important. That information gained and gleaned means that you can then react to it. Your teammates were able to take the fight with Yokota, come out on top.
Alrighty, well, that's a crazy way to end the round. Take advantage of it whenever you can, I guess. Yokota, now 2-1 down. It's going to be a B push out from the squad. They win the first blood, but it's over by A. It doesn't actually phase the Anderson players because they've already got the information that this is going to be a B hit, despite the fact that there's action going down over by A. Push now through. Fac's not going to win the first. There goes Spread as well, and all of a sudden a complete flip of the script here in this round. I feel like Jaylir is about to get the worst timing in the world. That's exactly what happened. Good effort from Jaylir on the flank, but it just goes awry.
A lot of that comes off the back of an OC double to open things up. We're going to get to see Big Mike here dropping out of office for this kill, but yeah, we'll see. You get the first kill there. You've done your job, basically. SMG, you push in towards Rock. You get the first blood. You're hoping your teammates to trade out from there. The fact that you find 2, very impressive stuff. Kind of reaffirms that belief that I have in OC as a superstar for this team. I think he has plenty of support in that regard, but it's on a 5 spree. I'm pretty sure that's RCXD. I'm pretty sure that should give it to you, so an opportunity to get creative if you wish. Though Seymour said something yesterday that I kind of agree with. I rarely see the RCXD used well in this game.
Yeah, it's because it's difficult to control, I think, is the problem, right?
True.
It's so easy to get, like, stuck on. I think it's because you, like, use it stick. Like, you don't... it's not, like... What's the word I'm looking for? Like, thrusted in the same way. I think that's the word I was looking for. It doesn't have the same...
Back to the end of round 2, I guess.
It doesn't control the same way. I can't think of the words right now. Regardless, the RC card's definitely not as good in this game. Yokota, also not as good in this round. Right now, they're down a player. Fax is out of the round, and Anderson here, not even really having to push. They've got full site control over by A, and Yokota now going to have to traverse the entirety of the map to get anywhere close. They've just lost Invest in the middle of the map as well, and it's the exact same situation as before, where Spread and Jaylir, no choice but to split up. Jaylir gets caught out, and Spread, well, it's got to spread himself quite thinly here. 1 versus 4. Finds the first kill versus Driplord. Gets away. 25 on the clock, though. This is difficult.
Yeah, make it very improbable. As he goes sprinting out with very little information, and therefore gets shot in the back. Another moment where Anderson have found that first blood. Big Mike opens up with yet another one here. And I think that what you're starting to see is Anderson as well become very proficient at flipping the map, picking up information. Yes, you're getting those first bloods as well, but I feel like Yokota are often left playing blind, whereas Anderson, it feels like they just have a bit more of an understanding where their opponents are or aren't, and what that then allows them to do on the map. Very good breakoffs here, which fixes up a lot of what we saw wrong with round 1. And the fact that that was Yokota's only round win so far, and the only time they've looked close to winning a round, says that Anderson have really locked their S&D in through this tournament.
Alright, well, Yokota just do not look that well put together in the search and destroy thus far. Finally, something of aggression towards A. You've got bomb site control. Get that bomb down. Plant it. Do something. Big Mike's now got information, and surely they do not let Big Mike have singular control of the one power position that you, if you're on offense, need to get control of.
I can hear RC. So that might be why Yokota have paused in their tracks. As it comes rolling through top mid, and oh my lord, it catches Spread. He's going to feel a little bit egregious about that. And Drip then follows up with a second. So 2 bloods, Yokota down to a 4v2, but you do get the bomb down crucially. You got to get away. Oh, Big Mike's going to wish he finished that one.
That bomb down. Again, player split. J-Liv, big fight for Invest. He's going to win one, but Invest and Fax go immediately straight down. Extra bullets in the body from OC, and for good reason. That man is on a 9 spree right now coming out of that route. And again, it feels kind of odd to look at a roster like Yokota, who did look so well put together yesterday and has the end of Search and Destroy, so unwilling to make the right moves, right? You have full side control. Just get the bomb down. RC or no RC.
I agree. I think that it must be the RC that they hear and suddenly someone pauses. It's one of those moments you don't know where it's coming from. To be fair, it's a unique way of managing to get the RCXD into the fight, hopping the wall at top secret. Top U there. But yeah, I mean, you're right. You have that full control. You need to get it. But also, someone should have played for top U there and found themselves that power position. You don't, it leads to too much trouble for you.
All right. Anderson. OC, by the way, still on a 9 spree. Finally goes down. Extra bullets in the body coming out from Fax this time. 1-5 down. It's nothing more than a mental gameplay. So we go 3 for 3 in this game. Bomb now down here for Anderson. 1 player out of the play.
Big Mike's gonna get beautiful timing.
No.
And nearly absolutely slams Fax. Fax will stay up. Drip Lord might miss him. Check to your right. Vault. And then, well, you've got to be aware that you've probably played out of office if none of these timings have worked out for you. But 2v2, opportunity for Yokota to still take this.
Drip Lord's just playing so patiently. Not getting over aggressive here. Waiting for the players to come to them. And just like that, it's going to be all she wrote in Search and Destroy. Anderson absolutely roll through Yokota in the entire time. 6-1, just 1 Search and Destroy round given away. How about that to answer back in the series?
A lot of it comes back to what I spoke about just before we went into the map. Is that first blood count that's going to look real good for Anderson. 5-2 is exactly how it lines up at the end. And the thing is, for me as well, when Yokota did find those first bloods in those 2 rounds, they weren't exactly putting themselves in winning positions. So you end up in a situation for Anderson where you not only managed to get those bloods, but it felt like they also then did a great job of moving the things around off the back of it. For example, Big Mike found a blood in the middle of the map. I believe it was round 4 and then round 5 potentially. And then you just rotate everybody with that numbers advantage over towards one site and control it from there. Again, we spoke about this coming into Hassie at Search and Destroy. Very big map, very wide map, and has a situation where you have a lot of lanes to try and control, lock down, or break into a site from. When you're trying to do that, numbers disadvantage, you're looking for a pop-off moment, and that's difficult when we're talking about 2 great teams coming into our winners bracket.
Yeah, Anderson do just, I think at the moment, look better in Search and Destroy specifically. Just the way in which they were playing as a roster, right? This is something we talk about fundamentally speaking. Just playing really well as a team, getting each other's backs, making sure they were trading pretty consistently, controlling sites together. And that's not something that necessarily Yokota weren't doing in that game, but I think, you know, in terms of execution of actually, laying those plans down, it just was not there for the most part. You know, I go back to that round where they had site control. I know there was an RC car. I know that there was a threat kind of on the map, but I go back to that RC car and it's just like, get the bomb down. just get the bomb down that instant. Maybe they still wouldn't have won the round. Maybe the retake would have come through, but you got to take control of your own destiny in those situations.
It's 2 things. First one is you and me here in RCXD come in. You do get a little bit of fear about it. You hear that noise come on through and suddenly you remember every other time you've been blown up by an RCXD car and you're just absolutely papping them. But also there's that lack of information gained, right? A lot of players, you do get site control, sure, but you have no one at top you have no look over mid, you have no idea what the set play is that's coming back from Anderson because you don't have that information gleaned. So as such, you're kind of like, okay, well, an RCXD is coming from somewhere and we don't know where any of their players might be coming from, and as such there's no real proactiveness about getting control of the region. I think if you play that slightly differently, maybe you fight Big Mike for that top U control, you have someone who's looking out over mid, you know that this rotation has to be coming either well side or through the initial spawn, and as such you can turn your heads to where you need to be and worry about where that RCXD is coming for a different time.
It's a minor thing in the grand scheme of things, but ultimately it does mean now that we are 1-1 in this best of 5. We have a series on our hands. We both think it's going to go to game 5. Will it though? We're going to go to a quick break. On the other side, it's time for Control. Don't go far.
Introducing Hardpoint, a respawn game mode where teams fight over a neutral objective that moves around the map. The first Hardpoint has a short delay before it activates. This allows players from both teams to take their positions for the initial combat. Once it activates, teams can start earning points. To take control of the Hardpoint, teams must have at least one of their players on the objective, where they will earn 1 point per second of control. If both teams have players on the objective, neither team scores points until the players from one team are removed from the objective. While a team is collecting points, the game clock is paused as long as points are being earned. Each objective location is active for 60 seconds before moving to a predetermined next location where players will once again be able to earn more points. The first team to achieve 250 points or have the most points when time expires will win the game.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
What's up, you beautiful people? It's time for more PACAF Esports Championship action. Here we are 2 maps deep into our first series of the day between Yokota and Anderson. And it's been a competitive series so far, arguably more competitive than any of the action that we saw in day 1, because we're actually not seeing a 3-0. The first map was a 250 to 163 victory in favor of Yokota, but Anderson very quick and snappily responded back with that 6-1 Search and Destroy victory on Hacienda Search and Destroy. It has been a bit of a really weird one, I think, in just terms of how violent the swing from that Yokota victory versus to the Anderson victory, has been. So honestly, at this point, I have no idea who's going to win the protocol control.
No, I'm with you. I think it's a case of we've seen great respawn prowess out of both teams. The Search and Destroy felt like it very much so went one way, but we come over to Control, of course, and while that contains a lot of tactical elements for sure that, you know, you can glean some things from S&D, you largely look at Hardpoint performance and consider it a respawn mode and judge it accordingly. Skyline, yes, the 250 to 162 appears one-sided on paper, but we were there for that map. We know that it was not the story in real time to the eye test. So I'm looking forward to seeing how these players play. Of course, my prediction was that Anderson were going to take this series 3-2. So I'm looking for my Anderson squad to come on through there. I'm looking forward to seeing a lot more of OC. And I think that's something that also Twitch chat are looking forward to, because his picture came up during that break. And wow, some of you need to go and have a cold shower. That man is indeed handsome, but I'm looking forward to his gun skill out here on the control, getting his team the edge.
You really could have gone in any direction there. You've been wild already today, mate. And yeah, I mean, it's what I expect out of you at this point. But yeah, for sure. To be honest, I will say, if it is going to be a 3-2 at this point, given the way that Anderson played that search and destroy, I'm no longer confident that it will be Yokota 3-2 is all I'll say, only because of the way that search and destroy went. But that's something we'll tackle when we, or if, as a matter of fact, we do come down to it. With that said, got an update for you folks at home. I see somebody in the chat saying, where is J-Bear? They're not here. They were playing a match right now alongside this match going on. That was versus Misawa. The match is over, and J-Bear, excuse me. Actually, it wasn't J-Bear. It's been edited. It was Misawa and Ilson. Excuse me. Ilson actually got 3-0'd versus Misawa. That's the update I'm trying to give out. Not surprising. I think Misawa looked so dominant yesterday. Ilson maybe struggling a little bit towards the end of the day. I don't believe they won a map, so they are now down in the lower bracket. Misawa
Yeah, and I think Misawa are, a little bit of that final boss team that we're looking at, because we feel that Group A was the group of death. Misawa come out on top there, so yeah, not a surprising result. Ilson gonna try and build their way into the series through that lower bracket. And we spoke about this a little bit yesterday. If you are one of those teams that was sitting towards the bottom end of groups, you're going to get a tough seed, which is going to put you against one of the best teams. It's going to be a little bit of a confidence denter coming into day 2 and suffering a result like that. However, there will be other teams that are sent straight down into that lower round 1, and therefore you can build up a little bit of confidence by playing against a squad that's more in your playing terms. So looking forward to seeing what Ilson can do when we get to spot some of those lower games later on. For now, though, of course, coming back to the Anderson-Yokota matchup, talking protocol control. My friend, you play a lot of ranked, a lot more than me. You put in the hours, put in the grind. I gotta say, if I'm looking at Anderson to try and come out on top here. You're looking at Yokota. Yep. Is there anything that you're looking for out of that team that says to you that they're looking real pretty here in map 3?
Honestly, I think it really depends on whether or not you get your ARs in those power positions. It's something I've talked about a lot with protocol control, right? It's just like, if you get your ARs in the power positions, you'll be fine and dandy. If anything, I actually would go ahead and say I expect Anderson to win this map just off the fact that their ARs have been on fire this series thus far. I think it was OC and who had a phenomenal start of this series. Driplord was also out there putting up numbers. You get those players in like power positions and it's game over for Yokota in this protocol control. I'll keep on saying it. If you get a player up top in triple windows, you will be good for the entirety of the game, because it's so difficult, especially here where maybe the shots aren't as crispy as maybe like a high level ranked play game, for example. The kind of ranked play games I find myself in, for example. It's very difficult to take players out of those triple windows. So yeah, get a player up there, you'll be good.
All of my ranks, too many.
I wasn't even coming at you. What do you mean?
You know what? Okay, all right. You know what? We're gonna come back to that at a different time. Anyway, for Anderson, I agree with you about, putting your AR players in those power positions. So yes, I'm looking at OC. I think in particular, that's the player that I'm looking for there. But one thing I really do like about this Anderson lineup is that they're two best players so far. Don't get me wrong, all 4 players have been really solid, but I think the 2 best players for that team have been both OC and Loading. Now, we've seen them both flex into different roles. Typically, you get OC on the AR, you get Loading on the SMG, but they're both happy to change as and when you need it. And I think that's such a invaluable ability out here for players to be able to pick up 2 different weapons and look great with both. And as such, I'm looking to see those 2 really start to execute in different ways around A and B. And Driplord will find the first. Big Mike will find the second. I wasn't even talking about those 2. They're stepping up nice and early.
For sure. Well, there's that top trick position coming out. It's Fax actually from Yokota to get control of it. Already having to deal with players now starting to push in from behind enemy lines. And this is kind of the primary objective if you're on offense. Obviously, you want to try and capture A and B as quick as humanly possible. But you also do not want to get spawn trapped. Fax now forced out of that top trips position because nobody has made it past the spawn just yet. And unfortunately, will get cut down by Big Mike. And now all of a sudden, we're starting to see that spawn trap come into effect.
One thing that might get you a bit of relief from that pressure is going to be Spread, sat in top Grandma's. He's got a big fight coming. Big Mike tries to be a nuisance through mid. Will actually find himself some incredible timing as Fax turns onto a different fight. Finds himself the kill. A little bit of a split feed right now. You are going to get Invest, who's managed to find himself all the way through the back tower. But his teammates fall, and so does he. Jalier's going to be the last alive, and you're not pushed far out at all. You've only made it to Heli, so just 25 seconds on the clock. This is an awful round so far for Yokota.
Yeah, it's just so difficult to break out, and they're being really slow about it as well. They're not necessarily getting super aggressive. Here's that actual hit. 2-for-1 trade through the middle of the map. Spread does find a couple of kills, though. Now might even get number 3. Loading's trying to play around it. Looking for the pre-fire. Going to get shot in the back. So now an opportunity here. 9.8 seconds on the clock. One player potentially flanking, though. OC gets beamed by Invest, who now looks for more. Trades galore through the middle of the map. Fax now trying to provide some space. There's 5 seconds left. Really no choice but for Fax to just jump onto one of these points, try and grind a halt to that timer. But doesn't really have much of an option to do so. There's 3 players down. Once again, 1 player getting out of the spawn trap. Spread no luck whatsoever. And Yokota here not able to do much of anything in that round. Again, just being constantly cautious of players that potentially are spawn trapping you.
Yeah, it's just one of the things, isn't it? You start slowly on offense, and it just leads to a world of pain. You do get Invest, who manages to push all the way out through tower. Feel like he could have done a little bit more. Maybe distract by staying on the site that then would have moved the defensive Anderson around. Or just stay up, stay alive, be a nuisance in the spawns kind of thing. Unfortunately, once you make that kind of play and you die pretty much immediately, it's been of no use, really, to your team. Kind of wild to see that Invest 1 and 7. Stocks might be going down, but the 1 kill that you did get was a turn and burn onto OC, so make sense of that one.
It happens sometimes, right? You know, sometimes you're just not having a good game, and then all of a sudden you can pull an absolute miracle out of your cheeks. So Invest most certainly did that there for that 1 versus 7. But, or a one kill he's got, excuse me, versus 7 deaths. But now Yokota start this round on the defense, so it's not quite as strong. They do find a wave of gunfights. Big Mac and OC taken off for the point. Checked up top was Spread, who was looking for some easy kills. Will not find them. Now the wrap underneath the map here from Loading. Could do a serious amount of damage. Those players looking to put a spawn trap together. They're waiting for Loading to make the play happen, and Loading is just unable to do so. And now we're seeing the exact same kind of apprehension coming up Anderson on the offense, but 3 kills, that apprehension now go away.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, we are starting to see a little bit of deja vu, similar scenario to round 1, but you got to push out as Anderson finds 3 in the feed. Spread then to try and counter this. Might not see a player top zip, but he helps support Invest, so that should give you top trips control. If you've got grandmas, if you've got trips, that gives you a beautiful crossfire onto the point, and Jalier finds 2, but the progress is still coming on through, and 2 ticks as well. This is a much better round from Anderson. Yokota, they have to be careful here. You lose bodies in this kind of moment. As the transition comes through from A to B, it can spiral you into a horrible position.
Yeah, and those players now starting to push through as well. Anderson in a really good spot here in this round. Currently up 1 life, having to deal with players potentially getting themselves back in that top position through the top windows. Big kill for Driplord. OC now looking to push forward here. He's the player furthest push forward for Anderson. Now players on the point. OC and Big Mike going to combine for 2 kills. Now players for Yokota coming off the spawn. First tick already through here for Anderson on B. Loading. Looking to do some damage up top, finds 2 kills. Really well done on the transition. Jalia, the last hope coming from computer side. Invest, gonna get stunned up here. Loading will find that kill. The Semtex doesn't actually do, I don't believe, any damage onto the last player, but it does not make a difference. Loading is finding every single kill. He is cleaning house right now for Anderson, and Loading almost single-handedly takes control of the point.
Spoken so often about the superstar players on this team, and in Anderson you've got OC, but you've also got Loading, and he goes nuclear to lock in a zone all by himself. I think it's a 7 spree in the end. Strider 22. It's a decent pistol, but it shouldn't be able to do all of this damage. In his hands, he goes absolutely massive. The problem for Yokota there, I think they got off to a great start. I think you suddenly have 3 down that lets Anderson squeeze out. I feel like you should have taken better advantage of the fact that you had a player in trips and in grandmas on controlling that A zone. You never really do. But then to fall in that moment where just as you lose A, just as you want to get that B set up in place, you just don't rotate on over. You lose too many bodies, and that makes the rotation all too easy for Anderson.
All right, well, Anderson now 2 rounds up here. We'd have to get reverse swept in this control to lose it now. OC taking the early wrap through the building here, and don't start shooting bodies. The game is not over just yet. The threat, I will say, also isn't over by A. Getting shot by a teammate probably isn't going to help there. Doesn't matter for OC, flies out, and while he doesn't pick up the kills, Drip Lord will do so. Does not matter who gets them as long as they do. But they haven't quite dealt with the entire threat here in this defensive effort. Jayla is still alive over by B.
It's a better attempt than Invest made to try and distract this defensive cordon, and, well, you also find a kill as well. So it just continues to be a nuisance. But what this does is it forces the players to rotate out of those power positions and therefore end up in gunfights that they don't want to take. A couple of players from Anderson will be found. It will give Yokota an opportunity to try and press forward just a little bit. But Loading, we've seen the damage that he did last round. He starts to push up towards the zone. He then finds a kill. Big Mike activates elsewhere. He's looking pretty comfortable. Bit of a boat hit coming in for Yokota, but it's got to be good because that timer's ticking down. You've only got 60 seconds and only one segment on each zone so far.
Nice little slide from Drip Lord to take Jayla down. Yokota effectively hitting the reset here in this round, dealing with advanced players once again. OC looking to take these guys out of spawn. Nice one versus Jayla, somehow looking still alive from the second. That's down to a little bit of help from Loading. 50 seconds on the clock, though. It is going to be stopped by players who have made a move forward. Fax is trying to create some space for his team from the middle of the map, and that Semtex is so unfortunate. Sometimes you don't realize when you're actually going to throw the thing, but OC gets destroyed anyway. And now Yokota, an opportunity here by B. One tick already through. Loading on 5 in a row isn't doing anything to stop this B zone. They need a little bit of help from the teammates to do exactly that. OC finds one. That's going to slow things up. But if I'm Anderson here on the defense, I need to start sending players that they're right now. Don't just chill and wait for them to come to you. Get the point. Here we finally see it. Big Mike checking down low. Going to get caught out by Jayla. Drip Lord with the trade to find two. That's B clear.
And the thing is, as well, you suddenly see the dust settle, and, well, you're up by so many lives. Double, 7 to 14. There's more progress coming through from Yokota here, but it's got to be perfect. Fax will take a lot of damage on the way off a point that was never captured as Loading comes in through the back, finds 2, 4 against 13. Loading's on an 8 spree. Feels like this has been his map to take over and show exactly why Yokota should be running from him.
Yeah, 1 versus 13. It would be a phenomenal play if Jayla was able to pull it off. That's not going to happen, though, and Anderson perform a clean 3-0. There were signs of life from Yokota in the closing round, but that really was about it. Beyond that, Anderson had total control all the way throughout. They looked absolutely phenomenal. Just really well played on the whole, and it now feels like they've started to take control of this series, Enigma.
Yeah, that's the Anderson I'm looking for when it comes to the respawn side of things. I'm not going to lie, after map 1, I suddenly looked at my prediction and started scratching my head a little bit. I was like, God damn, I got this wrong. But no, protocol control, they just remind you how good they are. You got OC, you've got Loading, you know, starting to pop off in important moments for the team. Loading in particular, the way he played at the back end of rounds 2 and 3, I think 2 different 8 sprees. That kill there, by the way, from Invest was the only one he managed in the first round. Still absolutely beggars belief. But yeah, Loading, for me, the man to hand all the flowers on over to, really put on. And it's in moments like this, just taking control of entire situations by himself. And the thing is, for Yokota, you're looking across at these guys who've just smoked you in a control, and they are getting hyped. Their guns were warm, and they're also starting to really feel themselves out here on the map. It's got to be a tall tower of pressure put upon you when you start to look forward to that Hacienda hardpoint.
Yeah, it really does feel like Anderson have now taken full control of this game. A 6-1 search and destroy and a 3-0 control. These guys are fully in the driving seat of this series now, and it feels like a really far cry, right, from that Skyline hardpoint that we started this series off, where Yokota just made a phenomenal comeback in the back half of said hardpoint. It was an equal game through the first set, and then through the second, I think they afforded Anderson something like 10 to 20 points. I don't know what's happened. It feels like I don't know, Yokota are just not playing the same way as a roster whatsoever. They seem to have kind of lost a lot of confidence. Anderson running through them in the last 2 maps.
Yeah, I agree. And the thing is as well, it's the fact that Anderson have done it on a search and then into a control as well. We've seen it so often where teams that, you know, dominate the respawns, they dominate the respawns, sure, but that's just not been the case. So I'm looking at Yokota and I'm thinking, okay, well, you were good in map 1. You come out deserved victors, but in map 3, there is a massive gulf in quality there. Was map 1 your peak? Did you turn on the afterburners? Did you just hit something too early? Or is the fact that Skyline is quite frankly a mess of a map just play into the favor that you had this control of chaos that was going on? Whereas once it becomes more regimented, once it becomes more about hitting the correct fundamentals, the correct rotations, do you struggle? Well, if you do, then Hacienda is going to be a nightmare.
Alrighty. Well, Anderson, they win this map. They win the series 3-1, and our predictions are both incorrect. So we're kind of Yokota here, hoping that they do manage to force it to a game number 5. No bias to casters, of course. They would never be biased casters. Yokota looking to also force this to a game 5, and that's a pretty good start. Fax comes out with a couple of kills here. P1 control is always a little bit messy. Invest, though, that's a big kill to take a player out through U side, and with 15 seconds left, I think Anderson would be wise to leave this.
Well, leave it they do. Anderson back all the way off. I'm a little bit worried about the aggression that's coming in a little bit here because you can miss spread getting in through the back. And he is found. So an opportunity then for Anderson to set up in the deep back. Invest, got to go big here through fences. Finds one. You just want to take your time here a little bit. Distract these players as your boys try and hit through the front. I like the idea to disengage. Honestly, he's doing a great job. What he needs is for his boys to do something elsewhere, and I just don't know if that is arriving anytime soon. Jaylia trying to play through the water. Do you hop up? Do you activate? You find one. You find two. And that might be the moment that allows you to start to put some real pressure on this hill.
It would have been if loading hadn't come back for a couple of kills. Now it's all going to boil down to a 1 versus 1. OC versus Invest. Invest tagged up. Goes for the chow anyway and somehow managing to win it. But it doesn't matter. If you're an Anderson fan, they were able to get players back in towards the time. Drip Lord now brings us down to yet another 1 versus 1. You got help from loading going behind. And I got a feeling those were team shots in the end. Invest. Now moving forward, the spawns are absolutely wacky and wild here towards the driveway. It's going to give Yokota the last 10 seconds, excuse me, or so. So, competitive game at the moment, early doors in this one, just 4 points splitting the difference between these two teams, and Anderson with the first team to touch on fences.
Just absolutely blows my mind that Invest had such a poor control and then comes out and immediately makes a play like that. Impressive stuff to help his team break in for P2, keep the game relatively level, and was 7-3 at the time we moved away from that hill. So, real streaky player, and that kind of feels like what Yokota kind of summed up by. They feel like a team that are fits and starts. When they're hot, they're hot. When they're cold, and you find 2 kills in through tin side that will let you break in for this hill. Anderson looking to re-establish some pressure here, but it's all going to be a pinstripe feed, and well, that's going to suit nobody as the hill goes neutral for a second.
Anderson up by 20 points at this point in time. 15 seconds left still to fight for. And both teams will still be going for it. Anderson sending a couple of players in towards that scrap. Big Mike going to get shut out. Loading is just looking for a contest at this point to really trying to take this time away from Yokota. And I don't think they're biting. They're not going to go for this whatsoever. Loading has been so consistent on these gunfights. We'll end up taking one towards the scrap away. We look towards New, though, and Drip Lord and Big Mike have already won 2 of those crucial engagements. They are getting it done. But they're about to deal with threats on both sides of the hard points unless the reinforcements can get here in time.
Wild spawn that comes on through for Yokota. I won't lie. It's 3 in the feed, 2 from Jaylia that allow Yokota to break in over by Rock. So Anderson then to try and set up a play to retake this. I feel like you want a little bit of mid control. OC will find his way through mid door. A little bit lost on where his opponents could be, and that's why you want control of that region. Just allows players to bully in. But the way the striped feed falls, that Anderson regained control. It just feels all a little bit individualistic. I'm looking for a team hit. I'm looking for a team hold, not just these gunfights that seem to be taken in ones. That being said, Anderson, they're feeling a little bit hotter after the back of that control, and as such, they yet again come out on top. They'll be leading by around 40 points coming into rotation 2.
And Anderson now 36 points to the good. That was a big hard point for them to really split the difference between these two teams. It'd been a close game, really, apart from that hard point. So now we'll see whether or not that lead continues to grow in a way that we did back in map number 1. But P1, never really a hard point in which we expect teams to do a lot of damage. Jaylia suspiciously still there for an extended period of time. So we'll go back to that if and when Jaylia does respawn. But fight for P1 hasn't resulted in tiny time going to either teams. Finally, Fax wins a gunfight towards the middle of the map here, and that should result in some time for Yokota. Or Yokota, excuse me. Fax now looking for more frags here as Yokota will not pick up time. Despite the fact that they're winning the gunfights here in Enigma, they're not actually getting all that time.
Important fights here for the rotation for P2. Spread finds one, Fax finds another, so this might actually give you that free rotation. Last time, Anderson had control of P2, did pretty well here. It was only Invest that kept it relatively close. But now an opportunity for Yokota to establish themselves on one of the money hills in this map. But what I will say, you have none of that driveway control, a lack of lobby control, and as such, you're going to need to take these kills as and when you can find them. It's working for now, but look at loading in through the back. He could be a real nuisance to your setup.
Still players here potentially to break this hard point. OC, that's a big shutdown from Yokota. They need this hill to get back into the game and potentially even take the lead. 30 seconds still worth fighting for. Everybody pushing up the driveway and they're being shut out at the moment. Perhaps the stairwell is a better way in towards the hard point for the players. OC, the last survivor of the push, and he manages to find a couple of kills here, so potential for this last 20 seconds. One last player spitting in the corner, and OC slides for the front tail. It's going to be Anderson picking up that scrap time, and that's going to keep things really even going into next.
The rotation is on. I like the idea of Drip Lord here, just to try and wrap the entire map. Get your opponents on one side of you. Wins the important gunfight too. You will have more company in the shape of Spread, but I think that he's going to get the worst. Timing doesn't catch him, so Spread deals with him in the back, and that will then give you a bit of a foundation to play out from if you are Yokota. Relatively tight, so an important moment to take control of a hill by the scruff of the neck. Anderson to try and figure out a retake here. Now, what I want to see again is some sort of big hit. I like what OC is thinking of doing. Playing through office, set up a pinch.
Anderson looking for the contest, as you said, potentially coming through here. Taking a while for OC to actually do anything, and there we go. OC picks up the kill. Surely does not convert for a second here. Will not invest. Will actually find a couple of kills that keeps Yokota in a good shot at this hard point. Still 20 seconds left to grab it. Jaylear going to get shut down. OC and loading combined for 4, and that's going to be the last scrap time going Anderson's way. This game continues to swing back and forth between these teams. We go on a rock hard point though, and this is where Anderson managed to get a lot of time last time around.
It did indeed. OC and loading though, managing to have a real pop-off moment here between them. They are currently sitting at 44 and 22. So double positive for the 2 stars of the Anderson Air Force Base, doing everything they can to hold this slender lead that they've had for the vast majority of the game. But Fax comes in around the back and finds 3. Drops Drip, OC, and Big Mike will all be cleaned up. Loading to try and do it by himself and is going to be overwhelmed. A great break of play by Fax.
Yeah, big plays coming through here. Yokota now looking for back 30 seconds of time. Jaylear, big jump shot for that kill. Nicely done. It feels like Yokota really starting to put themselves together once again here. Getting vibes towards the second half of the hard point from map number 1. Perhaps loading can get the time for the scrap though. No. Somebody else from Anderson is going to have to do it. Spread is weakened up. He needs help from the teammates, and that comes just a little bit too late. Does not matter though. Fax's double will give Yokota control of the bit of scrap time. And again, the game continues to swing between these two teams. Jaylear providing a couple of extra love shots here towards the bodies. Going to mean that Yokota now in control ever so slightly with the third and final set.
Fax with a big gunfight that you lose was on a 4 spree. Gets cut down. Important gunfight there in Wine. OC finds 2, activates from the top with the Jackal. Again, the man can flex, finds 3. 4th arriving. Oh my god, I thought he'd found himself a way of just clearing up the entire team. But Invest finds an important kill, then's traded out by Big Mike. So you get no control of important areas if you're Yokota. And Anderson then with an opportunity to lock things down. I like Fax's idea. I hate the execution, quite frankly. We got to start to consider that P2 rotation. And someone who already has is Invest, who knows how important Lambo has been great there so many times. He's in behind the Anderson lines. Will be found, and it's just all over the place. You tell me, you look at this mini map throughout this map and tell me that you're understanding team plays. Right now, I just want to see a player or 2 grab a hold of the game.
Yeah, and it's just looking for something to, I guess, like these players to actually play around rotations, around like spawns and such. We're seeing efforts, but rarely do those actually go through. We're looking at kind of, at this point, just kind of teams butting the hill and hoping for the best. That's certainly what we're seeing right now. This one player isolated towards the hill. RC car, I believe. Did I see an RC car? I'm
yeah,
not too
I heard
sure.
an RC as well.
Maybe I'm just hearing things at this point, but regardless, kills potentially going down now towards the hard point. OC on 5 in a row. OC on 6 in a row off that triple. Anderson now looking to lock down the back 25 seconds here, but close spawns once again from Yokota, and I love this reaction from Anderson to push out towards lobby.
Best. I'm going to be honest with you, King. You've had yourself a decent game. I don't know why you're hitting all, though. I probably would have set up around Rock there. Stop the exits for Anderson. As such, Anderson find that kill. Should be able to push out a little bit. Loading. He's having himself a game at 30 and 18. Gonna get aggressive through top, but will not get very far. Fred runs out of bullets just as he needs to put the final one in. And all of a sudden, we see Yokota establish real dominance over a hill for what feels like the first time in a while. Get themselves in, over by 10. Anderson's here. I mean, it's all a bit single line for me, and this is the problem. You're running into players sitting defensively, and you're not hitting different angles. You're asking for trouble.
Yokota just 10 seconds behind Anderson at this point in time. This would be big time if they could soak it up. Goading from up top, though, finds 3 kills. Surely not number 4. OC will take that 4th and final kill away, but it doesn't matter. The damage is done. At this stage of the competition, 20 seconds is a huge chunk of time to give away. So Yokota will be having to move over towards rotation, you feel, as they now look to lock that rotation down. Invest is going to win out the trade. So Yokota will get a first look at Nu, but you need a really good hold here.
You got to get that mid-control. OC has slipped beyond Fax. I don't think Fax has seen him, and well-turned snaps, finds him. Gets that opening kill. That means that if you are Yokota, you're going to be feeling pretty good about taking the traded fights. Anderson just playing through office side, and I don't think Yokota see it coming. Spread locks on for 1, but it's going to be 2 in favor of Anderson. He can still win it on this hill, technically. It would have to be pretty much perfect. But we've seen stranger things happen to this rock hill. There's 3 dead, so an opportunity then for Anderson to see this series out.
Yeah, one more wave of gunfights, and it'll be all she wrote here. Split spawns coming through. Maybe Fax can catch them off guard, but he's going to wait. Spread now on the way. First blood through. Kills. It's 3 down. There goes the last. Loading tries for a 2-piece, but it's not enough. Yokota can't finish things here. Going to have to go towards P1, but this is a hill where, generally speaking, these teams have really struggled to pick up time.
Well, 2 kills go red in the feed. Anderson will get an opportunity to dive the point. OC, of course, finds 2. An important moment. Loading his side kick, his duo there to back him up. Spread's going to have to dive the point. He will get nowhere near it. It will briefly be contested, but Anderson will see things out in what I must say is our most competitive series that we have seen up here on main stage. Great performance from both squads. Although I will say, as a colorcaster, as an analyst, trying to break down that hard point, my brain is absolute mash.
Yeah, even as a play-by-play, sometimes I just end up play-by-playing the kill feed because it's just like, yeah, there's just no... it's so difficult to actually just see what's going on half the time. It's just 2 pieces and 3 pieces galore. Whoever can turn up the most. And in that game, it was Anderson coming out on top. Fair play to Yokota, right? It seems like they are definitely most competent in Hardpoint right now. That is their biggest strength and gives them something to work on moving forward in this tournament. They do go down to the lower bracket, and they will have to work on their search and destroy and control for sure. But it was a bit of a wild series beyond that. We saw Anderson, I think, taking the mickey a little bit, as it were, in games number 2 and 3. I think as soon as they realized they were in control of the series, they started to have a little bit of fun with it. But that control, or that second hard point, excuse me, that's where things went all back to business as usual for these guys. They had to kind of turn up.
No, absolutely, and it's an incredible series. Really enjoyed it. Again, we saw a lot of straight 3-0s yesterday that were all one-sided, very lopsided. Where we see a 3-1 here, so that map 4 comes in. But also, did feel like map 4 as well, very competitive. We could have easily seen a game 5 here, which I'm kind of sad that we didn't, because then both you and my prediction would have been hanging in the balance. So that would have been nice. But I mean, the thing is, I come away with feeling good things about both of these rosters, but also a couple of question marks. For Yokota, I think the issue is that you're very hot and cold. It feels like when momentum is with you and the pendulum's in your favor, you're really good. It's about how you get it back when it's against you. I think that they have an issue sometimes at like kind of wrestling that back in their favor. For Anderson, I'm a little bit concerned about the fact that it seems to require superstar moments for you to do the damage. OC and Loading, capable of doing plenty, but I'm looking for them to find more team hits, more concerted efforts together on the same page. For example, breaking hills, it felt a little bit like, okay, well, we're going to shoot them and hopefully it comes out on top. That being said, both teams have shown plenty of reason here to believe that they can run deep and be fighting for one of those 3 spots when it comes to Worlds.
For sure. Well, right now we're just waiting for the interview to get our way. We've got one coming up, but it does mean, folks, that Anderson will be moving forward in the bracket. They are now just 1 win away, I believe, from qualifying for that all-important World Championships. Of course, only 3 spots available. So getting one of those spots out of the way, doing it via winner's bracket, I think is going to be, the key thing. You want to make sure you don't have to use your second chance, your lifeline, as it were, to get into the World Championships. Just do it now. Don't worry about it later on down the line. The big game out of Anderson, I think, for sure. Again, we expected, I think, a competitive series. That is more or less exactly what we got.
Yeah, it was, and it's what we were hoping for. And, you know, it would have been one hell of a thing to be a part of that series. And someone who was a part of that was Drip Lord for Anderson, who we are going to have for an interview. Drip, congratulations. Sorry, I was making sure that we were connected. Once I heard no audio, I was a little bit worried. I was like, oh no, if we had this happen again. But Drip, congratulations, my friend. Had yourselves a great series out there. I gotta say, I was very surprised by the way map 1 went down. We've been backing you guys as big respawn players. You come into that matchup, you lose map 1 on Skyline Hardpoint. Was there a couple of question marks there? Or did you feel like you guys just hadn't come out playing your game?
No, I feel like we came out shooting on all cylinders. We had some technical difficulties that made us kind of lose full a little bit, but we made sure to bring it back in the next 3.
Yeah, for sure. You guys look really good at the moment. You look like you actually made a few improvements from yesterday as well. Did you kind of come out of yesterday, come in today with any kind of real game plan? This is what we needed to work on?
This is a new team. This is the first time I'm playing with these guys, so we still got some hiccups to work through, but as we keep playing, we're going to get better and better, and it really showed how much we improved in today's first series.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you guys looked so good. I want to talk a little bit about your hard point, because you guys had some really close hard points there with Yokota. The first hard point, obviously, you guys ended up losing. Unfortunately, you kind of lost it in the back half of the game. Going into game 4, though, you guys really managed to clutch up, especially in those closing moments. It was really close. What was kind of the comms looking like going into that final hard point where you guys knew you had to lock that rotation down?
Yeah, the comms were just insane. I feel like we're one of those teams that are built off of energy, and the higher the energy, the better we're going to play, and that just helped us out closing out that map.
So next up, you will move on through, of course, in winner's bracket. You'll be going to winners round 2. I was just checking the bracket. You will be playing against Masawa, who beat Ilson 3-0. Masawa, of course, came out on top in their group that also featured Yokota, who you just beat. How are you feeling ahead of that matchup?
I mean, I'm not worried about Masawa. Our team's gonna go out there and we're gonna do everything we can to secure that W.
I mean, with the way you guys have been looking out there, feels like it's certainly going to be a banger of a series. And you were my prediction for this series. Anderson came out on top, and I think I'm really hoping to see you guys run deep. You've got to obviously get to top 3 to make it to Worlds. Who is your biggest threat, though, in terms of getting there?
Biggest threat, I would probably say Kadena. I don't think we won a single practice round against Kadena, so probably them.
Okay. All right. Well, Masawa up next for you guys. Kadena, the team that potentially are going to be the roadblock, but right now, with how you guys were shooting in your respawns towards the back end of that series, don't think there's many teams that will stand in your way. Drip, thank you very much for the interview. Congratulations on your victory. Looking forward to seeing what you guys do through the rest of the tournament.
Sure. Thank you.
Alrighty. I mean, Drip Lord looks awesome. Those guys look pretty confident right now. They don't want to face Kadena. That feels like a bit of a curveball for us. Obviously, I know we can open up a lot of teams from Group A. Those guys, of course, I believe, will have already faced Kadena. So I'm intrigued to see what things will look like down the line for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing is, if you are Anderson, that comment that comes through there is pretty powerful, that they've not won a single practice map against Kadena. Maybe we have underestimated just how good this Kadena roster are. We knew that they were good because they came out on top of their group, but we were kind of like, okay, but is this the weaker group? How strong are you looking? So Kadena, who, are going to be playing against J-Bear later on today, very soon, in fact, maybe that's the team that we've all got to be putting our magnifying glasses to just a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we do have another series coming up here, folks. We've got Hickam versus Osan, Osan, excuse me, I believe. So it's going to be a great matchup. Don't go far, because the next round of play here in the first round of Championship Bracket will be after this break.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PACAF Esports Championships in Yokota Air Force Base. My name is Seymour, jumping back on the desk here alongside Enigma. My friend, I mean, what a series we had to kick this one off. A 3-1. Almost makes it to the Game 5, as you guys would have wanted to. But, hey, you know, that has to be the closest game we've had on stream yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we've had closer off stream with the Game 5 round 11 yesterday coming on through, but on stream, yeah, definitely the best one thus far, though I'm pretty sure we'll have a few more bangers yet, my friend.
Yeah, I agree. I think that we are in for some good games coming up. And this one in particular is another one in our first round winners to move into who is going to push through this bracket throughout the winner side of things. It's going to be Hickam Air Force Base versus Osan Air Base. Both of these two looking to see who is going to take on either J-Bear or Kadena later on in winners round 2. And you can see that after our matches up top, it is going to be Misawa versus Anderson, and then Ilson versus Yokota down low. So everything started to push on forward throughout today. No real surprises, I would say, on my side. I had some pretty big stocks in Anderson.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on the Anderson prediction. I did think it would go further. I thought we would get to that Game 5, so unfortunately no correct prediction for me. But I'm with you. I feel like results are going largely the way that we could have expected based on yesterday's results, based on how the groups looked. And as such, I'm going to be straight with you. Hickam have been fantastic so far through this tournament. They were the team that unfortunately came out on the wrong side of that Game 5 round 11. It's going to be Fearless, Seaskirk, Miles, and Breadwinner. And I feel like Breadwinner in particular, don't get me wrong, all four gentlemen have been playing pretty well, but Breadwinner, I think that that's the person to pay attention to through this series.
Yeah, I do agree. I think Breadwinner was fantastic. Fearless with that Jackal, somebody that you definitely don't want to make upset. But for Osan on the other side, I toss Cardi, Moss, and GJ, just players who are ready to step up and see if they can shut them down. For Hickam Air Force Base, we can take a look at these players, all the lovely content that we do have. Every single time I see it, I'm just thinking, hang loose, man, with that logo. It is such a delightful logo. I love it.
Yeah, some of the work that's gone into the branding for these teams, absolutely superb. I spoke about the players that I'm looking at when it comes to Hickam, who I'm looking to take over the map. What I gotta say, that man on your screen right there, DJ, had himself some incredible performances yesterday. Felt like very impactful on the map. So if Osan are going to stand a chance in this series, I'm looking at him to really step up, lead his team, and drag them through these fights every single way, which way that you are going to have to counter this Hickam lineup.
Yeah, you and I both. I think that for Osan, just in general, it is going to be a large consensus saying that you got to step up here. If you want to take down Hickam, you got to play at your absolute best, possibly even beyond that too. But it's going to be a tough one no matter what way we spin it for Osan's side. Let's take a look at the maps for this series. Enigma, see exactly where we're going to be heading to for this best of 5. It looks like we got protocol from map 1 as we're going through that fly through, but then we get that Hacienda Search and Destroy, Vault Control, and a double dose of Skyline if we do need that 4 and 5. So very standard for what we saw. We've been seeing a lot of Hacienda Search and Destroy lately, and teams, I guess it must be a thing here at PACAF, but they love their protocol.
They do indeed. We're seeing a lot of protocol throughout this tournament. I think we even started with a triple protocol yesterday. So yeah, very much so a map that these players are very keen on. When we talk about Hardpoint, then you're looking largely for your ARs to get themselves into those power positions. You're talking your top grandmas, you're talking your top trips, but SMGs certainly have a lot of roles to play here. I think your ARs are looking to set up your SMGs on a map like this so that they can maraud around top mid and so on and so forth. But your SMGs can be great counters, especially down low when we're talking about that big P4 hill. Chaining that P3 into P4 as well. You're looking for your P3s to control those kills around lockers and so on, and really take control over the internal parts of the buildings that the ARs are really going to want to fight for. So I think there's a lot of space for all 8 of our players here to really activate, be a big part of the conversation, a big part of the reason you punch on deeper in winners bracket.
I agree. And with that, we can look into our predictions now for this series because I think, like I said, we have that general understanding that Hickam is definitely the favored team throughout this. But Andy, you and I guess we just don't have any faith in Osan today. Hickam just seem like that team. They just seem like one of the best teams that we do have here. And I have just confidence in them that we're probably going to be seeing them in the World Championships later on.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the only loss that you've had in terms of map was in the same series. You lost in a Game 5 round 11 to Masawa, and I think that Hickam have just looked like a fantastic team. I think you've got a lot of players there that very strong out here every time we've watched them. For Osan, I think that it's a mixed bag. I think that you've seen moments where we're like, okay, this feels like a team that could potentially start to put themselves in the world's conversation. But there's a very big difference between Hickam, who we think are going to get there, and Osan, who we're like, okay, maybe if you have a great day. So yeah, for me, Hickam 3-0. I know that that's agreeing with you. I'd like to have sat there and gone, okay, well, actually, I don't want to agree with Simo on anything. So we're going to say 3-1. But
hey, I was hoping you went for the 3-1 because that would just mean that I get a free prediction and you get to stay at 1 at that point.
If we do get a 3-1, then we both look like idiots. But yeah, whoever's supporting Osan in chat, I do apologize because right now, me and Seymour, we just don't have much faith in you boys.
I will give them the benefit of the doubt is that teams at PACAF have shown a little bit of weakness in terms of search and destroy. It's just, I would say that Hickam hasn't been one of those teams. It's still a game mode where you can definitely play a little bit more loose as a team. You don't have to have that structure on rotations. But when we saw this Hickam roster on Protocol Search and Destroy yesterday, you had so many First Bloods going your way. You just had full control from Fearless the Goat, who was just not afraid to make those aggressive plays throughout the middle of the map to see if you can flip things out and start a flank. And I think that in my mind is what truly solidifies the potential 3-0 in this, is just how structured and how good, confident you looked if you were Hickam yesterday when we had them on stream.
No, I agree, and there's something that you said there that I feel is super important. You start talking about the First Bloods. We just got to watch a Hacienda Search and Destroy, and the team that dominated in the First Bloods dominated the map. It is just the way that Hacienda largely works, especially when you're on offense. We've spoken multiple times about the size of the map and the fact that if you're on defense, if you lose a blood early, you were already spread thin as it was. It starts to become a real problem once you then are losing those numbers. So very much so, you turn around here and tell me that Hickam are taking a lot of those First Bloods. That then reinforces my belief in the 3-0. Because agreed, a lot of squads have come out here seeming with a lack of S&D strats, and as such, maybe this is where you can start to upset a team that can slay you out. But from what we've seen from Hickam, they know what they're doing, and that only piles more pressure on the Osan team.
We just got an update across the venue of things that are going on at PACAF right now. Off stream, Kadena was playing J-Bear, and they just finished up their series. Apologies in advance for the J-Bear fans, as you do not want to hear this, but it was a 3-0 for Kadena, and it was not even close. 250 to 18 in the Hardpoint, 6-0 in the Search and Destroy, 3-0 in the Control. Andy, that has to be one of the most one-sided games I've seen so far this weekend.
I mean, I gotta check. I gotta ask Evan if that is not supposed to be 250 to 180. If that's a 250 to 18, that is a demoralizing punch in the gut right there. Good lord. Maybe Kadena are the team that we really should be looking at as our #1 team through this whole bracket. That is a quite frankly ridiculous performance coming out of those boys. 3-0. I'm glancing quickly over at chat. I think there is going to be quite a few J-Bear fans who are a little bit devastated about how that has gone down. Hopefully they can make something happen in lower bracket to put a couple of smiles back on faces, because good lord, you're going to need a confidence boost after that one.
Oh yeah, well, we got lots of COD, fortunately enough, for these teams to still play, but while we get things set up for this match on stream, it seems like we're resetting the internet in the venue, so Andy and I are going to take a step away from the broadcast, make sure we're resting our voice for this Hardpoint to come. We'll come back as soon as it is ready. As you're watching the PACAF Esports Championships, we got more COD after the break. Welcome back, everybody, to PACAF Esports Championships. A little bit of a break, getting these players back on the internet, back in the servers, and ready to jump in. We're going to be looking towards the bottom side of the winner's bracket just for a reminder, and this one's going to be Hickam versus Osan. Starting off in the protocol, Hardpoint. Enigma, you and I both guessed this to be a 3-0 sweep for Hickam, so I guess we should be putting a lot of attention to see what Osan can do.
Well, it's going to go straight against what we were predicting as Osan find 2, make that 3 of the first 4 kills here to get control of P1. Maybe they heard us and decided, you know what, boys? We're going to show you why you should have had a little bit of faith in us. The Skirk tries to contest here for P1. Will get supported just a little bit. You got to obviously start to consider that P2 rotation. One of the things I will say, though, about Protocol, that P2 has become a bit of an interesting one. Used to be you rotate through the backside of the tower, set yourself up and fought for those close spawns. A lot of teams these days starting to try and play from P3 side because then you can set yourself up for that easy P3 into P4. So, interesting to see who really grabs a hold of this hill and how they decide to do it.
Then, hey, whoa, look at this. 35-2 for Osan, coming out hot through these gates of Protocol. Skirk is take down a couple through mid. Immediately going to look towards the rotations down in open. And a nice cutoff there onto Mossy. He wants to go rogue, but essentially what Hickam Air Force Base are doing right now is just flipping these spawns and looking to hold this one from the front, but instead, because they have Breadwinner sitting into top triple, it is forcing these spawns all over the place.
Yeah, Cardi does a great job there on the ladder to find 2, just to at least leave the hill open for a moment. Gotta say, Mossy somehow dies off the randomly off the map, just falls castle side. So I'm not sure what happened there. It's Fearless, I think, gets a stick onto Toss. And, well, for Osan then, you've lost your lead, but can you stop these exits? Can you hold down P3? We've spoken a couple times about it. That P3 into 4 is the important set of kills that you want to have. Sorry, important set of points that you want to have. And for Osan then, you're going to decide to turtle up around this hill and play Hickam at these close range fights. DJ locking down this right side, and maybe even top mid, really important part of his job.
We get a tie game now. Fearless on the flank. He's going to pick up a kill onto DJ through the front doors. Mossy slides in. Wow. Seaskirk alone. He's traded out. So a little bit of a 1v1. And Cardi just decides he's going to opt out of that fight. Look for the rotation in behind and see if he can find a couple of these players off the respawn. Breadwinner shot in the back. Cardi in behind. Can't find a second one. Fights inside, going the way of Osan for a little bit extra time. But nobody really picking up a whole lot of time here at this hill. I feel like this is going to come down to who gets that first rotation of P4.
Great play by a Hickam player there. I'm not sure which one is. I think it's Bread who pushes all the way through boat side and flips those spawns so that his team are going to be close. That keeps them in the fight if they lose those early fights. But Osan looking to contest this rotation over towards P4. For me, if you are those Hickam players still on P3, you just want to get off it. P4 is definitely the one you want to hold down. Set yourself up for controlling the 3 different entryways. And well, as Mossy gets in and Carty finds a kill as well, the players who remain for Hickam have got a lot of work to do, and Skirk will find 2 to reset the balance just a little bit.
Well, not set too much as Toss is going to find 2. Getting back into the hill for Osan, not for long. Silk back and forth. Breadwinner now. Can he do the damage he has? Skirk gonna help him out as well. Skirk finds 2. Back into the hill is going to be Hickam Air Force Base as this lead by 40. Now pushed to just about 50 points for Miles in the back. He's not able to lock down that time, but you see 3 down again in favor of Hickam Air Force Base in this chaotic battle at P4. It has just been going towards Hickam for grabbing this time.
Well, then an opportunity for teams to start to consider second rotation. P1, Carty shoots out the trophy, not recognizing that Miles stood right next to him. And, well, no one can really stay alive for long. Toss holding top trips. It's going to be all about also then top grandmas. And Skirk was up there, but Mossy has managed to push it out and find the kill. So all the windows in the hands of Osan, and therefore you've got a great opportunity to lock in some time here on P1.
Carty on Roto looking for triple control. P1, Osan, they're in, but it's just not getting the time that essentially you truly want to grab. Hickam doing a good job at turning kills into time, where Osan have been fighting, at least in that kill category, but they have been struggling in fighting towards this hill, as every single time they get in, it's just a contest, and not for long, as Hickam have been just good at clearing it out.
No one tossed there. Was just trying to find something to get him closer and closer towards that Hellstorm. Ends up falling. Oh, DJ with 2 absolute beauties. The problem is you're going to be so far away from P2. I love Skirk's position here. As you find 2, there will be a third coming out of Sidewalk. And you find it. Skirk pops off to ensure top-level control for Hickam. What I will say, though, the spawns have changed hands. Osan are going to be in round the back. Does anyone activate and realize this? You start to see those arrows turn as the gunfights take place. Miles finds an important 2 over by the point. But right now, the map all over the place. DJ then to fight for top mid. And as he falls, and if number 8 Mossy in the back can be cleaned up, you might have an opportunity for Hickam to set a base. But what I will say right now for P2, no one's really had an opportunity to just kind of grab a hold of this, and yet Hickam have still extended themselves into a 100-point lead.
100 points and counting. 3 down again. Spawns in the back for Osan, so with Toss being over towards triple, you see the lock is going to open up. He's trying to lock down this rotation over towards P3, but he's got a couple of kills to find, and he can't even get the first one. Breadwinner may have just secured the rotation for Hickam, and possibly even the game, depending on how much time you get off of this hill.
A couple of important fights over by Arches as Mossy finds Fearless, and that will there guarantee Osan spawns in for close. Breadwinner's actually considering playing this out a totally different way to what I initially thought he was going to try and do and hold trips, but he doesn't. Plays in around the back. Who's going to spawn where? It is actually going to be Hickam who spawned in. It's maybe a little bit unlucky for Osan. There was a split presence in the back there. A hill was in your hands as well, but right now, Cardi got a lot to do as players start pushing through the door.
This might work out. But you get the kills here if you're Osan. You've got safe passage for a free P4 rotation. You just drop down Spiral. You get here. You lock down the kills. And that might be your way back into this game. Fortunately enough for Hickam is that they recognize that. And with the spawns over towards Grandma's, they just drop down the elevator. They even break old for a little bit of scrap time. And they have secured the setup at New with a 90-point lead.
Yeah, I love the decision-making out of Hickam. Just drop down Grandma's to get yourself set up for P4. Not allow that chain that Osan were trying to set up. And we're leaning on so much. Skirk finds 1. Skirk finds 2. I swear I've called that about 4 times during this game. Guy knows when to have an impactful moment. 28 and 17 with almost a minute on the hill. Mr. Do It All. And he finds another to extend onto a 4 spree. Hickam technically can win it here. Osan have got to find a way into P4.
It's gotta be just flawless, though, if Hickam want to win off of this hill. I feel like Osan, they haven't had that player that is kind of doing it all. Like somebody like Skirk, and you need to start finding these kills, jumping in and grabbing this time. It is essential. Toss, please don't. He won't fall. It gets a little bit scary. Eventually, he does go down, but the last 10 seconds should go over towards Osan over at P4. P1 is now where you're looking towards Miles with a big one-on-one. He wins it, and they're in. Hickam with 20 seconds needed.
Concern for Osan becomes the fact that you have to scramble so much, and you don't have control over any of the windows right now. That kill coming in from DJ will give you trips at least. Carty's going to try and support from helipad, but needs to avoid Skirk on his route in. Gets there. Fights Bread, big win, but then instantly traded. And once the Hellstorm starts to rain in as well, that's surely going to clear any sort of reinforcement and land a hammer blow. As Skirk finds 3 more. 35 and 18. A quite frankly ridiculous performance from the star man stepping out of Hickam Air Force Base.
Yeah, and with the heavens raining down by way of Skirk, map 1 is victorious. And realistically, I mean, you got to give some props to Osan on the way that they played the start of that game. They came out the gates with fire. It just seemed like the consistency started to fall behind in terms of rotations. I mean, you saw that they had a couple good break attempts, and they were able to at least find kills to get through the front of those hills. But as soon as they were in the hill, they had nobody really stepping into the form of, hey, I gotta go forward, try to contest these respawning players, and find a way that we have a little bit of an exit strategy, a little bit of map positioning outside of this hill to deny those quick retakes. And you saw that constantly. You had players from Hickam that were able to get into a position to retake, and they did a fantastic job at that, always turning those kills into time, and that led to a very massive lead throughout that protocol.
They did indeed. It just felt like they took over at a certain point, made themselves very much so aware of the fact that they needed to be better after P1. And from there, really just flicked the dial up a little bit. Said, okay, we're the Hickam squad that are looking to take over and book our ticket to Worlds. A lot of faith on the desk for us. A lot of people as well have turned around and said that there's a couple players on this team who are superstars. We see one of them, Seaskirk, deliver big time. We look on forward. I mean, one of the things we've said so many times throughout this tournament, Seymour, if you are a team that is struggling when it comes to the respawns, when it comes to that slaying prowess, you look ahead to your searches, you look to those to lean on. Can you be the better team when it comes to executing on your breakoffs, when it comes to getting those first bloods and converting it into rounds? Hacienda, if you are going to play very strong fundamental S&D, there's not many maps better in our pool to try and drag you back into the series.
No, I agree, and I think that this map, it does have the tendency to be a little bit more favorable into that A site for those early breakoffs, especially when you don't have those trophies. But later on, when those trophies do come into effect, our B site is something that we've seen a lot of teams go towards, even off of those early breaks. Stop the utility, you get to that site, as soon as that post plant is set in and you have 3 or 4 players up, it's definitely a tough one to retake. So there's potential here for Osan. I said if there's anywhere that you are going to at least take a map away from Hickam, it should be this search and destroy, but there is no certainties when we're watching Call of Duty Enigma. This is one thing that we have come to know. It is just up to really Osan to step up in terms of that objective play, because I think in search and destroy, it takes that weight off your shoulder from the respawns, and you had players like DJ and Mossy finding kills. Gotta see if they can do it again here.
Yeah, absolutely. And DJ is the man that I'm looking to for sure. Has had huge, impactful moments through this tournament for his team. And to be fair, he even went positive in the last game, 24-19. And well, Breadwinner will open up, though, with the first blood, finding Toss and giving Hickam the early advantage.
With that first blood, it has completely stalled out this attack over towards A. You don't have control of halls, and in doing so, if you try to get this bomb down, immediately you're going to get shot in the back. It seems like we're getting a late-game pivot. Unfortunately, DJ is not going to know. Seaskirk is just lurking inside of Secret. The trade from Cardi, but it's too late. The damage has been done. And you're thinking about the rotation over towards B, but you get beamed off of that. Hetty and Mossy now in a 1 versus 3. He's not going to be able to get those early shots and find that kill, but he dives back, brings this into 1v2, 30 seconds to see if he can clutch up.
I have the feeling that Miles is aware of something because he hasn't moved from Rock. Interesting strategy from Hickam. 1 player to each bomb site. Honestly, would probably have just suggested staying together. Mossy here hasn't really got time for the plan, so it's all about the fights. You're making a lot of noise P2 side. You land a couple of shots, but that distance, it's just not going to suit the Jackal. They will punish you. Miles locking down this side of the map here, doing a great job. And Hickam take that first blood, turn it into a numbers advantage, and never really looked like giving up from there.
Yeah, just turret over towards B. Fantastic from Miles there. Stops the bomb and stops the last players. So 1-0 up for Hickam after the hard point goes your way. You swap sides on over. It looks like we're getting a little bit of a peek at the players, too. Just locked in on this one. But bomb in the hand of Fearless the GOAT over towards A. They're setting Seaskirk way down the middle of the map into towards this hallway. He wants to contest Mossy, but the first blood goes to Osan.
Big fight to win. Because Hickam will surely have A site control, but not a convincing hold of it in terms of the power positions relating to locking down that post plant. I gotta say, I want to see an earlier rotation coming out of the Osan players. And then, well, no, Toss doesn't need... Sorry, Mossy doesn't need a damn thing. Never mind, Breadwinner finds 2. DJ will trade that out. So a 2v1. Fearless against Carty and DJ. Bomb is down. 35 seconds to go.
Yeah. Hickam, no 1 versus 2. I like this from Fearless. He's playing off the site. He is gambling that Osan aren't there just yet. No information. He doesn't spot either of them, but they don't either. And that stun check isn't going to land, so they have no idea. 19 seconds. He's gone up top. And he has forced them off this bomb. Now time is a huge factor, and you were too afraid to jump it. You need 7 seconds. Fearless makes sure that it is a clutch, and he is going to deliver in the 1 versus 2. Finds the kill anyways, and brings Hickam into a 2-0 lead.
Superb stuff from Fearless. Stayed alive for so long. Pushed the Osan players. Put themselves in that horrible position. One player dive the bomb, one look over, and we know how that goes on the best of sites, let alone when we're talking about Hacienda, where you can approach that site from about 4 different angles. And as such, Fearless clutches up in style. Beautiful work. I believe we'll be fixing some sort of issue here that comes on through. But it will be 2-0 in favor of Hickam. I got to go back and talk about the way that round goes for Osan a little bit. I actually thought Toss had done you a solid. Wins that first blood fight at top U. That then gives you an opportunity to control that bomb site a little bit better. I think the one thing you were looking for was a quicker rotation from the other Osan players. I don't know if you just had a lack of intel to tell you how many players were in the vicinity. Obviously, we're blessed with X-Ray and Codcaster and everything else. But at that point, you know the gunfights are going on over by the AE bomb. You've seen nothing over by Rock. I need those 2 players to rotate across quicker and support that retake of the site. You do a lot of the things right, though, and then it doesn't matter because Fearless shows that it does indeed have a pair of cojones and locks in the 1v2.
I think we learned that yesterday in the protocol search with Fearless. There were so many times where the guy's just a walking montage. In Search and Destroy. With that sub in hand, there is anything that he can do. I think that is why his name is Fearless the Goat. That is quite the dominant name to name yourself. And honestly, if you yourself are going to name yourself Fearless the Goat, you better be the playmaker. I mean, that is, like, by all means, like, you're setting a precedent for what you need to accomplish. I don't know how you feel about that, Enigma, but that is, like, it's a bold take to load in. You see somebody named Fearless to Go, and you're like, okay, if this guy doesn't shoot, why is he named that?
Yeah, 100%. Your prox chat is going to be getting pretty loud if you're having an absolute dumpster of a game. Your name's Fearless the Goat. You know, but it shows right there that he was indeed fearless about the way he approached the play, continually just making sure to check that bomb site, but it wasn't always from the same angle. Sometimes he's hitting it from the top, sometimes hitting it from the bottom, kind of continuing to move things around a little bit. Always keep the Osan players guessing, because in that moment as well, for the Osan duo that were alive, you end up in the spot where you feel like you've cleared something. There's you've cleared maybe the bottom part of you, but you didn't get like the stun check to come through or anything like that. So as such, because Fearless is doing a great job of dipping in and out of this fight, you're never fully aware of where that opponent's going to be, and therefore you can't set yourself up for an early defuse, and you get pushed into that situation where the time is completely against you. Fearless, very much so, just taking control of the situation by himself, being very proactive in the fight, and well, that's why Osan ended up getting clutch on.
And it seems like it was Mossy who had troubles at the end of that Search and Destroy, and why we are getting this reset going. But it is going to be a 2-0, still standing for Hickam. After that second round clutch from Fearless the Goat, it was Breadwinner First Blood back in round 1. Round 2, Mossy opened up the round. Round 3, we get to load in with Hickam back on the attack. It actually seems like Osan's going to be attacking here. And possibly a way over towards B. They're not going to have trophies for this.
No, they aren't. They get very aggressive. Toss will find your first blood, but DJ then gets cleaned on up. We got the offensive defense the wrong way around, or am I absolutely faded? Anyway, no. We'll just carry on playing. Fearless then to clutch up again. Managed the 1v2 last time. Kills Carty before the bomb even goes down. A 1v2 in one round. Surely then doesn't get a 1v2 as well. Should know that that was bomb on its way down. Surely.
Might not. It would essentially be a 1v3 for Fearless, but the bomb's going down now, and it was stall out 1v2 from the attack. The post plant from Fearless. Now it's going to have to be the retake on the defensive side. Both members from Osan grouping back up over towards the rock. They have no idea where Fearless is coming from. He does have the AR if he wants to slide out, and now he knows there's a player to his right. The information is there. He's waiting for the peek. Finds one, slides out. Almost finds the second. But Osan say not this time, and they're going to put themselves on the board finally.
Fearless in name, fearless in nature. Happy to take this fight on. and must have left Mossy one shot. But he just about holds true. Sees the round out for Osan. I think the one thing that I can say that Fearless does wrong is I think once you kill Carty, you should be aware that that's bombed down. And as such, looking to control that a little bit better. But I don't know. The bomb used to be a giant briefcase that you could spot from miles out. These days, it's a little bit slimmer. I don't know. Maybe Fearless just misses it. But a big hit over to B. We know where Hickam want this bomb to go.
Everybody's grouped up. Trophy is going to stop that util, and Cardi immediately just going to give this one up. Call to the teammates that he needs some help. And hope that that help arrives in time. DJ in trouble, looking to play his life. He's going to lose his wingman and toss, and the bomb gets planted now with the post plan. You got numbers if you're Hickam. You're looking for that 3-1 lead.
Trying to set up some sort of pinch play here, I feel. I'm not sure if Breadwinner is intentionally dropping into what. Yes, it is. To try and reset a potential pinch coming through Lambo and finds an important gunfight win onto DJ. Will be traded out, but you've spent enough time shutting down this push. You've got just 15 seconds if you're Carty. If you're Mossy, Carty falls. Mossy in the 1v2 with very little time to go and will not do a dent in the Hickam post-plant setup. I gotta give it to Bread there. I was a little bit worried about that drop into water, but I like the plan. He sees that there's a pinch coming on through. We're probably going to have players coming in through Lambo, potentially off his side or through mid. And he then decides to take control of that situation over by Lambo and wins a very difficult gunfight to give his team an opportunity when it comes to the numbers. Well, from there, despite Mossy's best efforts at 4-1 right now, teams are tied.
Teams are tied up right now on stream. However, after the reset, it is Hickam up 3-1 now. So something to keep in the back of your minds as it is back onto the offense for Osan. See if they can repeat this. And Mossy with the bomb. He is getting aggressive. He flanked it last round. Surely they read it. And it doesn't happen a second time. Toss is going to be spotted. Feet are out. And still, Mossy hasn't made a play on the flank. And now Hickam are starting to contract on this play. They got players in behind. Carty's in trouble, surrounded. He needs Mossy's help, but he is nowhere to be seen.
I'm just not sure what happens here. I think you're right that Mossy is maybe supposed to activate through office and set up some sort of pinch that then allows the Osan players coming from Lambo's side to kind of break through and get that plant down, but it just never comes in from Mossy. And then by the time you kind of get yourself into a position where you're starting to take gunfights, the Hickam players and then starting to actually flank on you. It's just too slow. It's waiting on things to happen. It's, again, just not taking a real hold of situations, not being proactive enough. Not sure whether it's a miscomm. I'm not sure whether it's a misunderstanding of what the play should have been. But either way, Hickam won't care. They go up 4-1 in this. Miles also on a 3. Let's keep an eye on in case he gets to that RCXD. For Osan, I feel like you got to stop the bleeding here. Hickam have well and truly taken control of this map.
Yes, they have. So, 4-1 you go. Back onto the offense. Quick hit over to A. Skirk has the idea that a player probably snuck through New Hall, and he has. It's Mossy. He's going to be looking for a quick flank through well.
Toss. You do have a Semtex to potentially flush that out with. Mossy, he's going to be back down well side. So the problem here for Osan, we're trying to set up a pinch, but both of your players have been back down. You need to kind of activate around the same time. DJ Carty looking to play out through you. Toss, though, is going to be cleared out of Garden. Oh, Breadwinner wins a beauty. Breadwinner wins 2 absolute stunners.
Yeah,
to leave Mossy in a 1v4. I feel like it's another one of those moments. We've said this a lot through this game already. There's the right idea coming out of Osan. Like, you know, you get that A site retake going. You want one player coming in through Garden, one player coming in through Well, and then a couple of players playing out of U side. It just feels like when it comes to the actual execution, it's all sorts of different timings, and it just doesn't feel convincing.
No, and then just when you do see a player like Breadwinner get into a position like that, he's just not going to miss. Literally snapping over towards DJ, and
Yeah, he's not
You
bad.
give him an inch, he's going to take a mile. One of those moments where even you had players essentially top Newhall. You had a stun and nade on both Cardi and DJ. And no utility is going to get used to assist Mossy in trying to get through well. I feel like that is immediately what you look to, is just trying to get your player into a successful flank position, but you never truly see it. C-Skirt, he's going to be slid on, and first blood going to DJ.
Yeah, I think C-Skirt doesn't see DJ there. Or maybe he's like, wait, did I see something? Toss deals with the RCXD. He took a lot of damage, though, so we'll be back down. Breadwinner. This side of the map, the guy that we've just been hyping up for how good his shots look. Well, he won't get number 6, but preempts the idea of a Chow coming in from Toss. Great read. Finds himself his 6th. 3v3, make that 3v2. An important kill from DJ to continue to have a numbers advantage, although you give it up 25 seconds 2v2.
Well, he's got money on his mind. He's ready to put food on the table. Breadwinner. Will Hickam clutch up yet again and steal this series? 1 versus 2, 14 seconds against the clock. He's taking the scenic route over, and there's just no time to get this done. Even if you find the kills, you're not getting the defuse. So kill number 7 in a row for Breadwinner, but it is going to be the second round for Osan, as they stay alive in the Hacienda search and destroy it, and really coming off of what has been a couple of successful first bloods against C-Skirk up in that new hall, giving them the chances to get that A-bomb down.
Hickam. You see the looks on the players' faces on the right there. Maybe just 1 point away from seeing this map out, but you can tell that they're still very much so making sure they're locked in at this point. 5-2 currently. Those of you who missed the reset. DJ stun goes out, it catches, but is he ready for all of this pressure? It's overwhelming, surely.
C-Skirk finds his revenge. 4v2, the B site has fallen. Dominoes. That's Osan to Hickam, and Breadwinner's gonna make this a 1 versus 3. 1 versus 4 for Mossy, as he gets that first kill. But what a moment this would be to keep your team alive. 6 and 4. If there's anybody in this moment that you want to have here, it is going to be this player on our screen.
But you needed that kill to come through. That's tough. Mossy then, SMG in hand, he's going to chow close. Finds one, and well, doesn't read that Bread had come back for the extra fight, and leaves a little bit of extra love at the end of map 2. Bread absolutely deserving of getting the final kill in that one, because it feels like he was the guy that decided to take over just as Osan tried to put themselves back in the contest. Hickam's superstar pops off to put them 1 map away from the next round of winners bracket.
Exactly that, and they make it look quite simple. They walk through the park for this Hickam team. We both expected this team to be strong, and they are delivering. We hyped up Breadwinner going in towards it. He's had some beautiful moments, I'd say, throughout the entire series. I think he finishes that on a 9 spree, as he did have 8 in a row after that kill. He got towards the top of lobby, but what a game just in general for a Search and Destroy. I feel like when you have a player in Search who's finding sprees like that, the game feels nearly unwinnable. There are moments for Osan where they probably could have won those rounds, but they just couldn't win some of these important one-on-one gunfights. It's just, you have players like Fearless, and you have players like Breadwinner that at any given moment they could find a double kill, maybe even a triple kill at times.
Well, I come back to like some of the stuff we've been saying about Osan through that map, which is there was a lot of right ideas. You know, you're trying to retake that A site, for example. You send a player, player in through various different directions, and you set up some sort of pinch, a net to just contain your opposing players, set up all these angles that you can then crossfire. It's a beautiful, setup for the play.
Yeah.
The execution's just off. It's just maybe a slight timing thing, maybe a slight comm thing. Could just be a skill issue. For example, Breadwinner picking up a big 2-piece over by tin. You just can't really account for big gunfights like that sometimes. It's purely an individual skill moment. But there was a couple of different rounds where, we saw the one where bombs being moved on over. We're waiting for Mossy to activate through office. Can you get in around the back there? Let your players out of Lambo and collapse on this team. These 2 players that were holding you back at Rock, basically. and it just never really happens. And it's those little moments where maybe you just need a little bit of faith if you're Mossy in the game plan. We've spoken about how a couple of teams have come into PACAF with a lack of S&D time. I think we're seeing that a little bit with Osan. They have an understanding of how they want to play it. It's just about ticking all the boxes in the correct order.
I mean, I think back to that Mossy play. If he hit that flank, he had 2 free kills. They had no idea he was flanking like that and that fast as well. And it's unfortunate when we get to see it through the X-rays, but it's hindsight, of course, from the players. Obviously, the pressure of being on stage is something that we don't feel here on the desk. But we got one more map at least on this series. A reverse sweep is what you're looking at for Osan to take it and upset Hickam now. We're going to vault control very soon after this break.
In Search and Destroy, teams compete in round-based, single-life combat over 2 bomb sites. One team is designated as the attacking team, where their goal is to plant a bomb at either bomb site before time expires. The other team must defend these bomb sites, preventing the attacking team from planting the bomb at all costs. Additionally, either team can win the round by eliminating all members of the opposing team. If the attacking team plants the bomb, a 45-second timer will begin where the defending team must now defuse the bomb before time expires, even if they have killed all enemy players. Defusing the bomb takes 7 seconds, so players must ensure enough time remains to secure the round. Teams will switch sides after each round, and the first team to win 6 rounds will claim victory.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Said it was going to be a quick little break. We're back. We got Vault Control getting ready, and Hickam versus Osan. It's been a treat of a match, Andy, I'll say, and just kind of recapping what we've seen so far. Hardpoint and Search and Destroy hasn't really been that close in terms of score, but the small moments that we get from Osan, they're really showing us just glimpses of what this team truly can be. I've been impressed with the plays that we've been getting from Mossy. I've been impressed with DJ as well. Toss at times was grabbing some first bloods over towards that Search and Destroy, but you made a good point before we went to a break and saying that this team, they're just lacking some confidence, and if they can find that confidence, I feel like they would find some new strides throughout this tournament.
Yeah, right now I'm looking at this Osan team as one of the ones that could make a bit of a run through the lower bracket once they do find that confidence, because it feels like all the right ideas are there. I think they're just a little bit scared about executing them up against some of these big names that you're looking across at when it comes to Hickam. And we've seen, you know, map 1, they came out Osan and picked up like 35 points off the first hill immediately, really put themselves into a great spot. But it was once Hickam kind of took a hold of the game, you just couldn't wrestle that back from them. S&D, that's 6-2. We've spoken about multiple rounds. That could easily have gone all the way down to around 10 or 11. So yeah, Osan, you've got yourself then into a spot where you've got a reverse sweep if you're going to manage to pull something off in this series. It would definitely be an upset. We're then looking at Vault Control to begin that whole process. For Osan, we've spoken a little bit in the back. Usually, Vault is the hardest map to win an attack round on, I feel, when it comes to control. Hasn't been the case this weekend, though.
No, it hasn't, and I feel like it's one of those maps that when you figure it out, and if you get a quick 4 down and transition from A to B, you get a player into art, you start spawning those defensive players over towards P4, and that spawn is quite a considerable ways away from that B zone. That's when you start seeing that B zone is capable, and this is a very, you know, big map in terms of control where teams are starting to figure out the offensive rounds. And I think if there's any map I would prefer to go to in terms of winning offenses, it would be a map like Vault, where your subs or ARs can overextend, flip those spawns, or at least force those spawns away, and set themselves up into positions to allow you to transfer over towards B safely. This is one of those maps that I think is winnable for offense, and people don't really go here as often as I'd expect, and possibly it might be because of how easy it is to get spawn trapped at the same time.
Yeah, it can be one of those maps where if you get off to a really bad start, you're about to find out what spawn traps looks like, and that can be offensively or defensively. You give up art control, you suddenly get bullied all the way back towards P4. You're going to find out how difficult it is to rotate out of that building. But yeah, especially, sorry, defensively, but also on the offensive side of things. I mean, you and me have been here multiple times where we've seen people trapped, whether it be over by P2, dirt, trophy, you're barely getting to spawn in before getting ripped. So it's very much so a case of you don't want to see that if you're up here on the desk or if you're in chat. You want to see these teams dueling big time over the points, and quite often that comes down to a strategy on offense of fight for A, give yourself that extra minute, and then put as much pressure on art as you can. You spoke about like transitional moments there. That's certainly something that we're looking for when it comes to moving from A to B. Who is proactive about getting art control, because that is the big landmark when it comes to making sure you're locking down B.
Yeah, and it's not like, I'd say, like, even if you want to go further than that, if you have a player who's like struggling to get out of your spawn and you're spawning on the offensive side over towards P2, if somebody can like sneak through poolside and get over towards even that like P4 building area, get up top, and you have a good chance at, like, again, forcing those spawns deep art, and then that allows your teammates to get towards A, and you have somebody blocking off those respawning players and giving a lot of attention over towards where your position is and where, you know, the opponents need to focus on taking you away from. So I think Vault is just one of those situations on defense where it's like a teeter-totter in terms of like give and take. Is like you're going to be forcing somebody and manipulating those spawns all around on this map, and you just have to hope your teammates are going to pick up those routes that you're kind of leaving open.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that the conversation then moves to the star players that we're kind of keeping an eye on here. I think for Hickam, you've seen 2 players really step up. Redwinner was 10-2 in the S&D, at least in just the 6 rounds that we got to see following the reset. I think overall that's going to be a 13-3 scoreline, which is quite frankly an insane S&D performance. When it came to the Hardpoint, it was Seaskirk. He was the person that took over their 35-18 performance. So I'm looking then over at Osan and I'm thinking, okay, well, who's the player that's going to step up? We've seen great moments out of a few, but if I was to pass that over to you, my friend, is there anyone that you're looking at and thinking, all right, you guys have really got to start to do something if you're going to punch your team through to later stages of this series?
You know what? And it's easy to just kind of single out anybody, but from Osan, it's got to be the entire team, because it's like, this is a situation where Hickam, as a squad, you plug and play any one of these individuals and they can pop off in those key moments. It hasn't been the same for Osan, and you can't just look at one player from carrying a single series. I think it has to be the whole team playing their roles and playing them as good as you possibly can play those roles, because when you're in a match like BO6 where it's like it's a very fast game in like response to recent titles that we've had. It's quick maps, small maps, and it's easy for those pop-off players to really make those plays and hit those flanks. You need to have somebody on Osan ready to catch those plays and shut them down, and it just can't be one player. It's got to be a full team.
Very true, very fair. I think you know, it is a case of you spoke there about, you know, the potential transition from A to B. That's one of those moments where you are looking for certain players to just step up and kind of, you know, all right, well, have we got all the information gained? Are we coming on through exactly where these players are spawning up? You don't want to let someone slip through, for example, over by elbow side, solo side, and get themselves in through P4 and then get caught in with a player coming through your back door at R. It's just some of those moments that we sometimes see quite often. You know, we see these even at challenger level where we suddenly go, okay, you've not counted your players off. You've not done some of the intangibles that really ensure that your fundamentals are really good in COD. So yeah, if Osan are going to stand a chance here, the last thing you want is someone like a Breadwinner, a Seaskirk, getting in through your back line. You got to make sure that at all times you're counting up who you've killed and you've got information around the map.
So we're just getting these players loaded up, and right now I'm taking a peek at the monitors. That does look like Vault to me, Enigma, so possibly loading into this map. We are loading into this map 3 between Hickam Air Force Base and Osan Air Base. Both matching up here for a chance for Osan to kick this reverse sweep. Hickam looking to shut that down and push further into the winner's bracket. We kick things off with Toss finding a kill into Breadwinner. DJ doubles down. It's a 2-for-1 trade as they got their eyes set on A.
DJ gonna get aggressive through square, holding Lion. Guess the first fight. Should have information on the second. Does well to just get out alive, though. No important lives can be. The problem is the player you leave alive is going to be Fearless, and he then activates through mid to really get control. DJ, though, still being a nuisance. Oh my god, nah, absolutely having a pop-off moment here. We said certain players are you going to step up and deliver. Well, 4 in a row. Make that 5 for DJ. He starts this map off.
Miles in behind the play towards A. He finds 2. Little drop shot action. 56 seconds. That A zone's going to be depleted. And they even find Cardi, who is looking to flank all the way through pool. So eyes forward for Hickam as the spawn trap now for Seaskirk is looking to get work done as he's going to be shooting a couple of these players in behind. And fortunately enough for Osan, I think you're looking at this one and you are not down in lives. The issue is you just haven't been able to turn these kills into objective pressure.
Skirk, oh, there, you'd managed to lock in for a few more, but yeah, Osan here, yeah, as you said, getting a couple of kills, but it doesn't really feel like it's turning into much purchase. You want to find, if you're getting yourself those 2 or 3 kills, you're then getting it progress on a segment. The problem is DJ isolated alone here. His teammates start to win a couple of fights elsewhere. 2 players do dive onto B, so you have got Toss, you have got Mossy trying to make something happen. Hopefully that then alleviates some pressure, gives a pathway to his teammates to A. But the problem is, again, as one thing maybe starts to happen elsewhere, there's just nothing coming on the other angle. And as such, Hickam will find it far too easy to send you packing.
Yeah, they're just so good at finding the kills from site to site and ping pong that. Back over towards A. One last shot. 0.3 seconds. You die, you're done. But you haven't gone out just yet, and you're going to get extra progression over towards this A zone. Fearless finally gets the player off of it. And that's going to be Hickam finishing off this round 1 defense, giving up 2 segments to Osan.
I think right now, if you're Hickam, you'll happily give up those 2 segments, because on the slaying side of things, the lives until the very end there weren't really too far apart. It's just a case of, I think you called it spot on, where any kills, any pressure, any presence that you did get from Osan just didn't turn into the most important thing, and that is ticks on the map. You talk about moments like DJ, for example, popping off with a 5 to get things started. He's doing all that great work around the cat, around square, trying to cut off Lion, and the one fight that he can't take because he's weak is against Fearless, and then Fearless walks straight through the map and finds a 2-piece. So it's moments like that where, you know, DJ explodes, he has himself a hero moment, his teammates have got to make sure they're then delivering on that. Well, Mossy 1 and 7. That's not the start you want to see.
3 down. Hickam working over towards A. They have the stack as well, so this is going to go fast. Players off the respawn. Gonna have to wait for each other to set up. But Breadwinner already on the case to look to see if they can cut off some of these players looking for angles. Toss is going to win that fight. Now up top, can you stop the progression? You can. So third tick's not in. You get the kills. You hold on.
Certainly think for Osan becomes that you only managed 2 ticks in the whole of the last round, and Hickam already have 2 with over a minute to go. Bread 10 and 5 will get dropped by Carty, who has more company, but he finds 2. Player left, player right will get cut down. More pressure over here by A, but a great clear by Osan, who then are able to push through and might get lights control as well. So, but and DJ as well reads that there's going to be players heading on over towards B. I tell you what, DJ doing his utmost here. 15 and 7, having himself a map. And what he needs is for the rest of his boys to help take back that B zone.
He's like, guys, come on. It can't just be me right now. But he is the hero his team needs. And deserves at this point. Segment over towards B. Second one getting worked on. Double stack. You lose a player out in palms. And now you're threatened by the potential flank, which is coming by way of DJ. Cardi's going to drop down. You got a pinch play forming. Only able to find the one. Fearless still working on this third segment. He's going to drop. So you're not going to get a capture just yet, but you got 33 seconds to capture one of 2 progress bars at A or B.
Miles and Bread Fearless tried to double up. As Toss finds one and then falls to Bread, who finds himself a very important 2-piece. A captured. B surely very, very close. It will come on through. And that is a dagger. So all the work Osan had done, especially DJ, who was having himself one hell of a map. Again, it's those moments of Hickam just suddenly turn on the afterburners, find themselves a 2 or 3 that then gives them presence on the point. Something we didn't see Osan manage in their offensive round before. Tick's already standing at 6 and 2. So Osan going to have to win an offense here. Then try and lock out a defense completely, basically, in order to try and give themselves that preferred defensive side. It's a tall order. We've written many a fairy tale, legendary stories of teams pulling off perfect reverse sweeps. Well, also, I'm going to need DJ, Mossy, Carty, Toss at their absolute best to stand a chance.
And it's like, you get those 3 down at A, and then as a team, you just leave the route to B wide open. So it's like, those kills are good, but they're not really doing anything for you because you're not taking space off of those kills and you're just allowing Hickam to get back into an advantageous position. You need to recognize where the map is open and where you need to be after you're finding value, and you just don't really see that progressive. You don't really see that aggression coming out from Osan really ever. And even now, I mean, Mossy, he is dancing over towards lobby. He gets the kill. You're getting time over towards A, but nobody's really stacking it. Now you get 3 down. I want to see these players jump A ASAP and try to get it done.
I fully agree. I do agree, but the problem is then Miles gets complete hold of Catwalk for free. A does come on through, though, so he's done the important thing. He's caught the point. Kai will find 2 on exit. And that will give you a whole minute 50 to then try and play out for B. Problem is, Bread finds 2. And if he gets himself into trophy here, you get the deepest spawn away if you are Osan. And you have got to clear a human turret from one of the more important points on the map.
But this is that moment. You're spawning over towards P2. You overextend through pool and you try to get P4 control. It's shut down, but you can see that Osan are trying to work out of this spawn trap. And they are doing it with the knowledge, with the strats properly to attain it. Still Breadwinner's in behind, so eventually you got to communicate that there's possibly a player that is messing with this one. Cardi's going to get dropped on, so that is a kill in behind. Breadwinner now solidifies that he is in a position to completely thwart this B hit. That's not going to help with DJ going down. Toss follows up, and 3 kills should stunt this attack completely.
Mossy kind of does the right thing here. He's just being a distraction. Look at number 5 on your minimap. Miles is worried about him, and therefore isn't really able to fully support this B defense. What Mossy needs is for his teammates to activate at the front, find a couple of kills, Mossy actually will get himself into art as Toss then wins the fight. Mossy doesn't even have to take it. He can support up high though. Should have an AR at his feet to fight with. Does he read that the spawn's coming in? If he can keep art control, let his teammates push up through pillars, every opportunity to fight for B.
Still a chance. 2 down. Toss is going to touch the B zone. Contest in, but a nade from Fearless. And here's the stack. Mossy at R. This is the cutoff that you're looking for. Nobody's going to be able to cross this street without looking both ways. But you do give up the pressure over towards Art. Again,
No.
Fearless nips at the toes of Toss, turns it into a double kill, and you fight your way out if you're Hickam.
I feel like that's one of those moments that we've spoken about so many times. I think there's a miscomm or a miscount. That can't happen. That can't happen. Toss gets absolutely buried by Breadwinner. We're going to come back to the point that I was trying to make because Osan have got to send it. 5 against 12. 8 seconds on the clock. You got to at least give it a go. Try and touch it. And there is nothing. Corey, I don't know where you're going, my friend. We're playing control. Unfortunately, that'll be too easy for Hickam. But there's a moment there that I kind of want to go back to, and that is you get the Osan players who do a great job. You get art control, you get plays onto the point, and then there's a moment where the players on the point are turned and looking at mid-cut. You should not have been doing that at any point because you have killed 4 players recently, and you should have counted off that those 4 players must be respawning deep. And unless they manage to punch through mid, which you haven't seen at any point that happen, and the timing I don't even think was there, there's no way that they've made mid-cut. And that's the difference between seeing out that B point and pushing us around or just being turned the wrong way, getting shot in the back and dying.
Yeah, hey, you see the players having a little bit of fun in the camera too after that 3-0 for Hickam. All smiles on their side. Osan can't say the same, and we get a look back at this series where it just was dominance from start to finish from Hickam. A lot of people would have expected this after the performance that they had yesterday on stream for their group side of things. Osan, they had moments, and even, you know, throughout the search and destroy in control, you saw that this is a team that has potential. As you know, players like DJ, Mossy were very aggressive in their roles and trying to find kills. It's just when you're playing game modes like respawns where you have that extra objective that you have to look towards, it just isn't very I'd say the communication isn't really there and the strategy isn't really there to, you know, find those kills and then jump on the OBJ time, because it is something that is very difficult to do for teams if you're not really prepared for it, if you don't really have that early kind of talk of who's going to be the one to be that role player to jump into it. And we just saw times inside of those respawns where the urgency was a little bit missing from the side of Osan. But fortunately, they're not going to be missing just yet from the tournament. They still have more games to play, Andy.
They do indeed, and we've both said that we see a couple of sparks in this Osan team, a couple of individuals in particular that could generate a really good lower bracket run, generate some confidence and momentum that then helps them take these closer moments against Hickam. This is a 3-0 on paper. It is going to be a 3-0 in the control, and a lot of the scores aren't going to look pretty for Osan, but those moments, the start of the hard point looked really good out of Osan. They seem to have a real grasp of things. There was a couple of moments in the S&D, a couple of moments in the control. It's like, if you just nail down the finer bits of the execution part, then you're taking the battle so often. One of the hardest things, and we've seen a couple of the teams struggle with this, is having the right idea on how to retake situations and how to really capitalize on moments. They seem to have that locked down. So I'm really looking forward to seeing a lot more of them through this tournament and where they end up getting to, because they do generate some momentum under their legs. I don't know, man. We could see a squad that's got upset potential. For Hickam, of course, they push on forward. They continue to look every bit the team that we've come to find them out to be so far through this tournament.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait to see Osan again to see if they can put things together one final time. But we do have a player from Hickam into the interview booth. It's going to be Miles. Welcome and congratulations, buddy, off of that 3-0 sweep. I'm sure you guys, you know, coming out with confidence after your performances yesterday in the group stages. Is there anything that you guys over the course of day 1 into day 2 have kind of reflected on where you can improve to solidify yourselves as the best here in PACAF?
We find ourselves coming up with a, you know, execution to what we want to do, but we don't actually find ourselves following through sometimes. So we work through just actually doing what we say we're going to do, but for the most part, we're doing pretty well.
I got to ask Miles, because we didn't get to see it on main stage. You played in a game yesterday that went 3-2, game 5. round 11. You guys came out on the wrong side of that result, but you guys look absolutely superb. Is the matchup or potential rematch between you and Kadena the kind of moment that we should all be looking out for? Sorry, not Kadena, Masawa, the moment that we should all be looking for here? Because with how good you guys look, the fact that that went to a game 5 says to me that if you two do play each other again, that's one hell of a series.
Yeah, I have to say, you know, a lot of the same outcomes. We're getting good challenges and stuff, but Masawa really gave us a run. Probably the most fun I've had playing Call of Duty in a long time. Good competition. Like you said, we just went to the very end. Didn't come out on top, but a lot to reflect on from there.
Yeah, I mean, game 5, round 11, that could go either way for sure. And looking forward to hopefully getting to cast over that when you two do re-meet. But you said there, a lot of fun playing Call of Duty right now. I've asked this to a couple of folks, but I'm going to also throw that question to you. What does it mean to be able to play online? Obviously, we've just brought PACAF into this competition, and you've got the opportunity to compete to get to Worlds. So tell me, in your own words, what that means.
Just, you know, playing competitively in a game I've always enjoyed from a very young age. It's kind of, you know, like a blurry view, just like it doesn't seem like it's real, but most part it's just mostly about having fun for me the best I can. Winning would be nice, but if we lose, we got to play a video game, so.
That's too nice. That is too nice of an answer, Miles. And I don't know if I'm going to be okay with that nice answer right now. I got to hear from you. We got some competition. I've seen some bodies get shot. I saw you guys throwing up 3 zeros on the camera there when you guys won that game as well. Come on, give me some trash talk towards some of these teams. Do you have anybody that feels like a rivalry that you want to get your revenge against?
I mean, definitely Masawa. You know, it's a very close game. You know, I'm not as talented as some of the other players, but we definitely had a chance running there. So if we get the chance to possibly come back and beat them, that'd be very nice.
It would be, and it's going to be a great time if you do get that rematch for sure. You're too nice, Miles. I'm not going to push you anymore to try to say anything mean towards these teams. But before we let you go, is there anybody maybe watching that you want to shout out on the stream? Anybody back at home, possibly?
I got a few family, friends watching. Shout out to Blaine. He's cool. And my wife, of course.
And we love it. Always family support coming out here, Miles. So thank you for showing up. Thank you for joining us on the interview booth. And good luck in your next match, my friend.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the opportunity.
I feel like I'm really dancing with something that I shouldn't be when I'm asking players to trash talk. But I was hoping he would keep it PG, and he did exactly that, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, really nice guy, I think is what I walk away with there. We got to see on the player cams there some 3-0s getting thrown up, plenty of body shots for sure. And it's one of those where you're kind of like, Miles, where do you fit in this? He comes into the conversation. He's all very respectful, very kind to his opponents. So yeah, I think that Miles is very happy just going about doing the work. I've seen a couple of stats and stuff. He looks like the kind of player who's basically playing hill kitten, letting his superstars pop off around the map, setting them up for that, being the glue guy. So very much so the player that the squad need him to be, and letting a couple of the other egos on the team get filled. Yeah. And you know what? Everybody in chat and everybody at home, I'm sure you are thanking your hill kittens for the hard work that they do throughout your ranked games, throughout your comp games, and whatever they are carrying you to success for. But Andy, that's going to be all for our matchup here between these two. That finishes up our matches as well for winners round 1. Coming up next after the break, we're going to be moving deeper into the bracket, looking towards who's going to move further through and possibly who is going to bow out. So stay tuned, everybody. You're watching the PACAF Esports Championships. We'll come back with more Call of Duty.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
We are back with more Call of Duty here at the PACAF Esports Championships over at Yokota Air Force Base in Tokyo, Japan. My name is Seymour, now joined on the desk by Infinity. Brody, we just had a match that was 3-0 by Hickam. I think we all expected Hickam to still look like one of the better teams today, but for, you know, the likes of Hickam just as a team, do they look like, in your eyes, the team or one of the teams just to completely beat? Do you think they can make that run?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, right now, I think, again, it sounds like it's just a forehead comment to make because, like, they're the top 4 teams from group stages, but it feels like, for me, like, it would be kind of silly not to pick out Misawa, Hickam, Kadena, and Anderson as, like, 4 that I feel like are cut above the rest at the moment. Anderson is yet to fully prove that to me, just because of the fact that they were unable to really do much at all versus Kadena. But apparently Kadena are, like, the top dogs that everyone has to be concerned about. But for sure, Hickam are in that conversation. They're one of the teams to beat in this competition. But I'm excited to find out really where Anderson fit amongst that. Again, you know, the fact they didn't do anything versus Kadena. I think, you know, again, when they come up against the likes of Misawa or, you know, for example, Hickam, it should be interesting to see kind of what they do.
Yeah, and I don't want to sound a little bit biased now in saying this or anything, but once upon a time with my brother in the military, shout out to him. He travels all over to all kinds of bases. I met up with him, and he gifted me this lovely little challenge coin, which is actually from Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam. So I thought that was really cool that now I get to cast over Hickam Air Force Base, and I have that little piece of memorabilia. So shout out to Hickam. They looked great, and we can now move into our next match on stream as we push on through to winners round 2. And it is going to be Misawa taking on Anderson. Brody, we got to see Anderson earlier on stream. You and Andy got to cast over that. Now taking on a team like Misawa that, you know, quite like your Hickams or your Kadenas also are looking like one of the teams to beat.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think the paths to where they were at were ever so slightly different, right? Of course, Misawa topping their group pretty clean throughout. Of course, they did have to go all the way to a Game 5 for Round 11 versus Hickam to do so, but still, they ended up with the first seed out of their group. Of course, they've just come off the back of a 3-0 against Osan as well. So Misawa's looking like a huge threat, but I think Anderson a little bit underrated here again. Unfortunately, they did get ran through by Kadena, but beyond that, they have looked like a solid roster. We saw them at the top of the show today against Yokota, and they look really outside the hard point, like totally dominant. They ran through Yokota in search and destroy and in control as well. So for both of these two teams, slightly different paths. Both of them are top threats here in the PACAF Championship. And a reminder for folks at home as well, look at the way this bracket is set up. The winner of this matchup guarantees top 3 in this tournament. What does that mean from Seymour?
It means that you get to punch your ticket to the World Championships for the AFG World Tour that we have going on here. PACAF Championships is just the beginning. And chat, you guys are quiet in chat right now, and I am disappointed. You just saw the bracket. Give me some predictions, not just for this match, but for who you think are going to be the top 3 teams that we see going on through to the World Championships later on in June over at Buckley Space Force Base. But looking in for Anderson versus Misawa, we get a look at the players now on each team, Brody. And looking at Anderson Air Force Base, first and foremost, I mean, this is a team where Andy was talking about upset potential back for, and I think that this is one of those teams that does have upset of potential. And immediately I look towards the first 2 that we see here, Loading and OC. They are incredible.
Honestly, all the players have their moments, right? I think OC and Loading are definitely the standout players on this roster. They have the most step-up potential, as it were. But all of the players across the board, especially, you know, shout out to Big Mike and Driplord, because those guys do a lot of OBJ work for the roster. All of them have pop-off potential for sure. So Anderson, I think, is on the whole, a really scary roster. But we talk about Misawa on the other side. I gotta give some love to Goldfish. That guy clutches up time and time again. I've seen him multiple times now throughout this tournament. He is the player that I'm looking out for on this roster, but there's a lot of shooters on both sides of the field.
There are so many shooters on both sides of the fields, and there's a reason why they're here in this position. Misawa, we haven't seen them on stream for quite a while, as we actually didn't really get to see them after their first match against Yokota Air Force Base yesterday, Brody. So now finding their way back on stream, I think this is going to be fun to see how they perform against a squad that has just been rising throughout the ranks of the groups into the brackets, and now towards a chance to qualify for top 3 here at the PACAF Esports Championships. Let's look at the maps for this series to see where the setting is going to be laid out for a best of 5. We get a vault map number 1, as we can see the fly through going through, but Hacienda Search and Destroy again is something that we saw Anderson play in their match. We get the Vault Control map 3, so a Vault sandwich for our first 3 maps, but then we get Skyline Hardpoint and a Vault Search, and I have a feeling we might even be seeing that Skyline Hardpoint today.
Yeah, real potential for this series to go the distance, for sure. I'll say again, you know, going back towards that Hacienda Search and Destroy, and we'll kind of dive deeper into it when we get to it in the series. That was a 6-1 victory for Anderson over Yokota in their matchup earlier on today. And as has been the case for a lot of these matches here in the PACAF Esports Championships, I think it is just the case where sometimes Team A isn't really doing anything particularly special to beat Team B. Team B is just not playing anywhere near as decisively, and it's just like those small differences in gameplay can really make or break a game of Search and Destroy. That has been the case so many times for so many different teams across this tournament, and that most certainly was the case earlier on. So really, I don't even think it's going to be the question for me of how good Anderson play, because they have been playing pretty well. For me, it's going to be a question of, all right, how good are Misawa going to play in Search and Destroy? Because they've been looking pretty good in the game mode. So I think we might have a competition on our hands.
Yeah, I think I agree with that too, because even yesterday, in the matchup that we didn't get to see on stream where they were playing Hickam. They had a round 11 in the Search and Destroy. Obviously, a little bit of contention inside of that game mode where, you know, it's not as easy going and straightforward as you would have expected. But versus Anderson, do we still see those troubles? Are they still going to wake up to be one of those dominant teams? We got questions that need to be answered, Brody. And I think that first and foremost, that one of those questions also comes down to our predictions as well for this series, because you are going for a little bit of an upset here, which honestly, I tip you for that one. That is very bold for somebody who started off the day as the leader for the predictions off of day number 1. You're going for the 3-2 on Anderson. Tell me about it. Come on. Why are you going for this?
The way I'm looking at this right now is, again, it's momentum based, right? I think the hard points are kind of the weakest spot right now for Anderson, and that's where I feel like Misawa are going to get into this series. For me, then, the question is, are they going to be able to bounce back in the Search and Destroys and the control? I think the answer is yes. We've seen exemplary control from Anderson, and the Search and Destroy also looked pretty good earlier on today. So that's how I see this series going down. I'm honestly, I'll be honest with you, mate, I'm kind of going off vibes at this point. I feel like the vibes are high in the Anderson camp. Let's see, though, if things turn out well for them. We're getting into the Vault Hardpoint again. I would not be surprised if Misawa come out on top here.
Looks like it's nighttime in Vault, as Knight's going to kick things off with a double kill from Misawa. Jump into that time and see if he can garner a little bit of the objective for Misawa. He's going to go down, but his teammate steps up, and Nase Michi, again, popping into that kill feed, allowing some safe passage for the rest of your squad to get into the hard points as you're surrounded now from Anderson. They get some kills, 3 down the other way, looking for a break into the hill.
Yep, last player goes down as well, so Sweet down for the countdown. 15 seconds left on this hill. Choice now for Misawa is to just focus mostly on this rotation. They might send a couple of players in towards the old hard point, but not really much of an investment beyond that. Nice kill coming through from Goldfish to that rotation. Everybody down for the count, and all of a sudden, Misawa have flipped out this map. They've got control of that roto.
Sweet. Trying to find a few exit kills through mid. And there goes Drip Lord. I was wondering.
Yeah, I was
it was a little bit too quiet on the
happen.
Western Front. So we know what's going on here, Brody. We're going to be resetting the map. Headsets off, smiles. Everybody just, they know the drill. It's let's get them back into it. Let's restart this thing. And, you know, fortunately enough, it was only 1 hill in.
Yeah, I kind of knew. I could see. Who was it? I'm not too sure who was it disconnected. With a player in the middle of the map, whoever it was. It was Drip Lord, yeah. Whoever was in the middle of the map, it was Drip Lord, just like, just chilling. And I was like, oh no. Oh no, we're losing the player here. This is definitely going to get reset. Of course, if for those of you guys who aren't aware, effectively, the rule here is that if a lag out happens before, I believe, a combined 150 points occurs, then we will do a full reset of the game. And to be fair, I mean, what we were like, the second hill had just about popped there, so I don't think it particularly matters all that much. That being said, I think, you know, if we were to analyze 1 hard point's worth of hard point right, Seymour, I would say I'm pretty impressed from both teams there off the rip. Anderson, they come out, they win the majority time on P1, but that break for P2 from Misawa was pretty cool.
It was. But we are definitely putting a microscope down on it. I saw a little Philip walking past the camera. Shout out him. But we're definitely putting a microscope on, you know, what is going on right now inside of that first hill for sure, Brody. But yeah, the break off was really contested. You saw kills from both sides. Nothing really dominant in terms of the slaying. It's just one thing that I've noticed for teams, and it really comes down to those experienced teams who have been playing Call of Duty for a while, have that, you know, competitive edge to them for a game like BO6. It's just the fact that Misawa immediately after finding those opening kills hopped into the hard point like it was nothing. It's just, you know what you need to do. And for Anderson as a team that's going to fight against Misawa here, and a team that we have seen struggle in these respawns at times versus teams lesser than Misawa, we need to see them do quite the same if they want to take them down.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, Matt, I think I've got everybody on Anderson firing on all cylinders, right? I know we've been kind of highlighting OC and loading at various points, and for good reason. Both of those players have had their moments for sure, but Drip Lord, Big Mike, both of those guys have got to get involved as well. You got to make sure you're outslaying Misawa at every single turn, because when you've got players like Sweet and Goldfish on the other side, oh boy, things can get out of hand real darn quickly. But we're back into the game, folks. Not long before we hit the full reset here, and already off the rip here, the vying for the gunfight in the middle of the map goes down. Pinstripe kill feed, and on the 3-2 trade, it is going to be Anderson that, or Misawa, excuse me, that touched first this time around.
Sweet 3 kills off the opening break. He's going to line a couple more up. Almost a chance for him to get 5, but 4 is going to be where the spree stops. Anderson with the better side for the rotation over towards P2. You see spawns flip out. Things get chaotic, and Sweet and Goldfish solidified the better side spawns, but Anderson looking to see if they can get some of this back-end time.
Yeah, you're more than happy to kind of give up this time if you are Masao. You'll send a couple of players in towards that scrap to take it away because you know you've got those back spawns ascertained already. But this hard point can be the money hill here on this map. It's not quite the money hill. P4 is definitely that. But for sure, this hard point can be converted for a full 60 if you control the spawns correctly. One player looking to threaten through the front. Team shot, or ability shot specifically, already coming out of loading. It's a bit early to be doing that, pal. Especially considering you've now got 3 down on the other side. Last player around the flank, it's going to be loading. Q does get shut down. And that's going to be the early hold here from Asawa.
Time racking up early, as it looks like we got another player standing still, but nothing just yet. As no, they're going to spawn back up, and we are A-okay, Brody. I got a little bit worried for a second, but like this from OC, looking to see if he can pick off some of these players in the extremity of the P2. Anderson find the break. Again, 20 seconds is what you're looking at here, but these are 20 seconds that can tie this game back up.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is what you want, right? You garner this last 20 seconds. As you said, you tie the game for even Stevens. I'm now looking at these rotational battles, and you can already kind of see one brewing, loading, taking the very long wraparound. Goldfish is very ready for this fight, though. It's a big fight to take. Who's going to win it? Yeah, Goldfish was ready for loading, so now Anderson going to have to send more players to try and flip these spawns out, because fighting without top art control is very, very difficult on this hard point, and somehow, some way, OC is able to force the gunfights, win 2, and now we see those spawn flips come through.
Inside now for Anderson, a lead change at P3. Sweet's going to take them out the hill. You still have players in top art. It's just raining hell onto whoever's going to try to touch down onto these hard points. Nice pick up there onto Sweet. You pick up the flanking player. You almost give a chance to loading to actually hop in for this time, but we are stuck dead even at 52 points each. And you can see that Misawa, I like this play. They're looking to just overextend and see if they can flip over towards this new hill.
Yeah, one player has gone past, though. Goldfish managing to get to the side door. The comms should be there. You got to get rid of Goldfish because he can cause all sorts of problems for potential back spawns, especially as OC is now starting to reach a little bit far out of arc. Going to deal with players coming around the front. Has to switch to the pistol. Wasn't quite ready for the fights and will get shut down. So now encroaching. Still have not dealt with Goldfish around the flank. Pushing in from the side will be Nase, Mitchie, Sweet with the TK. Goldfish with another TK as well. All of this might fall apart if not for a night, but there's still players now spawning around the back line. Loading to the jump over will get shut down. Now still a 1 versus 1, and Knight is able to convert for 2. Will get stopped on that spree, but still Anderson getting much closer than Masawa would like him to this hardpoint.
Yeah, Anderson pulling away now with this rotation into P4. 26 seconds that you're fighting for, and OC has come to play in this winners round 2 matchup, shutting down those last couple of players and putting the question towards Misawa. Do we want to hit this again? They're going to give it a good old college try. You see 3 go down. Drip Lord still soaking up some of this hill, and the rest of it too. Misawa just going to chalk it up at that.
And Anderson will take that scrap time. It was a really weird one, I think, from Asawa. Those TKs most certainly did not help inside that time. They still managed to contest for a fair bit of it, but still definitely could have been cleaner on that hard point, and they know it because now it's resulted in this massive deficit. Drip Lord on 4 in a row will go down. OC also losing their 5 spree, so Anderson now starting to lose their sprees towards this hard point. It hasn't exactly resulted in any control really though from Masawa, because off the respawn, OC immediately starts picking up kills left, right, and center, and Masawa are getting kills. They're just not really getting any control, Seymour.
And it is completely a different story than what we would have expected. With Nase hitting the full wrap around a P2, they want these early rotations. They want a chance to set up at a hill where they can get a good chunk of time, Brody. They just haven't been able to pin down those spawns in the back yet because OC is looking to be an annoyance back here. He's looking to lock it down himself, give his team some time.
Loading being a right nuisance right now, and around the front also gunfights being won from Anderson here, so this could be a pivotal moment here in this game. Drip Lord taking the fights. TK once again from Sweet will not help. Now it is Sweet isolated 1 versus 3. Stunned up, no chance to survive in the fight as Loden takes him down. And now, as I said, crucial moment in this game. This is 40 seconds. You can't really afford to give it away because you might find yourself in a very deep, really unredeemable hole.
Well, not just yet, so break in for Misawa. Much needed time, as we've alluded to. And they're in a spot to soak up all of it. Another shot here for Anderson. As you see Driplord edging closer to this hill, he slides in. Immediately, Knight goes down. 3 follow up. They know where Goldfish is, and it's a good heads-up swap from Driplord to take care of this last player. 11 seconds to Anderson.
Again, even at that point in the game, you cannot afford to give that time away. Same situation as before. On the hunt for this spawn flip. It's going to be OC over there, ready to go. Wins the first fight. Still has 2 more. Help from Loading coming from Lion Statue. Just 1 more player to deal with. OC actually loses that fight versus Nase. But Loading on the hunt for this fight now. Big 1 versus 1. Swaps towards the AR, and that's so unfortunate. Nase was ready for the fight, and he will win it. But his job's not done yet.
Job is certainly not done. As the trophy's going to give him a little bit of an edge up top. See if he can win those fights. Loading sneaks into the hard point. He's going to steal away some of the time away from Misawa when they desperately need it the most. They just lose the kills towards the objective, and you just cannot be letting that happen right now.
This is a lot of objective time being given away. 15 seconds still to go for. Loading choosing to play the life instead of the point. And still not activating. Still 2 players ready to go, Loading. If you want to take those guys out and not give the time away to Misawa, that would be great. Loading, fortunately, not able to do it. So, again, Misawa, same position as before here. They're being afforded a lot of space. Anderson have all kind of turtled up towards the point itself. And that's going to allow a couple of players in towards R. One of those has now gone down. Goldfish still really the secret weapon as the rest of the Misawa players make their way through the front, but Loading shuts down the 2 around the side. They're now keeping eyes on the back as well, so Goldfish doesn't really have the path he had before.
Everything going the way of Anderson, and they have completely shut Misawa out of this map. 30 seconds, that is going to put you in spitting distance of a map 1 victory. For this Vault Hardpoint, fight in the back from Big Mike, the 2-time, and he is just hot on the tail of Nase, not able to finish that kill off, but inside the time, you are sitting pretty. If you're the rest, not going to cross that 200-point marker, but this might be a blessing in disguise. You have flipped things around for the P1 setup.
Anderson in a really good spot here for P1. Don't even worry about those P2 spawns just yet, because when you're 51 points away from victory, if you're Anderson, you can win things off of P1. You actually do have to have players soaking up the time, though. I will say, nobody touching the time just yet. Instead, we're preoccupied by trying to get some kills before that they do so. Inadvertently now, they've afforded a lot of time and space here to Misawa. 2-for-1 trade now towards the point. OC now on the hunt for some more kills. Big Mike able to find 1. There we go. Players all funneling through you, and Anderson are there to meet them for it. Driplord pushing out towards the side door. Comm should now be made towards Loading that there's a player coming from that direction. All this while, Anderson are picking up crucial time. They flip the spawns in their favor as well. This is not going well for Misawa as OC finds 4. It's a full wipe in the feed. He's even going to put his controller down. I assume probably to talk smack across the board.
He definitely just stood up. OC. Lights out performance so far, 27 and 16. Driplord 24 and 18. Loading 23 and 16. As the whole team has showed up to see if they could put down Misawa in map 1. They got a little bit more time left to grab 25 seconds away. And Misawa struggling to find some control in this rotation, just not winning the fights to get in the hill.
Yeah, Misawa, they might well have the spawns, but they don't well have the control. Once again, Anderson now fighting this one from the front. Wrap around for Goldfish is good. OC around the back line now. Spawns here for Anderson. Misawa trying to desperately fight them off to hold on towards this game. Wild spawn out coming through from Driplord. Something to bear in mind now. Starting to lose the fights around the back. Knight trying to hold on. Has been solid inside the hard point this game so far. Will be afforded a freebie. But nobody in for the time. That's 15 seconds that you would like to get. But it's not the end of the world if you don't. You do have currently some control of the spawns for Nick.
Heading over towards Olds. Anderson going to pick up the last couple of seconds at P2. That's going to put them 15 seconds away from winning out on this map. You got numbers if you're Misawa towards new. Drip Lord is hiding, but he is hunted down. Sweet, says Peekaboo. We're not done just yet. Let's take him for a ride here at P3 and see if we can prolong this game.
They can do it here. Misawa might well have control of the spawns for the better side. One last hit coming out from them. Nase Mitchell able to find a couple of kills through the middle of the map here. OC now suddenly the last one left alive, but cannot produce anything. So hold on for a second, folks. Game far from over. 25 seconds on the board, though. You have to keep Misawa out of this time, or have to keep Anderson out of this time, excuse me. Nase picking up that kill. That's a good start to do so, but players are in. You have to get the contest going.
Yeah, easier said than done. Big Mike, can he get it through? Couple more seconds. It's Mike, and it's always been Mike for the time. You get in, you almost put it away. You have to get these last couple of seconds. Loading's going to jump in the contest. Is it here? Is this where it all finishes out? Goldfish, now we go to a new hill, and it is a foot race to get there. You have the spawns.
Yeah, and last time around, this hill has been pretty impenetrable. It is Anderson on the other side, though, for the first time. Nobody watching the side door. Keep an eye on the minimap. Loading's making the wrap in behind enemy lines. He's already caused damage in behind one. There's number two. Loading does it all. You just need 1 second. Nobody else was in the time. And Anderson take game number one. Misawa not watching all their entry points.
Fist bumps out for Anderson Air Force Base as they have just dominated through map 1 of the Vault. Hardpoint, Misawa, a couple of question marks. Definitely not the way that you would have expected to jump into the series, but you could just see that there are players who are prepared coming into PACAF on the left side of our screen, and the vibes are there too. I think that is one thing that I am noticing a lot from this Anderson team, is that they are having a great time on stage.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, they're definitely feeling themselves. If anything, they're probably my favorite team so far in this competition. Not just because I think all of those players have that pop-off potential that I was talking about, because all of them have personalities as well, right? They're all having fun with it, especially Loading, who I believe is the player that's been sitting closest to us the entire time. He is constantly playing with the camera, constantly playing with the audience. But OC, also a fan favorite, just because he keeps on making plays like that. I will say, they kind of lined up for him, but still OC takes those wins all day long. This roster is so fun to watch, and you know what's even better, Seymour? They know how to play Call of Duty.
They do know how to play Call of Duty. You can say the same for both sides. I'm not going to take that away from Misawa, as they have played a fantastic group stage. They've played a great bracket play so far, and heading into this Search and Destroy, definitely a team that can certainly turn things around in this game mode. They had some good maps trading with Hickam. They were even able to take Hickam down, and so with that, they just got to channel some of that energy that they had from that series yesterday. I hope they didn't expend everything back in day one, because I'm sure they know it's a 3-day event, bro. You don't want to just throw everything out the window right away.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to pace yourself ever so slightly in these kind of tournaments, right? It's a very long event, right? Nobody's been eliminated in group stages. Everybody's made it through to bracket play, excuse me, and that sort of makes everything even longer, right? Because there's so many games. It's a double elimination bracket as well, so you definitely have to pace yourselves here. And I will say as well, another thing for sure is the fact that these guys have been evolving strategies, and I think we're seeing a lot of that through the tournament thus far.
Yeah, we definitely are. I think for Search and Destroy, one thing we've seen a lot more today than we have seen yesterday is that teams from behind have been putting up quite a fight in this game mode. And Brody, I think for Hacienda in general, I know, we've seen a lot of plays on this map in Challengers. We've seen a lot in CDL. For PACAF in general, what have you noticed from these teams in this map? Because they've been loving to go to Hacienda quite often. Has it been a little bit different from what you've expected?
Yeah, I think everything's been different across the board, right? Hacienda, I think, it isn't really special to that. There's kind of a lot of mistakes in the gameplay, but kind of a lot of just teams kind of running at each other. So that's kind of where I'm at here.
Yeah, and I think for a map like Hacienda, it kind of leads into that. It kind of feeds it. You definitely can dumb things down on this map and say, all right, let's just go to A, let's just go to B. The attacking team definitely has timing to get into positions to fight for both of those sites effectively. It just, a lot of this map in general, I feel like has come down for who can control that hall side. If you can get into new hall, if you can have a player there, whether you're attack or defense, it's most likely likely going to lead into a round win as long as you have numbers. That is where you're kind of looking at a player, especially your superstar players, to place themselves.
Yeah, for sure. All right, guys. Well, I believe that's a tech issue we're trying to resolve right now, so we're going to go to a very quick break. On the other side, we've got map number 2. It's going to be Hacienda once again. Don't go far.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PACAF Championships, and I apologize for the wait on getting into this map too, but you guys gotta wait a little bit longer, because unfortunately we were having some connection issues for the side of Misawa throughout that vault hardpoint, so we're gonna have to run things back a little bit, Brody. Pretty sure we're gonna be starting things, it was 120 to about 100 in favor of Anderson that we're gonna be kicking things up with.
I think we're literally just fully restarting, are we not? Question mark? I think they were lagging from 120 to 100.
Okay, so we're so full replay on map 1. You're correct. Praise the man in my ear, the production back the back end of the stream for helping us out with that. But we got Vault Hardpoint restart coming through, Anderson versus Misawa. And to be fair, I will say I expected Anderson to play well, but I was surprised from the lack of, I'd say, contention from Misawa throughout that map 1. So it doesn't surprise me that they were struggling in connection issues just because of the performance that I was expecting from them.
Yeah, for sure. I think, what I wrote down in my notes, actually, which, might still be relevant if they don't fix it here in this replay, is the fact that I think Misawa will lack an efficiency in hardpoint. I don't know, can we create like a kill to hardpoint time ratio or something like that? Can we create that? Can we make that a thing? It feels like that was the case, right? Where Misawa were getting kills and then weren't actually getting any map control or hardpoint control for it. So if they can fix that coming into this, we could be looking at not just a more competitive hardpoint, but perhaps one where Misawa come out on top. But I'll keep on saying it till the cow comes home, mate. You gotta make sure that Anderson, you shut down those key players. OC and Loden, stop them just piecing up, mate, because that's been the biggest problem.
Boy, here you go. It looks like they've solved that problem right away. Quick 4 kills down. Loading's going to be overwhelmed. He's got a lot of work to dig himself out of this hole. You can see that player number 7, Nase Michi, has snuck his way all the way back behind P2. He's going to shoot Loading in the back, but it's still Anderson in control of these better spawns with the P2 Roto.
Those spawns are always really important, although it has to be said, P2 has gotten a lot easier to break over the course of Black Ops 6, so it's never a certain 60 seconds for sure. Already starting to see that contention coming around the backline here. Big 1 versus 1 for Goldfish to win against Drip Lord, and that might actually flip the spawns out. No, it does not. Despite those attempted back spawns control from Goldfish, Anderson spawning right on top of the P2 hardpoint with 3 players down. What is going on with the spawns right now? I have no idea how on earth Loading's just spawned there, but Knight is going to convert for the kill regardless. One more player inside the hill, almost immediately removed. And spawn malarkey aside, Misawa get control.
Squad spawns. We love them. Sweets, 3 in a row. He's going to be cut down. Some shots in the back there. Uncontested time. We're tied at 22. And Anderson going to find a little bit of a way in from the front side to see if they can pin Misawa in the back of this hill. And those quick spawns are going to give them a chance to hit this one last time. And they are going to win those battles. So fighting for that scrap time, they're successful. But in doing so, they have allowed the monster in the back door. And they actually flipped the spawns unintentionally.
Spawn control, not the best here in this situation. OC, big gunfights towards those back statues, though. That's going to enable Anderson early control of the power positions here and control of the hardpoint as well. 1 player left from 10 with down Volt. Going to get dealt with. That's Goldfish down for the count, and that should reset things for Misawa here. Sweep through the middle of the map will actually convert for 2 kills, so that's time now being stolen away for Misawa. All the while here, Misawa starting to contest around the flank for those back spawns. Keep an eye on player number 6, Knight, a lot to do. Lost his teammates, are all more important now to pick up these gunfights. Hasn't quite influenced the spawns just yet, but for Anderson, now really starting to feel the heat.
Sweet's going to make that heads-up play, see if he can cut off some of those members. Looking to rotate to Art. He does it. Spawns in the back for at least Nase, but it's a split spawn for Misawa, so hoping to pinch out this hill. 12 seconds left. That old Goldfish is going to make his way in. Fights to new, and it's Knight looking to win things out. Big 1v1, and I don't know if Drip Lord actually knows he's there. Still going to find him up top, so now a chance for Drip Lord to be a little bit of an annoyance.
All right, 1 player through, as you said, Drip Lord. A lot to do in terms of taking this time away from Misawa. Currently hasn't any chance to activate just yet. Loading continue to allow to make his way around the flank, but now if you're Anderson, you're fighting this one from the front. Misawa out the back. through the middle of the map. Nase Michi might be a bit of a problem. Loading is going to take that player out of the play, but still inside the hard point. You haven't taken Goldfish out. Somehow Anderson still have players hanging around here. Driftboard is still hanging about up top. Now going to activate for the first kill, trying to bait these players out. Can continue to be an annoyance up top, playing his life to perfection, but in the end does go down. Has that bought enough time for the rest of the team? Yes, it has. Loading for 2Ps. Knight comes through with 2 of his own, though. They want this last 15.
They want it. They're going to get it. And they're in. Misawa, this is a lot more of what we were expecting back in the start of this map 1. So the reset, you can see that this is Misawa playing at full force. Brody Anderson going to have a chance for this P1 setup. Now over to the second set of rotations. And with that, the full line of scrimmage is set. Can they find the kills to hold it? Nase is going to find an angle. He gets 2. Swaps to the sub, nearly a third one. Driplord still going to fall. Spawns in the back, but the site has been overtaken.
Yep, Misawa now in control. 40 seconds of time worth to get here on P1. It's been a hill that I think a lot of teams have struggled to actually get much of any relevant time for sure. But as Misawa basically dominate the kill feed here, Anderson going to be dealt with kind of a bit of a really weird situation. Do they want to over-contest into this one? Potentially lose control of the spawns for a P2 because they're not getting any time off the back of this one. Push from Nase Michi forces a bit of a road spawn from Big Mike, so might be able to disrupt the scrap time here. Yes, he does. Team shots alongside OC is good for the back 10 seconds. Just one more player to contest with. Turn and burn, not successful for Big Mike, but Anderson really kind of settling there for P2 rotation.
Goldfish from the front line. Big win for Loading. So you hold on to the time for now. Anderson trailing by 20 points. But you're looking at those red arrows, and they're trying to flip things in the back. Still not going to happen as Anderson locking things down in P2 so far. Spawns at a distance. Now you got a long way to go to assist Goldfish. And he is just wrapping around, walking circles around these players. Slide out to the left. He's in a challenge. The pistol's out. Just can't get a shot. Players on his team win the fights in the hill, and he finally takes down OC. Misawa keep their lead.
And again, it's that awkward spot with 25 seconds left within the hard point. Anderson aren't going to over-invest into this one. They'll send a couple of players. Both Big Mike and Loading have been dealt with. So that's basically scrap time ascertained there for Misawa. So now we go towards Nuke. Already, players looking across. Goldfish gets cut down before he can be a nuisance around the flank. So Anderson will be in control of those power positions through the middle of the map. Sweet going to get shut out as well. Misawa now have one player on the flank. Big kill, big gunfight for Nase Michi if he can make it towards the point. Knight will convert for a big 2-piece, but again, you haven't dealt with the players in the key positions. That push around the backline for Nase Michi will influence the spawns enough. Isolating these players up top. Nase Michi might have just got the god timing on towards OC, and he does. So now the flip of the map comes through from Misawa. That is a perfect play from Nase Michi.
Perfect, and keeping them ahead so far. 30 seconds of time that I'm very surprised that Misawa don't want to go through. They want to play some TDM, keep Anderson off the hill, maybe burn a little bit of that time clock while they're at it. But Anderson fight back. They get in towards Old. This is good scrap time, but again, you're heading into P4, a hill that not many people have success in breaking. So this is a gamble for Anderson.
Anderson not in control just yet, but both teams have really struggled to fully lock this hill down. OC kind of starting to put punctures into the defense here. Towards the hard point, the gunfights for the most part are being won, though. Keep an eye on these spawns. They should spawn out in this situation. Misawa, yep. Players starting to get isolated. Big gunfights for Sweet and Goldfish. Now just the former of those two players. Loading and OC wipe them out. And it takes 20 seconds. That might be one of the most crucial breaks we've seen in this hard point thus far.
This might be the TSN turning point of the game. A lead swap on the verge for Anderson, but Misawa looking to get in. Nase around the back. Players flooding through the side door. Spawns flip one more time, and Misawa, the lead doesn't change just yet. They get in for the scrap, and they are here to look to push this lead heading into the third set of rotations. One last chance for Anderson. Possibly the kills coming through, so they're going to give it a look. Big Mike of the regen slides up, but can't find the kill. Loading's going to be the one to break for 5 seconds, but Misawa have this chance to now set up to new.
This has been such a back and forth game. I'm so glad we got the reset, honestly, Seymour, because it's been such a fun hard point this time around. These guys have been neck and neck, constantly trading blows in this game. Feels like it's only going to get even better as we get through the second half of this one. Already trade starting to go down. Last time around, Misawa got basically 40 to 50 seconds off this hard point because Anderson didn't want to overinvest. This time, I don't think they're going to make the same mistake. Already those kills starting to come through. Knight will get tucked down by a nade from OC. And the flip now of control will go back in favor to Anderson. Again, a reminder, they are on the currently side of the map for P2 Roto. So Misawa really got to get their running boots on.
Runners on, and they're in. Anderson just teasing with the idea of jumping into this hill, finally going to do so, but as soon as they do, Nase just keeping them honest. 11 seconds before we go towards new. Anderson are here, but you can see players 7 and 6, Knight and Michi. They're going to take a different look at this, go all the way around gold. Can Big Mike hold them off? He's in a little bit of trouble on an island. Finds the first one, but he's traded out. Nice shots from Sweet. It's 3 down, and it falls apart, Brody. Things you hate to see if you're an Anderson fan right there. What could have been, but OC, can he get it done? The heroics there. He gets a triple kill. And oh boy, we are treated to a glorious map 1.
Yeah, this is incredible. We're seeing 3 pieces there from OC that might well have just saved to Anderson in the moment here. They still have a chance at this hard point. Misawa already current in. Sweep getting that kill, though, is going to make things difficult. Players still pre-aiming and pre-firing from poor side. One player gets through, but it's simultaneous gunfire. So Nase, Michi, and Goldfish. Nase now on 3 in a row. Back 20 seconds here from Misawa is basically solidified. That's going to create a serious dent in this game. A 50-point deficit now for Anderson to work their way back from. Misawa now on the hunt for these spawns as well. Loading's just spotted out. Goldfish has been tagged in the back. Oh, no, now's not the time to get spicy with it, Loading. That might have cost you the spawns.
You know what? You gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. I tip the effort, but is it going to be an issue? Driftlord stepping up. You talked about big hitters from Anderson. Well, Loading and OC have been on the case so far, but you look to players like Driftlord and Big Mike to really step up towards these last couple of hills. They have the control towards Art. You do see that you get a split spawn out. In fact, the spawns just flip in general. Misawa going to push closer to a map win. They can't win off this hill, but it is time that you desperately need to pick up if you're Anderson, but you just cannot get anywhere close.
Sweet up top in the power position. This is what an AR should be doing up top art. However, there's nobody to follow up for the time here. So 20 seconds that nobody is claiming just yet. It's going to be Goldfish trying to go for it, but going to get shut down owing to the fact that Sweet's run out of those art positions, but instead goes down. Still on 5 in a row. So Misawa might not get that time, but they might get time towards new. It's all going to come down to Loading, who has once again been unable to make this wrap behind enemy line. Slams the door wide open, but doesn't find anything for it. Sweet, by the way, is still on this spree. 7 in a row, not stopping anytime soon.
40 seconds. Anderson needs to kick things into high gear right now. Sweet, 8 in a row. 42 and 23. Looking for number 9. Sliding away, playing his life, just trying to keep the players on edge in the hill, and he does just that. His teammates arrive. The help is here. 2 more kills. Can he find any more? Sweet. It's a no. Loading's back through. Punch after punch. We got a heavyweight matchup in the hill, and it is going to be Loading doing his best to keep his team alive.
Yeah. Loading is definitely the kind of player that you know he absolutely loves to run routes around the opposition, and he's been doing that time and time again, especially around this hard point. And that last little wrap from him is going to basically obtain 20 seconds on that hill. Not quite even Stevens, about 10 points the difference between these two teams or so as we go into the final set of rotations. Misawa will be touching P1, and they've been so good at garnering time on this hill. 3 kills go down, all in favor, make it 4. It's a full wipe from Misawa.
30 seconds. You gotta go. You gotta go now. Both teams have been on point in terms of breaking these hills, but is this where it ends? Goldfish holding the front line, holding the line for Misawa. 15 seconds. Brody Knight's still in it. He's gonna jump off for a second, see if you find more kills, but Anderson finally get the kills. And now look at the bigger issue. 27 seconds in the game overall.
Yeah, this is crazy. That just goes to show you kind of the lack of hardpoint efficiency that we've seen from both of these two teams. Anderson looking to be efficient for the last 10 seconds here. Congestion galore. Loading picks up 2. Goldfish now looking for something towards the time, but they will get it. So that's a big 3 seconds for Goldfish in towards Old. Look at the setup, though, for Nu. Only Nase Michi to potentially contest, but he's not actually in a position to influence the spawns in any meaningful way. And never mind, those spawn flips do come through. Misawa potentially on the break.
He's gonna go big. He hits the deck. He's overwhelmed. Sweep through the back. 20 seconds of the clock. They're just gonna hop in. 8 seconds. OC, can you be the one? You've been a hero before, but this time nada. 2 seconds, it's done. Misawa off the reset. They show what they're made of. And look at them on stage, Brody. They knew they had it in them. They get it done in the reset. They lead the series. They do it with business to be shown.
A sweep went absolutely huge towards those final hard points. I gotta say, I think it was like 45 kills or something. I could actually just check the stats here in just a second and we'll give you guys the final tally on that Vault Hardpoint post reset. But Sweet stepped it up a notch. That guy was going on a spree. Gave them, I think it was like 40 seconds on that final rotation towards P4. Of almost full hill control if it wasn't for loadings wrapped behind enemy lines. And there were so many moments like that in the game from Misawa. Something I noted before the reset, right? Hardpoint efficiency was just not there on the first time around. This time, it absolutely was. We saw Misawa get kill after kill after kill, and they were actually getting hardpoint time for it.
And there was just so many times where even when Anderson were able to get in, I mean, you had moments like that where Sweet was just finding so many kills in a row to at least stall out that clock. That's why when you get to those last couple of hills, it was like 16 seconds of map time in general to be played. But through and through, I mean, you got to give some respect to Anderson because even when they were behind, you still saw this team has it in them. To keep these games close and to contest with some of the best that we've had with the PACAF Esports Championships. And off of the race set, that one's going to sting a little bit. But, I mean, Misawa, certainly didn't look like the Misawa team that we saw the first time we were in that Vault Hardpoint. Obviously, those connection issues were an issue. And when they were solved, we see the full force of this team. A 25-point difference in map number 1. We are gifted with a great winners round 2 matchup.
Yeah, we absolutely are. And I'm so glad we got the reset now because Misawa had to work for it there and most certainly did deserve that victory on map number 1. So things now are looking a little bit different in this alternate universe. I said, you know, coming into this best of 5, it feels like a really long time ago now, that the way into the series for Misawa was going to be the hard point. So that is step number 1 done and dusted. We now go into a Hacienda search and destroy. This is something that I've seen before from Anderson. We saw it earlier on today at the top of the show, right, where Anderson looked so good on this map mode combination. Again, though, it's worth saying that they were exploiting the weaknesses of Yokota versus necessarily playing like perfect search and destroy themselves. So really, for me, this map is going to come down to Misawa coming out, playing good fundamental search and destroy.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of Hacienda search and destroy throughout this tournament. Teams have been loving that. They've been loving the protocols, and when it comes down to it for Hacienda, I don't blame them. This is a classic in the Call of Duty scene. So you go to this map, and I think what has been the most true for this map, when you throw strats out the window, is that I think those it's just been truly off of who can win those opening duels, and you get over towards that A side. Even when teams get the bomb down, it's never truly chalked because we've seen so many heroic 1v2s on this map already. I'm sure we're going to see some more now.
Yeah, well, I want to see good fundamental search and destroy. That's a phenomenal start from Driftboard. Opens things up with the first blood. Makes things awkward here on the offense for Misawa. Loading once again, running those routes, being a constant nuisance. Misawa slowly but surely losing all their players in this round. Nase, the last one left alive, he's going to get shut down. And again, it's Anderson getting aggressive. I knew they would do this as soon as we hit Hacienda.
Kick things into second gear, and you see it here. Big Mike, the 2-time, finishing things off. A couple shots in the back there. Nase had no idea what was hitting him. So you immediately bounce back off of that map 1 loss, and you can see that search and destroy is just one of those modes that I think for Anderson, you're going to feel comfortable here because you have had players who could just absolutely slay out, and loading to find 2 there shows that he's not done yet.
It's loading, just constantly running routes for Anderson. It's going to give them a wealth of opportunities and chances here. On round number 2, Misawa getting aggressive, or immediately recognizing the push through top mid. That nade will send Misawa back, or Anderson back so slightly, excuse me. But aggression from Sweet, answered from Driplord. Elsewhere, Big Mike going to find that second body against Nase Michi. 2 versus 4 now, and the last remaining players here from Misawa are split up. Just constantly being berated in this situation. Knight will find one, but he's running headfirst into an AR battle of a sub, and you're not going to win that. Anderson pulling Misawa apart here.
2-0 for Anderson, and this is a different look that we've seen from Misawa too. For Search and Destroy, we didn't get to see them play up against Hickam, but we knew that those games were close. And, you know, when I see a game that goes to round 11, it means that these teams are not as, I'd say, tight-knit in this game mode as they would have liked to. For Anderson, it's been a different story. They've been fantastic in the Search and Destroys. You've had so many clutch moments. You've had so many pop-off plays. And this is where this team's going to be feeling great. In the Neslo moments for Anderson, this is a team that can win their 2-3-5s.
Sure, Anderson just looks so solid in Search and Destroy, and it's down to the routes that they're taking. Look at play number 2 once again. This time it's Knight from Misawa, making those wraps behind. I don't think anybody from Anderson is necessarily going to predict this one, so despite the fact that they're on the... No, never mind, they're actually going to win the opening gunfights here. OC for the first one, surely not number 2. Loading manages to get it done with a pistol. Surely not number 3 as well. Goldfish trades things out, brings this down to a 1 versus 1. Goldfish has to retrieve that bomb.
Yeah, bomb's down, and Driplord's going to be here. He's taking so long to get here. I like this gamble for Driplord. He's put himself in a great position, although he doesn't see that bomb. He doesn't see the player, and now that's going to put some doubt in his mind that possibly B isn't the finishing play for Misawa, and B might have actually possibly read this. Door's going to open. He makes some noise, hops up. He's going to meet him around the corner. Goldfish sneaking away, 54. Now has time for the regen. 20 seconds, decides to plant the bomb.
Shots for Driplord, wins the 1 versus 1. That's a huge round that Misawa could have stolen away. Driplord manages to clutch up though. Anderson continue on their tear through this Search and Destroy. Seymour, they just look so good right now. But I will say, that's the first time in this S&D thus far where I've seen real confidence out of Misawa.
Yeah, had real success, chances for them just in general. For Goldfish, you thought for a second that maybe he was making the right plays there. You thought the timing was going to pay off to get that bomb planted. And, you know, in that position in general, I mean, you are really leaving yourself vulnerable to offense, especially when that player has the information to you. But if you get that bomb plant, Brody, you have so many places to play that post plant. It's a gamble that you just got to go for in the 1v1s.
Alrighty. Anderson getting aggressive at the start of this round. Knight trades things out. 2 versus 2. That's bomb down towards the B site. Knight will hit the full regen here as well. So, going to be a slower 2 versus 2. And it looks as if Anderson are going to take the really long wrap behind.
2v2. And I like this play from Anderson. No information between Knight or Nase. So they got to fully clear these sites. They're going to hit the full wrap again. Clear the spawn of Anderson and see if they can catch some time on the players over towards B. They should know this is a play to the B bomb. They're going to be here to check it.
Whether or not they can stop it, different story. Have just spotted him out. Shots out. Knight gets shut down. Nase for 1. Nase going to double up. That is a big clutch up from Nase Michi to get it done. I tell you what, I will say Misawa very lucky in that situation, Seymour, because they had bomb down. I don't think they necessarily knew about it. That was the biggest issue. If they'd have known, they probably would have played that significantly differently. But in the end, the timing on the wrap works out perfectly for Misawa. They have their first round on the board.
This is a lot better from Misawa there, and you see Michi putting himself into a good spot. I like the tag team between him and Knight in fully clearing out A, then wrapping around the map to get over towards B. The timing pays off, and on top of that, I think that you put them into a situation on a power position like that, and Michi has been one to just fire laser beams from that aim. So, big clutch there, the 1 versus 2. Tees up across the hallway, and he's going to keep it going for 3 in a row.
I'll trade it out. Big Mike going to take down Nase Michi. That's the 3 in a row off the board.
Oh.
Knight also going to get shut down. Was looking for the kill against Loading. Loading survives, and OC is good for the trade. And that's where the Goldfish going to trade right back out. Sweet didn't want to take the fight. Trigger Discipline,
Come
unfortunately, not
on.
going to work out in that situation. Goldfish being put onto a spinner right now as Anderson win yet another round. I think that's probably the first time ever where I thought Trigger Discipline was not the right play call.
Just take the shot. What are we waiting for? Christmas is still months away. And that is just 2 kills that certainly you don't expect Anderson to pull out of the bag. But that is unfortunate for Misawa. Just waiting a little bit too long to pull that trigger. And that is going to cost them the round. 4-1 up for Anderson. Firing on all cylinders in the search and destroy. Swapping back now to the attacking side. Bomb towards loading. Where are they going to take it? Out through mid. It's going to be a hit to B.
All right. Aggressive hit on the defense here from Misawa. They will have spotted that cross from loading. It's a free A site for Anderson. Whether or not they want to take that, though, is a different story. Again, saw that little peek on the minimap. Loading. He'd spot out, I believe it was Goldfish. But if you're Misawa, you're kind of just stuck here. You've fully committed towards a B plan. Anderson, they recognize it. This is a great heads-up play call coming out from Anderson. You just get that rock down on A. It should be a pretty easy round for them.
Yeah, but they're giving a lot of time to Misawa to recognize this one, and that's a double shell for Sweet that actually is going to open things up. Unfortunately, they stay too long in loading with the bomb. Is going to catch a double kill. That opens a route over towards B now, and a lot of the map here, they line up. Nobody's checking their corners. Rule number 1 in Call of Duty, you got to make sure you're looking both ways when exiting a doorway, because somebody like OC might be waiting for you to just peek open.
I think the idea was there to exit and look at both directions, one player each. Of course, OC takes the first fight, and then the second versus Nase Michi is super duper easy because he was not looking in that direction. OC takes those all day long. Anderson smiles on the board here as they have successfully made their way back into the series with a 5-1 search and destroy. It would take a hell of a lot now from Misawa to win this search and destroy. It's going to be an A hit from them. I think this might be the first A hit we've seen from either team this time in search and destroy. I don't think we've seen it at all this game thus far, and it's going to work out at least in terms of determining the site control, but you got to be careful you don't get bad timing here.
Does he get it? Finds one before dropping, and poor one too. That's going to delay the bomb plant. Allow for the teammates to fully rotate. OC should see the bomb is down, and he's going to play his life, feed the information to the rest of the team. And in fact, Big Mike, he's going to catch Michi on the timing. OC through hallway, bringing things into a 3 versus 1. He's on 5 in a row. It's Goldfish against the world to keep the Hacienda going.
Gotta win it. At the very least, Goldfish has bomb in hand. Player in the corner, not going to win. The slide chow and the extra shots from OC to close things out. It's a Goldfish out of water as Misawa end up losing the search and destroy. Anderson tie things up.
Yeah, look at that. They are trading words after every map win. You can see that this series means a little bit more to these teams than just gun skill alone, just the win. There is passion behind it, and Anderson fueled into the map number 2. What was a neck-and-neck hardpoint, Brody. We did not see that in the search and destroy. It was solid from the 1/2. 6-1 for Anderson, and that's going to tie us up in the series. What an incredible search from their side, and it's kind of what we expected in terms of just the sheer skill that some of these players can have in these opening duels. Constantly, you saw OC and Loading making those plays off the break-off, and even in moments of transition towards the clutch, you had just Driplord and Big Mike setting themselves up in positions to just catch players out of line for Misawa. So a huge bounce back from their side, and they do it in a very convincing manner, which brings confidence back into their team.
I mean, I said it before we went in, right? For me, it was going to be a question of, you know, is there going to be situations here where Misawa effectively give rounds away for free by not playing Instigators? Because Anderson are going to play Instigator over and over again, and it was really only a couple of times in the search and destroy I think we saw Misawa actually be the Instigators, actually be the ones that were playing proactively, trying to outplay Anderson. For the most part, it was just Anderson constantly throwing themselves. We noticed it in the Hardpoint, right, where Loading is just the guy that is constantly going to run routes around to. Hacienda is a map that plays to that playstyle so damn well, really to the entirety of Anderson's playstyle. Honestly, at this point, considering I've seen it in back-to-back series, I veto this map. I hard veto this map against Anderson. I stopped playing Hacienda Search and Destroy because it feels like a favored battleground for these guys.
You and I both. I was having the same thought in my mind. Anderson looked lights out on this map mode combo. And hey, Brody, with a map win here from Anderson, that kind of sets us up for our predictions now. I got Misawa taking things 3-1. You got this going to a game 5. We're heading to a vault control soon after this break.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
All tied up after the search and destroy. Anderson shows what they are made of. A 6-1 victory on the Hacienda search and destroy has rejuvenated the entertainment for this series. Brody and Misawa, they had a second chance at the hard point. They stole it away from Anderson. And now that they're tied up, you're heading into the vault control. As a team, are you really worried about it right now? How you feeling going into this one, Brody? Is it going to make a difference?
Again, you know, I go into this best of 5, and I've said, you know, right from the word go, that I felt like this series is going to be an Anderson 3-2 victory. That's where I was at in the predictions, and I thought that it was going to be the search and destroys and the control to get it done, because that is where Anderson have looked most composed thus far in this tournament. So far, that has been true. So if I'm Anderson, I'm feeling pretty confident. You are supposed to win Hacienda search and destroy. You get it done. And I'm also going to go ahead and say I think they are supposed to win vault control, and they should get it done here and take a 2-1 series lead. They've just looked really well composed in control for sure, right? I mean, it's just the way that they play as a team, just constantly being a nuisance. I mean, how many times are we going to talk about the routes being ran? I think specifically by loading, he's constantly getting up in your face, but also, you know, constantly making you think, all right, cool, is there any kind of holes in the map that we need to fill to make sure that loading isn't being a nuisance behind enemy lines? And that's just a problem that I think Misawa have to find a solution for, because if they don't, they will find themselves in a real problematic times once again, solely because of that.
Yeah, I think to play devil's advocate even into that is that map number 1, and it was a big issue when it came down to the clock at the end of that hard point, is that objective efficiency has been a little bit of an issue on both sides of the field. So heading into towards a control, it's like, can Anderson find objective time on the attacking side? If you are having loading pop off, who's going to be the player to jump into the zones and start that progression for your team? And Misawa, I think they were a little bit ahead in that map 1 and turning kills into time. So if Misawa go back to Vault, find themselves to be a little bit more comfortable on this map, you could see a player like Michi shut down loading in running those routes and have a little bit more leeway in terms of turning those kills into control time. So I guess only time will tell what's going to go through for this map 3 as we're tied up. This game has been a lot of fun to cast over, and now we return back to Vault. Map 3 loaded in, players ready to go at the gates.
Alrighty. Well, this is a swing game in this series. It's been real back and forth thus far. Anderson with that search and destroy victory, though, have really set a tone that Misawa are definitely going to have to match. And already off the start of this one, kills starting to go down, and players, unfortunately, will be lagging out. So that means that we're going to hit a reset once again, folks. This Vault control ain't happening just yet.
Do. That's just how my brain goes at some points when I see a lag out. You know, it's one of those things. You know, it's definitely unfortunate, but you know what? We'll get things back in as quick as possible, and we'll get these players ready to go for this game 1 or game 3 as quick as we can. Again, apologies, folks at home waiting for this match to get going, but things happen. You know, it wouldn't be a Call of Duty event, Brody, without a couple of tech issues.
For sure, yeah, we're just waiting to get back into the game. So, again, maybe it gives us a chance to actually have a deeper conversation about what we expect out of this Vault control. Because it is, I'm kind of 50-50 on it, right? Because the team play that I'm seeing in Search and Destroy from Anderson, if they can apply that like perfectly to Vault control or just control in general, they'll be perfectly fine. But I look towards the respawn prowess of Misawa and how efficient they were being as a team when their objective is in play. I'm kind of like split on what to expect here for these guys moving forward, because again, you know, I kind of was hyping up Anderson, you know, the momentum coming off the Search and Destroy. In the same breath, you could talk about Misawa and, you know, going back to that first map where they played so well on the objective. They would get kills and almost immediately hop the objective. They would have a player like Knight just basically being their hill guy pretty consistently. If you can have somebody like that dedicated to capturing these points while also making sure you're providing the cover fire, like Misawa will be perfect in this Vault control, and we will see yet another trade of this in this series. But honestly, mate, I don't know. It's been a really weird series so far. Very hard to split these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations, because I think that's why I was taking the 3-1 from Misawa, because I've been just impressed with their respawn prowess across the course of having them on stream. And, you know, a team that takes Hickam as far as, you know, they did to a game 5 and beat them in the Search and Destroy. I know that this is a team that has that dog in them to get it done, Brody. But I think for this control, Anderson does have some stake and some weight into the series after what we saw in the Search and Destroy. And I know it's going to ice you a little bit, you know, waiting for this map 3 to start. But I'm hoping that they carry that confidence from map 2 into map 3. Brody, somebody in chat asked me, it was A Breezy. They said, thoughts on spuds and beans. Now,
they talk about
they got to, like, the spuds, they mean potatoes, right?
Is this like a person or is this food? Can I get some clarification here? Because I don't understand. Like the literal food. What are my thoughts on
like
potatoes?
Spuds? Is spud like that's a potato, right? I'm not crazy in thinking that.
Yeah, I just don't know if it's like referring to like two players that are called Spuds and Beans or something. Like two players that we just don't know about.
Well, we don't have a player named Spuds. Beans is not at this event. He's playing tomorrow on streak. You know what?
Could you imagine like Beans just walks into the venue, WWE style entrance, just
the
like
food. It's the food.
It's the food. Okay.
The food. Thoughts on? I mean, okay. Spuds are kind of potatoes. Like people like potatoes. I think it's impossible to not like potatoes unless it's an allergy thing. But like. Beans, they go in my burritos, they go in my tacos. I don't put them in my breakfast at all. That's it. That's all I gotta say.
Okay, if I tell you that I don't like... Right, so I rarely have beans. I'll have them in like a burrito sometimes. but I feel like too many beans would be terrible. Baked beans are elite, and if
They're good for
anyone
you.
talks otherwise, they can,
You know
go
what's
to a place
not
that
good
no one
for
cares
you?
about. Well,
HE grenades. And in fact, they are definitely not good for you. In fact, they are the complete opposite of that. So OC's got some good set nades off the start. And that's going to lead into some good defensive pressure from the side of Misawa to push in towards those spawn kills. Loading now, looking to see if he can clear off B. He's going to find a late kill onto Sweet. A second from OC over towards the A zone. Loading, looking to finesse, sliding around. He's got the info to the player on Art, and that is some nice pressure coming out from the subs here. They get it done on both sides, and they clear the players out.
yeah, that is really well played from Anderson. Just such solid team play, right? The way in which they're playing around Misawa at the start of this control. I was wondering whose team play would be better. We saw team play in Search and Destroy from Anderson. We saw team play in Hardpoint from Misawa. Feels like it is the former of those two things that's dominating at this point in time. We have one player who is currently AFK, so I don't know how that's going to affect things. You have two players that are currently AFK. As a matter of fact, never mind, it is just one. Nase Michi is currently not moving, so I assume that we will get some kind of reset here potentially. Oh, never mind, he's actually back. Nase Michi, it's all good. He's back in the game. I'm so glad that we survived that. Doesn't matter though, that kind of prolonged period where they were playing 3 versus 4 has been detrimental to Misawa. They're down to their last 11 lives, 12 seconds on the clock here.
Yeah, seems like this round one is a little bit chalked out the window, so no chances here for Misawa to climb back into it. Knights starting off the control 0 and 7. Welcome to the agency, fella. And this is definitely a tough sight to see here. 6 lives left. Last chance over towards A. Maybe a segment. No, he steps off. So defense there for Anderson stays true. 0 ticks given over. And that's a great way to keep your success off of map 2.
Yeah, I think it was just that opening that was so damaging to Misawa, right? I mean, Anderson, you talk about it, that they came out with such vigor, playing so well as a team, winning all the gunfights and getting map control from there on out. Again, I will say, I know we don't want to focus on it too much, but Misawa were effectively in a 3 versus 4 for the majority of that round. So, Anderson going to take advantage of that. They win round number 1. It is worth saying also that defensively sided are control rounds. So, Anderson expected to win that. When this, if they win this offense, though, different story.
See if those set nades come into play again from Loading. It's a nice break off from Misawa, 3 down. See if the defense can try to pull a fast one now towards Anderson as 4 kills go down. Sweet looking to push the issue. He's on 4 in a row, looking for 5.
Sweet, as you said, on 4 in a row. Gonna get shut down. Big kills early on from Anderson here on the offense. They have yet to actually convert it into any actually meaningful map control, though. I think just looking a little bit wayward. They're looking for some kind of flanks. Both OC and Loading are on the hunt for them. OC was being hunted down by Sweet. Team shots. Loading most certainly did help in that one. And now we'll wrap back towards A. And it's now kind of a distraction play, right? Misawa know they've got to go deal with OC, but at the same time, they have to stop this A catch coming through. Goldfish with the first kill. Trying to get some shots through the wall for the second is just not going to happen. And that nade from Drip Lord will slow things up for the defense.
He backs out. A's going to get captured. Add another minute to that time, guys. And B now on the menu. No way he just pulled that out. Staff Sergeant. Okay, so he is going to be carrying him to the promised land, letting him know that Anderson, they are here for the attack. And he is just doing absolutely filthy, naughty things to the Misawa players.
It's not nice. It's just not nice. You've already got the A point. We don't need to be doing extra things. There's no need for extra flair, okay? So all we want is some nice, clean Call of Duty. Never mind, I want all of them. All the executions, all of the hostage taken that we could possibly have here in this game. Anderson now looking to take hostage the B control zone. It's not happening, though. Players in power positions being a nuisance, and now we're starting to see the wrapping strategy from Anderson once again. Does Sweet read it? He had a little look towards the back line. Does look at the perfect time. Drip Lord gets found out. That's a big kill for Sweet, but now players starting to get aggressive towards the point.
11-11 KD ratio. Sweet now wishing he could stop this B attempt. And hey, wishes do come true for some of these players as they're going to thwart that first segment. Life advantage now for Misawa. Manageable in terms of the objective play. I mean, you got shut out in your offense, but this is something that if you stop this B attempt fully, and you totally can do that, you're still in good graces for this round. The only issue I say is player number 6, Driplord, has found his way into P4. He's in behind the play, and he is still finding kills.
It's the fact that this keeps happening for Misawa. They're not plugging their holes right now. They're constantly leaving players behind enemy lines, and they're going to have to deal with them. And again, that's left a lot of pressure around the front of the point. Double stack now coming through from Anderson. Somebody from Misawa's got to stop this. The carbon from Goldfish is a good entry point, and now sliding across the point, able to stop it before that second tick goes through. So a clutch shot now. Goldfish on the hunt for more kills, but it's 3 kills ultimately to 1 coming through from Anderson. 20 seconds on the clock and it'll be stopped. 5 versus 4 players on the point, and the stacks coming through.
Shots out for Sweet. Can he get it done? They stack it, and oh my goodness. 3 segments just like that. And Anderson are picking things up now in the series. The offensive win is going to really put Misawa against the ropes, Brody, because now you have to flip things down 0-2 in this control. Not only win this offense, but then you got to win a defense, and most likely another offense after that.
And it's so difficult. I mean, what was it? I think it was Enigma who was saying, it might have been you, so I apologize if it was you. He was saying earlier on that Vault Control is the most difficult map to win offensive rounds on, and that is, I would say, you know, it's true to a certain extent. I think it is very difficult to get it done just because of the way the spawns work on this map, right? It's very easy to get spawn trapped on the defense, and very easy to get setnated off the start of the round. OC with a beautiful setnate to take Goldfish out at the start of this one. I really do feel like this first set of gunfights is everything. If Misawa don't get early map control, we might be looking out the barrel of the map 4.
You know, I actually disagree with that. I think that in terms of BO6, I think Vault is the most winnable objective map in terms of just how easy it is to influence those spawns with floor down from the attacking side. And just how many times... I mean, it's so easy to just, like, you have that 3 down, you send somebody over towards P4, you get them in behind. It's just, there are more routes on this to take as an offensive team to punish those spawns. And I think that's why I think that this is one where the offensive team has a little bit more leeway.
Consider me convinced. You made a good argument, and I've now been persuaded to your side. Enigma's wrong, which is not the first time that that's happened. Regardless, in this control, I said
there is an argument.
There is an argument, and I feel like you've won it. That's what I'll say. Misawa, we said they needed to win the wave of gunfights at the start of this round. That hasn't happened, and it continues to not happen. 3 kills on the board here for Anderson, and a 7 life differential. Players in the back of the spawn. Goldfish not moving once again. This one feels like it's done. I don't necessarily think there's anything in this situation that Misawa can do. One last-ditch effort coming through here from Sweet. Gonna get cut down by Loading. Loading gonna get cut down by Goldfish. So 10 seconds left on the point here. The congestion will be coming through from Goldish, but nice slide out from Driplord. Potentially close things out. One last-ditch effort from Knight. There's the shutdown from Big Mike. Baby Nase. Mitchie can do something. And no, the numbers are overwhelming, as are Anderson as a whole. It's a 3-0 in the control. They're feeling themselves now.
Yeah, fist bumps out 2-1 in the series, and Anderson are 1 step closer to qualifying for the World Championships here through the Air Force Gaming circuit. PACAF being the first leg of the race for these bases to qualify. 3 teams will make it there, and each of these 2 on screen, you win this one, you are in. So Misawa feeling the pressure now off of that, and it does look like there's a little bit of frustrations on their side, rightfully so. Anderson were having their way in that map, and I feel like when you're seeing a team like this where Anderson has been like the OC and Loading show, Big Mike looked real in that one, and he was real big to get that so many plays under control, whether it was the defense or offensive sides, and I think Anderson are all the better for it.
Honestly, I'll just be totally fair about it. I think Anderson are just really good at running routes Like, that is literally, I'm not going to keep calling them routes. I'm not going to Americanize myself, all right? Routes isn't a real thing, okay? Americans are wrong.
I didn't say anything.
No, it doesn't matter. I don't care. The British are taking over. We're here. Regardless, I think they're just really good at running routes, right? I mean, it's constant. And I think there was one moment at the beginning of round number 2 that is a really good example of that. Instead of like solely laser focusing on the point, and granted, I think that Misawa were providing them a lot of map control so they could kind of get away with it. You had Loading and OC almost immediately like fly towards their U, towards opposition U side, towards Art to try and get control of the power position. And Misawa just let it happen. Like, they were not paying attention to them whatsoever. And, from there on out, it was just an easy dub. And they kept on doing it. As soon as they lost control, they're like, all right, cool. Loading, off spawn, off you go. Trying to flank again to try and get control. Drip Lord was getting involved in it as well. Just constantly being a nuisance. And Misawa have to deal with that. Because if there's any hardpoint map in this game that you're going to suffer from not getting players who are potentially making those flanks, it is 100% Skyline, especially on key rotations.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one to manage if you cannot shut that down. I mean, we've seen it on multitudes of different levels for maps across day 1 and day 2 so far. And I think this is a map, actually, we saw Anderson play yesterday on stream versus Ilson. Where they beat Ilson 2 on this map. It was a close one. You had Chris doing a good job at keeping things even, but ultimately it was one that you look good on if you are the side, if you are OC in general, because this is the map that he went 42 and like 23 on. He was just having his way on this map mode combo yesterday.
Now, a lot of key players, if they can turn up, it would be a big map. Just waiting to get into the game, folks, here. Again, what was the prediction you had, Seymour? Was it 3-1 Anderson?
I did, and I had 3-1 Misawa, so my pred's not going to come true. And you need Misawa to step up here if yours is going to come true.
Yeah.
But Anderson, I mean, everything is pointing towards them to show up in the Skyline Hardpoint to just have the time of their lives.
Yeah, I got a feeling I'm going to be wrong. I don't know. I just have this feeling this is going to be an Anderson map victory at this point. I feel like momentum is definitely going to swing in their favor. Unless, like, Misawa can show up in Hardpoint. Again, they're going back to that map number 1. They looked really good and proficient on that in terms of, like, transitioning kills into actually Hardpoint control. But still, at this point, I feel like Anderson just have way too much momentum. They figured things out. They know that if you just let OC and Loading fly, the rest of the players can just get control of the objective and they'll be gravy. And that just feels like the case almost every single time for this roster. It's a strategy that works here in the PACAF Esports Championship. So why change it at this point? I definitely think that's the strategy they're going to go into the game for. And honestly, at this rate, I don't see Misawa shutting that down.
No, I think I am right there with you. Everybody getting ready for this lobby. It looks like I can see a few names on the side to get into the server. Players going to be loading up into the Skyline very shortly, and we're going to be waiting on if there is any issues for them to get this one going, because it looks like they are taking a few seconds to start this up. But Brody, in the meantime, again, we just go back into talking about where this all leads, because between these two, I mean, you're in winners round 2. Winner of this goes into top 3 of the tournament, and that's going to auto-qualify you for the World Championships. After said win, then we're going to be looking over towards the other side of winners round 2, where it's Kadena going to be looking to see if they can also push through against Hickam to qualify for top 3. One of those two teams is also going to be that early qualifier, and if you lose here, then your job gets a little bit harder, because then you got to push through the lower bracket. You still have a chance to make it into the World Championships, but you have to win a few more games to make it happen.
Yeah, for sure. Well, only 3 teams can make it into the World Championships from the PACAF region, and I think it's fair to say there's 4 teams, at least I have in my mind, that could all be candidates for that. So winning this matchup in the upper bracket is key, and the winner of this map could, well, go through to the World Championships. All that still on the line, but we got a few things still yet to figure out, folks. So we're going to take a quick break. On the other side of it, we have another hard point for you. Could be the last in this series.
Welcome back, everybody, as we're getting these players underway for map number 4 in this series. Just as a reminder, Anderson leading 2-1 after what was a dominant performance in both the Hacienda Search and Destroy and the Vault Control. Now for the Skyline Hardpoint, the shoe is in the foot of Misawa, Brody, to see if they can pull off a map win to force the Game 5 and see if they can get another chance at the Search and Destroy.
Yep, and the same conversations that we were having before the break, right? It's just like, how do Misawa come back into the series now? Because they've offered a lot of momentum to Anderson. I will say, I don't know if kind of the long break between maps 2 and 3 is going to mean that a lot of that momentum is lost. But still, Anderson are feeling themselves now. So they're going to come into the Skyline, playing aggressive, getting in the face of Misawa. They have to put a stop to that very early on.
Yeah, well, right off the gates, you can see that Misawa hopping the objective. One thing that I was impressed with them back on that Vault Hardpoints is that their objective time and their efficiency to getting into it, Brody, that was something that Anderson just weren't up to par with back in map number 1. On a map like Skyline, you'd expect Anderson to have a little bit of a better time considering the pace of play between OC and loading, but it is still something to improve on here if you want a 3-1 victory.
For sure. Well, I mentioned it before we got into the game. I'm expecting Anderson, or before we got into the break, really. I'm expecting Anderson to get super aggressive here, just run routes constantly around Misawa, and you're already kind of seeing that. Look at the advanced positioning of a player like OC right now through kitchen side, keeping an eye on the middle of the map. One player from Misawa has gone behind enemy lines. Nase Michi is the secret weapon right now. Will activate for 1 kill, but you're losing the teammates around. Nase Michi able to convert for a second.
Ooh.
Extra bullets in the body there for Nase Michi. Might not be done just yet. Looking for the players to come up to the respawn. Unfortunately, tries to split the difference between both of them. The respawning players also going to be dealt with here, and the first wave of gunfights are good for Anderson.
Anderson are in. There's still lots of time here at P2. Sweet underneath, 16 HP. Gonna have to wait for the regen before hopping up the zip. Mitchie's gonna kick things off, and it's Sweet to back him up. Sliding around, picks up the Jackal. Nice double kill from Sweet. Has another player to worry about down low. Goldfish is gonna take care of that. 20 seconds, and it doesn't seem like Anderson are gonna take another shot at it. Maybe, actually, Big Mike gonna give it a look, but he's gonna drop being low in health, and 11 seconds that Misawa should be good to grab.
And that was a big hard point for Misawa to actually grab that time away. They hit it over and over again. Generally speaking, you do see players reaching out towards the middle of the map there. Anderson didn't really do that. They held themselves back towards the hill and ended up suffering for it. So we move towards the next rotation. Anderson, first unit touch. Misawa spawning towards P4 side. News presence in the middle of the map. Now players from Misawa starting to approach. Loading, going to get cut short. Kills in favor of Anderson on the whole, though. As I say it, Nase Michi comes through for a couple of kills. Is clutched up yet again here. That 2-piece followed up by number 3 from Sweet should give control to Misawa. Never mind.
Lord leading back in for Anderson. Big Mike and OC firing away, Brody. Misawa with the lead, but it's quickly being shaved off right now by these Anderson players. You can see Sweet on screen. He's going to be looking to lead the charge for a quick rotation over towards these P4 spawns. See if he can get a good transition over to what is essentially the best hill to grab time on this map. And so far, things looking good for them to solidify these spawns.
Now you say that. Big Mike going to cut down Nase Michi now. So somebody from Anderson, or from Misawa, excuse me, are going to have to fill up that gap. Goldfish does exactly that with the first kill. Now Anderson on their way. Drip Lord around the flank. Sure, a nice slide child from Sweet to pick up that gunfight. Now 3 in a row for him. 3 in a row for Goldfish as well. Goldfish finds 2 around the front, but Sweet does get cut down. Call should be made. OC looking to get aggressive around grass. Again, Misawa still looking to deal with the hit from the front as well. OC finds 2. That might be the way in. Loading and Drip Lord, they overwhelm. And now the back 30 could be Anderson's time.
If there's one thing Anderson is good for, it's breaking a hard point. They make it look so effortless. Strip Lord, pistol out. Oh, steals away the kill versus Knight. And that's 4 quick to go down for Anderson to get right back into this and make this nearly a tie game heading into the second set of rotations, Brody.
Yeah, that was a big break from Anderson. I will say I've been really impressed with the hard point from Misawa. Again, it's back to game number 1. We asked the question coming into game number 4. Are we going to see that same kind of game one prowess out of Misawa, where they play really well as a team, and they're able to get a lot of hardpoint time off the back of it, really down to Knight, who currently has over 1 minute of time inside the hardpoint after the first set? The answer has been yes. Misawa has been playing extraordinarily well as a team. Individual efforts from Anderson have been batted away for the most part yet. Down by about 20 points at this point in time. P1 time still left to fight over. Driftboard and loading, though, combined for 3. Nase, once again, the last one left alive. And on an extension of loading out towards Jim's side is really the only reason there's even a contestation right now from Anderson.
Quick route in from Knight. He goes all the way around. He's going to pick up a double kill, trying to flank this hill. It pays off. 4 down for Anderson. Misawa looking to hold this lead, heading over towards P2. They don't have the spawns that you'd like to have here, so they're going to have to take another wave of fights against these Anderson players, and they step up for the second go-around. It's going to fall flat on their face, so only minimal time here to hold this lead. They need a break soon if they want to keep in good graces.
Big first gunfight for Goldfish. A lot more work to be done. Knight picking up that second kill is going to make things easier. Player sat in the corner. They check it perfectly, and that is a perfect break coming through from Misawa towards this hard point. Just when you think Anderson are knocking at the door of taking control of this game, the game of map control flips right back in favor of Misawa. Nade is going to keep Driplord away from that hard point, and now this is incredibly difficult for Anderson to get back into this hill.
30-point lead. Goldfish. He is locking down Piano. Couple players still looking to get some eyes onto this hill time. Driplord, one of them, and how does he win that? Walks away with 16 health. Nase is going to trade it, but Driplord is just keeping Misawa on their toes. Heading into the next hill, still a little bit of a lead here, but I like this setup from Anderson. Having player number 5, Big Mike, sitting over towards P1. It's going to make it difficult, at least for Misawa, just to dedicate their bodies over to P3. So he's going to take care of that and allow for that safe passage into the hill.
Anderson now looking for a way back in. They're going to get it. Driplord and loading combined for 2. Now you know exactly where to look as Misawa here spawning up towards that P2 side. Loading, pushing out towards the kills here to get it done. Couple of players from Misawa trying to cross through the middle of the map here towards that rotation towards New. That's going to leave players on isolated towards the old hard point. Goldfish managed to get through, not able to convert for a second just yet. Player towards Cobble that you want to take down, Nase, Mitchie, and Big Mike does exactly that. So that sets up Anderson pretty well here, not just for the old hard point, which is basically a full 60, but also this rotation towards New. Misawa desperately tried and just could not get it done.
10-point lead for Misawa, Brody. Hey, this is just back and forth forever on Skyline. Hotly contested in the map 4. Hiding away is going to be Nase in the back. See if he can help out. Swift hill time for Misawa. They're going to be into this one. Loading from the front line. Can he hold off? Lead the rest of the team to the promised lands. They're set up. They're going to be flooding 3-0 towards grass.
Does it work out? Big kill against the guy towards Umbrella. That's a power position taken out now for Anderson. You've lost everybody but one player. Sweet will double up, and that's going to be Misawa. Now in control for back 20 seconds here. That could be a big, big chunk of time that would give them a 50-point advantage going into the third and final set. OC will give this one last look. Has to check the shower sliding in. That's the wrong place to check in the moment, and will get shut down for it. Loading. Can he potentially find 2? Oh, big shutdown from Goldfish. Immediately hits the reload, though, and that's unfortunately a regrettable action as we'll get traded out from Driplord. So Anderson, about 40 points behind or so as we go to the third and final set here. They have to get control of P1.
Yes, they do. Misawa just about to cross that 200-point marker and Sweets inside the hill. He wins those fights. So yes, they do. 202 and counting. Enough time to technically get around 246 points if they soak up every second of this hill. If they keep finding kills, that's going to be the case. But Anderson going to fight on through. OC looking for around 9 HP. Can he get a second one? No. Mitchie just posted up in the corner. And Knight's going to hop back in the time.
Anderson in for the moment. Big Mike the player to get it done. No real reason for Misawa to not send a couple of players towards this hardpoint, but they do have to be careful about the next hardpoint as a whole because Anderson have got players there. There we go. Loading reveals himself. Now more work to be done. Loading still going to get shut down. Wrapping player will be OC around the backline. Going to win that initial fight versus Nase Michi. At the same time, Goldfish goes down. Just down to 19 towards the time. And hold your horses for a second, folks. Anderson have broken through.
Can they close this lead? Sweet. Looking for some routes. Shoots Drip Lord in the back. Losing members and losing them fast. Anderson needs a hero. And it looks like Loading is ready to take that mantle. Helps out. OC's in. Keeping the team into Hardpoint. And OC gets it done. Double kill from Loading. Double kill from OC. Now on 3 in a row. And this lead only down to 10 points.
20 seconds. Misawa kind of do have to hit this. Goldfish knows it, but it doesn't work out. Now you're feeding OC. He will find himself on 5 in a row. It's worth saying as well, a big chunk of those 5 kills were made around the hard point or potentially even in it. So he'll be getting more score off the back of those kills and getting even closer to Predator Missile, but does get shut down almost like I took a little bit too long talking about that potential Predator Missile. Anderson have a small advantage though.
Oh, they're
big
in.
kills being made. 3 kills towards the hard point now. And as you said, they are in. Big Mike is shooting.
Big Mike 2X finds his 6 in a row, 32 and 24. And it seems like Anderson have found their footing in Skyline. 14 seconds is all they need. OC gonna trade out in the hill on the time. Is Anderson seconds away from sending Misawa to the lower bracket? Can anybody get here? Goldfish, he's racing. He's trying, but with 3 down, that's it. 250 to 214. They're up, they're loud, and they are ready for the World Championships. Anderson Air Force Base, the first to qualify from PACAF.
Congratulations to Anderson. They get it done. And I was concerned for a second there that we were going to see a Game 5. Misawa seemed to have things locked down, a 40-point advantage going into the final set of rotations. But P1 to P3, phenomenal holds and phenomenal breaks, really, from Anderson. They just know how to get it done. Again, the team play is superb from this roster. They are hyped up right now, and they should be, because they're going to Buckley for those World Championships.
Yes, they are. It's months away, but this is step 1 in your journey. And you looked good when you get it done. For a second, we thought we were going to that K5. We thought that Hardpoint might be the monster in the closet for Anderson, but Big Mike with 6 in a row over towards P3. Loading, OC taking control of those routes that you're looking for, Brody. And the team, when they are at their best, this is a team that you do not want to mess with. So players going to be shaking hands, fist bumping. Congratulations to Anderson, but a long series, Brody, for our first winners round 2 matchup. And Anderson happy to have it done with.
And here's a look back at the series then from the very first hard point. I'm not too sure if we're actually going to get the replays from like the first hard point or not, but yeah, it's worth saying if we didn't hit the reset, it wouldn't have even been Misawa in map number 1. It had to go to the replay for Misawa to find their way into the series, but from there on out, we saw 2 maps back to back, and whereas effectively Anderson in full control, that 6-1 search and destroy, and then of course the 3-0 control gave them such a massive ego boost going into what would have been the 4th and final map. And you know, fair play to Misawa. They definitely play really well on Hardpoint, and I think that's going to be a thing that maybe potentially does get them one of those 3 spots in the World Championships. But in the end, it was just that final 3 kills from Anderson. They knew they had to send it. They did exactly that.
They did, and I'm impressed with this Anderson team, Brody. I mean, you had them going to a Game 5 and winning it. I thought Misawa was going to come into this series and still look as good as we expected to. But hey, I mean, things just don't show up, and Call of Duty is just one of those games that, you know, it's day to day, it's game to game. If you don't show up, if you're not ready, I mean, anybody can pull things away and upset you as a team. And I think for this Anderson squad, you know, at first you thought, you know, even yesterday against Ilson, they didn't look like they were at this form, but from day 1 to day 2, it seems like they've had some upgrades. It seems like they've really been working on it, and once they get hot, I mean, they look like they just can't stop.
Yeah, for sure. Anderson looks really good right now. They look awesome. Can't wait to see. I believe we got Loading ready for an interview here in just a second.
Yeah, hoping to get loading in here. We're just waiting for some confirmation on when he is ready. But not yet, Brody. So we don't have questions right now. But for in general, folks, I mean, again, I apologize for all the issues that we had throughout this one. We still got more matches coming up later on. We got to go through our second winners round 2 matchup where all those Bang fans in chat will get to finally see him play. And then we go down to the losers side of things and we get to eliminate some teams from PACAF. The first teams that we are going to be seeing falling out of PACAF later on to cut down from 8 teams to 6 teams. Brody, it's been a long time coming to get through day 2 so far. It's a match that I didn't expect Anderson to win, but I'm not unpleasant to see this one. I'm happy that we're getting some upsets coming through now.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I believe that we have the interview actually ready to go now, so let's bring it in. It's loading. I'm so glad that loading is the player that we get as well. First of all, I mean, just coming off that match, mate, how are you doing? You must be feeling on cloud 9 right now because you guys have qualified for the World Championships.
Oh yeah, you know, it's really a dream come true. I feel like, you know, I never even expected an Air Force to be a gaming thing, and I'm out here we came here just trying to have fun. Turned a lot more competitive than we thought. We started out rough, 0-6 in like the training, like the first day we got here, and now we just top 3. We solidify worlds, so I'm blessed.
I love that. I love that attitude too. I mean, talk to me about that training because, you know, as a team, even yesterday versus Ilson, it seemed like you guys had some issues in the respawns. Was there anything even from day 1 into day 2 that you guys worked on that you felt were a lot better today against Misawa?
Oh yeah, definitely. Number one thing, we definitely had to like lock in for Misawa because Misawa's they're a good competitor. They're a good team for sure. Sweet, he's a demon on the sticks. I'll give it to him. But rotating on Hardpoint, that's definitely was our most like needed thing we needed to work on. But everything else, I feel like we just had to hit our shots and we locked in.
Oh yeah, you locked in, especially at the end of that Skyline. I was kind of worried for you guys for a second that we were going to a Game 5 search and destroy. But after this one, we got Kadena versus Hickam on stream loading. Is there one that you'd rather prefer to play in that winners finals? Is there anybody that you have on your eyes that you want to take down?
Well, I would love to play Kadena because we run 8s with them. We're in Discords, like we're cool with them. We're going to Shibuya after this, so like they're cool people. I mean, everybody here, you know, good energy, good vibes. You know, there's nothing to complain about. It's amazing, blessed to be here. But Kadena for sure.
Dude, that's absolutely awesome. Also, shout out to Shibuya, by the way. That place is awesome. I can't wait for you guys to go and see that. I'll take this opportunity to talk about you as an individual player here, Loden, real quick. I gotta ask, like, because you have been flying across the map for all these maps that we've casted so far. Like, I don't know, is it a conscious decision for you guys to be like, all right, so the game plan is in these games, we're just going to send Loading to constantly run routes across the map. He's just going to get these freebies. Is this something you guys have just decided that you're just going to be the guy to just run across the map and do your thing?
I feel like that's just chemistry, you know. Sorry, I lost my voice all that yelling up there. I wish y'all could hear, but it got real intense. But I feel like all the chemistry, they know I like to flank, I like to roam, I like to, you know, I always think like, why would I face them in the front when I can kill 3 people and without them even challenging me? So I don't know. I just like to take the smart route, I guess, while my team, you know, also is on point. I'm definitely not really an objective guy. I just like killing.
Work smart, not hard. That's what they say, right? You work smart, not
sure.
In that whole sense.
Yeah, for sure. Well, look, mate, we're going to let you go here. Before we do, though, as we've done with everybody, is there anybody you guys want to give some love to? Anybody back home?
Oh, yeah. I want to shout out my mom. Anderson, you know, amazing base, leadership, best leadership there could be. Definitely my uncle Mark. I used to watch him play GBs on Call of Duty 4. Shout out him. My brother, all my family. But yeah, all love from here.
Awesome, man. Well, I'm so glad you guys are in. Again, congratulations. You guys have qualified for the World Championships.
Hell yeah. Oh, excuse me.
Alrighty, well, we love Anderson. They've qualified for the World Championships, mate. He's feeling himself, and they're going to be feeling so happy. I love that he's lost his voice as
I
well.
wish we had microphones inside the venue for you and I to hear what they were saying on that stage. Because
Sure.
if his voice sounds like that, they had to be yelling across to Misawa. Absolutely, just energy. The vibes are good. Also, deep roots of competitive Call of Duty there. Uncle playing GBs back in the day. Shout out to Loading's uncle, because that is awesome. Like, even myself, growing up, I got into Call of Duty. My grandpa used to play Modern Warfare.
Yeah.
I used to watch him play. So
Did he?
that is yeah. I mean, it's
Actually,
deep
that's
rooted.
crazy, dude.
Yeah, it's deep rooted family ties to Call of Duty that keeps you going. So I love to hear stuff like that, Brody.
Yeah, for sure. I absolutely love that. Again, they've got through. Congratulations to those guys, mate. Anderson, phenomenal team. I'm so glad they're free.
You and I both, but we still got more matches. And, now that we're through this one, we have another winners round 2 to set up. Another team that is looking to qualify early for the World Championships over at Buckley Space Force Base. After this break, we got Kadena versus Hickam, a match that a lot of people in chat have been waiting for. Finally, you get to see Bang take the stage once again. We're getting things set up, and we'll be back with more COD here at PACAF soon.
For control, teams compete in a round-based respawn game mode where each team is either attacking or defending a set of objectives. At the start of each round, each team begins with a pool of 30 lives split across all members of the team. The attacking team must capture both zones before either time expires or they run out of lives. The defending team must prevent the attacking team from capturing both objectives while staying alive themselves. If one of the two objectives is captured, the attacking team will receive an additional minute of time to capture the second zone. The first team to win 3 rounds will win the game. However, if the score is tied and it reaches a 5th and final round, the team that captured the most objective points throughout the first 4 rounds will be the defending team in that final round and have the inherent advantage.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back one and all here to the PACAF Esports Championship. We are now halfway through today's broadcast and we've got more games coming your way. We just had one team qualify for the World Championships. How about we qualify another one into top 3 and of course those all important World Championships. We're taking over. The Beans on Toast boys are here now on broadcast. I've got Enigma with me. I'm going to take it from his facial expression that he doesn't eat beans on toast and I've just made that up.
I mean, I have done in the past, not for a long time now. Definitely not at 5 in the morning. So, yeah, I mean, the British boys are back in town, though. I guess I'll find a different way of like celebrating my Britishness. But yeah, I got a hell of a series coming up here, my friend. I think that the one that I got to watch there of Anderson, sorry, not Anderson, Masawa and Anderson was really good. I think that you've got yourself here another series coming where. I don't know, man. There's something about this one on paper that I think actually sets us up for an absolute classic. We've had some competitive series on main screen, but I think we're going to get a real good one here.
Yeah, for sure. So here's a look at the bracket as it currently stands, folks. Again, Anderson have made their way all the way through to the upper bracket final. It's guaranteed them a spot in the World Championships and top 3 for this tournament. One of these teams in Kadena and Hickam are also going to get their way into the World Championships via this matchup. And again, I'll keep on saying this, like, you want to make sure you do it via the upper bracket, because if you have to go to the lower bracket to qualify, you're likely going to face the likes of probably like Miss Sawa or maybe perhaps Yokota to qualify. You don't want to do that. You want to get this done right here, right now, because being the team is trying to squeeze themselves out for that third and final spot, it's not a great look, mate.
No, it's exactly where I was going to go with it myself as well. Like, it is a case of you want to use up, you got 2 lives essentially, and you want to get there before you've used up either of them. The teams are going to be for Kadena, it's going to be Bang, Chronics, Ephetians. Did we decide if it's Ephetians or Ephetians? Chat, do let us know.
Ephetians, sure.
DC. And then Hickam, it's going to be Fearless, Seaskirk, Miles, and Breadwinner. I feel like looking over at this Hickam team, I'm very much so like, Bread, I'm a big fan of him and what he's done so far. Seaskirk also had some pop-off moments. Seen Fearless clutch up quite a bit. And we interviewed Miles, and he was talking about how he says he's the less talented player on the team. But I think that makes him the perfect kind of person to be the objective player to set his team up for success. On the opposite side of things, I'm curious about if there's anyone from, this Kadena squad that you've looked at over the last 2 days and thought, all right, they're the guy that's going to get you through to Worlds.
On the Kadena side, oh man, it's so difficult. I want to say Bang. Like, I'm gonna give Bang some love in the chat. I know that the Bang fans are in the chat. Bang has definitely had his moments for sure. Him also, I want to say to a certain extent, like again, I don't know if we got to figure out some kind of pronunciation here. Or Ephetians. I think he has had so many solid moments. It has to be one of those players for me. But if I have to go for one, if it forced me to pick just one player here, it's got to be Bang. That guy's lived up to his name.
I mean, yeah, he does have a hell of a fan base in chat. Everyone's been saying they've been looking forward to watching a little bit of Bang. So let's hope he does indeed come out with one in map 1 and really light a fire underneath everyone here. But yeah, I mean, obviously, this is one of those moments where if you are one of the superstar players on a roster, you step up here. You get yourself through into that top 3 guaranteed, into that World's qualification spot without slipping up and putting yourself well and truly under a lot of pressure, as you said, through that lower bracket. It's just tough. Like, I was here before watching over Hickam against Osan, and it was kind of a case of like, they looked pretty unstoppable. It was 250 to 120 in the hardpoint, 6-2 in the S&D, 3-0 in the control. For Hickam, the only slip has been that game 5 round 11 against Masawa. And I think you just got to kind of like look at the docket that they've got there and say, this is a team that we should really be seeing through to Worlds.
Yeah, for sure. Hickam look like a really well put together team. They are absolutely a threat here. And, it's going to be difficult for me to imagine a situation in which they aren't one of the teams that qualify. But, given the fact that Misawa are now in the lower bracket, right? I mean, like, technically speaking, if Hickam lose this matchup, like, it would be one of those teams to get through. So again, they have to win this one. That being said, I believe the best of 5 map set is about to be ready to show you guys here. So let's see what we've got for this series. We haven't seen a whole lot of red card, so I'd like to see another one in this best of 5. And you know what, never mind. If you don't like red card, this is a great series for you. If you like Skyline and Vault, this is a banger series for you, Enigma.
Yeah, this absolutely screams of high engagement. Skyline Hardpoint, we're going to get two teams squaring off against each other, shooting at everything that moves. Skyline S&D, very quick break-off kind of situation. What I will say is that the final S&D, if we do get there, is very different to that. It's going from the smallest map to arguably the biggest map. I'm not sure if anyone's kind of tested if Hacienda is the same size as Red Card or not. Vault Control, we know that that's high pace, high engagement. Vault Hardpoint. So what I'm thinking that we're getting here, at least through these first 4 maps, my friend, is an absolute bloodbath. And what better way to get someone through to Worlds than just watching them absolutely tear everything in front of them apart?
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, mate, Skyline is such a fun map. We just saw it for the final map in the last series as well. And look, if you guys aren't familiar with Skyline, should play out. Just really basically, it is effectively, you have to make sure you win your rotations on this map. That goes for any hardpoint map. I think especially this one, you can really lock down P2 and P3 if you don't rotate properly. With that being said, then, let's talk about our predictions for this series. I'll be honest, I didn't really know where to go for this one. Like, I wasn't entirely sure. I was very on the fence, but I don't remember who it was. It was in an interview the other day, or it must have been yesterday, because we've only been doing this broadcast for a couple of days now. And someone said that Kadena are the team to watch out for. They are the biggest threat in this tournament coming into it, and so that for me, I think, has tipped over the line that this is probably going to be a Kadena victory, and I think they get it done.
Yeah, I mean, I've gone with a Kadena 3-2, but I'm not convinced. And I think I've actually talked myself into thinking that this might be a Hickam victory. So hopefully get to a game 5, and then I'm guaranteed that you're not at least getting your point. And then, you know, it all hangs in the balance. I mean, it doesn't really matter who qualifies for Worlds. What matters is that our predictions come right? So that's more important. Just been confirmed, by the way, by production in the back. It's Ephesians?
Ephesians, which would make sense, right?
I have no idea. I feel like I'm like looking at a word that maybe I should know from like maybe like some sort of like Roman Greek historical literature, and I just have not got.
I'm fairly certain it's like a Bible thing.
Okay, all right. Well, I'd have no idea then. So Ephesians it is, and we will now start saying that correctly. My apologies.
Yeah, sure.
We'll get it.
I have no idea what that means either. We're not going to refer to what on earth that is. Regardless, okay, yeah, that makes sense. See, yeah, we don't know. We have no idea. I don't know, mate. The only books I read are Percy Jackson. I don't know what you want from me. Anyway,
I've read a book in a long time. I'm actually just thinking about that. That's kind of actually depressing.
It's a great book. Would you believe? Actually, I know this is probably for a Phil segment. My girlfriend and I recently went to a museum, and I had no idea what I was looking at for the most part. We saw an area in the museum that was exclusively for like the Roman gods, and I immediately recognized who those gods were based on the fact that I'd read the Percy Jackson books. They didn't need to read them. I literally saw the statues and were like, I know what that is, which is really sad for a almost 26-year-old man.
The Roman ones like that. Neptune, Poseidon. Yeah. Okay. All right. So maybe, I don't think I'd have recognized them without reading like the plaque, but like I'd have understood who they were. I've been okay there. What I meant, by the way, is not that I've not read Percy Jackson. I've not read a book in a long time. Yeah, wow. I'm kind of like thinking, because like when I was a kid, I used to read so much, and now all of a sudden I'm questioning everything. I need to spend less time at my computer screen. Anyway, certain people who will be spending a lot of time still at their computer screen on your monitors right now, getting themselves locked and loaded. I can see Skyline, so we must be just moments away from getting everything going here. Map 1, Hickam v Kadena to qualify for Worlds. We're underway.
Alrighty, let's see who is going to get that last World Championship spot in the upper bracket. We're about to find out. Almost immediately, you can see early efforts from Kadena here to try and flip spawns, make their way through towards P2 side. Bang and Ephesians will win 3 gunfights between them. Bang now looking to open up some more space for potential flank in behind enemy lines. That's a big gunfight versus Breadwinner to take down. At the same time, DC trying to push the option towards the stair side. Bang goes for the reload. Unfortunately, does end up getting shut down. So it's an early attempt to flip those spawns for Kadena that ultimately doesn't go.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be careful here. He's looking to extend. You get too far forward, you're going to flip Kadena in for free. And, well, eventually he gets found out anyway. So final 10 seconds of P1. It's all about this setup for P2. Miles is going to be in the hill. That's typically the hill kitten for this team. He's going to let his teammates set themselves up in locations that's going to let them do the slaying. And, well, he doesn't get the support on the point, though. DC comes up, Zip, finds him, and Seaskirk will eventually trade it on out.
All right, well, Kadena still fighting through the front of this hard point. Now you're in a really awkward spot as Hickam looking to control things with the AR. We were talking about, what was it? I think you said Miles was one of the players to watch out for on this. Honestly, I'm going to go ahead and say Breadwinner is definitely the guy on Hickam to watch in this game. He has been shutting down so many lanes. We saw it the other day on Skyline Hardpoint itself, and he's doing it once again at the start of this one. Kadena are trying to run across the map here and get past Hickam's lines of sight. They're not successfully able to do so. Player now hitting up the zip. Ephesians will get cut down, as will another one. Finally, Ephesians will get 2. DC following up for another one, but it is just not enough right now for that break to come through. So Hickam really solid on P2.
Yeah, doing a great job. Kadena, I mean, you said it yourself. We have been told that these are the guys to beat right now. Well, Hickam are giving that their best bet as they take on P2 and walk away 50 points up. You will get the split spawn come in as well for Hickam. Breadwinner will spawn one side, Miles the other, and that allows him to set up a pinch here on Kitchen. Eventually, it still falls in favor of Kadena.
Oh, Fearless. That's a big two-piece coming out from Fearless. Pinstripe kill feed. Breadwinner going to follow up with another one. Players for Hickam currently spawning out towards that grass side. You cannot let players get control of the bar area. That's why that slide tile from Chronix is so important, but followed up by a two-piece from Fearless is going to enable Hickam to get that last 20 seconds of time.
I like this.
And this is a big play coming out from Bang. I really would have liked to seen a little bit more trigger discipline there on really both of those fights from Bang. Able to take him out with pretty much ease is Skirk around the back.
Yeah, if not discipline, then at least accuracy, right? You got to do a better job of cleaning those up. Chronix, though, has managed to punch his way in through the front, finds Miles behind the bathtub. Look at this arriving support. Ephesians will be cut down by C-Skirk. Chronix here, gotta be careful. Have you had that come through? It looks like a no, but it doesn't matter. Jesus. Absolutely fries him as Bang activates for 2. So an opportunity then to play in for bed. An opportunity for Kadena to try and hold something. DC, needs to be seeing a little bit more out of him. 4-11 right now, jackal in hand. Close range fight, and you fall. Maybe that's explaining the slow start. Right now, just an unlucky gunfight, but Chronix is there to clean it all up, and you've still got these close spawns, so Kadena managing to drag themselves closer and closer at the back end of rotation 1.
Nade doesn't really do anything here. This is a back 25 worth grabbing if you're Kadena. Hickam trying to fight this one from the front. Spreading out in your favor at this point in time. Breadwinner really slow to react in that situation. Will now be backed away here. Last minute flanking play from Fearless. At the same time, Skirk through the front will go down. Ultimately, it should be Fearless that gets the time. No, gets cut down from the two-piece from DC. So Hickam not actually going to get that time. But off the back of the first set here, Enigma, we have a 13-point deficit for Kadena to work back from.
Yeah, interesting there to see where everyone prioritized off the back of the spawns. For Kadena, it was a case of you're spawning so deep out by Umbrella that you start just trying to push your way towards P1 regardless. For Hickam, I think that they actually decided, you know what we're going to do is focus that P2 hold. Won't matter. Chronix finds a route through Kitchen, gets himself in around the back, and has now also found several kills and onto P1. Chronix, Mr. Do It All in the moment, eventually brought to an end. But watch now as these arrows on your minimap start to prioritize that left side of the map. Draw a cordon and make sure that they have got what is supposed to be a money hill on Skyline. I don't know if there are many of those, to be completely honest with you. But it's a line of blue kills in the feed. Kadena's starting to find some real momentum here.
Well, you talk about the money hill, right? And this hill is not necessarily impenetrable, but it is very difficult to break into. It's worth saying that this is where Hickam got the vast majority of their time last time around. They could well do this again because Fearless have used the underground route to get in behind enemy lines. They have no idea currently. The check from Ephesians is not good enough, but the trade from DC will be. Yet still, Hickam have managed to get players again behind enemy lines. There's the spawn flip coming through. Skirk getting 2 kills. That's big. Chronix not registering that spawn flip. Bit of a miscommunication there for the players coming off the spawns, and now Hickam they're in.
Yeah, and Bread's also playing back from Kitchen, so he'll found 1. Bang gets a kill up top. Will be supported by DC. Bang then continues to hold. Bang finds 3. Goes absolutely nuclear here. C-Skirk is going to be on his own for a moment. Does his best, but it won't be enough. And Bang's huge performance out by steps will just allow his team to bully in for P2 and help extend their lead out just a little bit.
Oh, Ephesians, big gunfight inside. Nice shots, as you said. Also, a really nice nade at the same time. Will simultaneously pick up a couple of kills with that play. really on the whole here, Kadena managing to get a wealth of time off of P2. We talk about it being a relatively easy kill to hold. Well, Hickam has certainly had a better shot at it than Kadena did in the first set, but it wasn't enough to take that time away. So, kind of blown a hole right in this game with that kill. Raises the ante here for Hickam to move towards the next actually hold this time. Chronix doesn't want to allow it. Comes through for one, but Bang and DC will pick up where he left off. That's now 3 kills between them. That's now control for them. You're in a really good spot.
Ephesians onto a 5. Bang on a 3. And by the way, Bang currently sitting at 28 and 14. Talk about superstar players and whether or not they can punch you through to world qualification. Bang is doing his absolute utmost. Will be eventually found over by Bar. It's all about this rotation in for bed. Chronix is going to be very far away from it, so he's just trying to distract players at old. That is indeed a big kill, but as you activate there, Ephesians will fall in the back, so it will be Hickam in control of P4. And therefore, it's all about punching through the front. Now, Kadena managed this last time, but it did take them 20 seconds or so.
Yeah, that is actually the kill against Ephesians that was the big gunfight right now. Kadena having to work back from that because they lost those back spawns. These trades are not favorable whatsoever. Ephesians has to wait very patiently. Might actually get some freebie kills here. And will not do so. That is a big gunfight for Breadwinner. Gunfight's also now being won around the front of the hard point. DC getting a good look from bedroom side. Just going to go for the Kest inside the shower while the player behind the bar tries to play their life. That's not going to work. Kisa for a double. And now Hickam here in control of this game. C-Skirk finds 3 around the back line. They're good for the back 30 here.
A couple more kills. Feels like a big piece to move up the board as well in Bang. Really has shown his superstar prowess. I'm seeing why there is a fan club for him in the Twitch chat as Ephesians activates for 2 through the front. And will therefore mop up a bit of scrap time here. You get the rest of that. It's going to give you around about a 50-point lead leading into rotation 3. Don't have to worry about clock necessarily here. This is all going to come down to just juking it out. For Hickam, I think that slaying hasn't been a massive problem. Miles is the only player negative right now, but that tends to be your hill kitten. For Cisco and Fearless Bread, it's just about those kills being a little bit more impactful, especially when you're talking about hills like P2, P4, and making sure you're lining players up around those moments and locking in some serious defensive holds.
All right, opportunity here for Kadena to get a wealth of time on P1 and really blow this game wide open. Hickam currently trading by about 50 points or so. Breadwinner trying to get some map control. Big shutdown coming through. Bang now. Potential opportunity to fly towards the hard point. They haven't dealt with everybody just yet. One more player towards that gym side. That's Chronix to pick up 2. That is a full wipe coming out from Kadena. And now Hickam have to make a serious choice here about what this rotation looks like.
Fearless stun goes out. Will get the tags. That should give him some information on Piano. Cisco goes hunting after it. Won't find anything. Knows Ephesians cleans up. Final 5 seconds. You do manage to get Breadwinner to slide on through. He finds Ephesians and then finds Chronix as well. That's 2 kills given relatively for free. But DC and Bang just stop that momentum that seems to come on through. So it should be that we have Kadena in control, and that will confirm it as DC finds 1. Chronix then pushes out for another. Fearless will try and contest for just a moment, but it feels like the inevitable will happen, and Bang is there to clean up. So Kadena then trying to lock in a hold and get themselves very close to finishing this.
And it really does feel like Hickam kind of half-assed that rotation somewhat, but now they might be able to brute force their way through. Breadwinner with that 2 pieces, everything. TK, of course, from Kadena, or rather a self-K from Kadena, probably didn't help the situation. And now Hickam having control of the hill for the back 20 seconds here. I don't necessarily think Kadena are going to put too much into this one. 3 players, 1 last hit. Fearless will line 2 of them up. That's 3 for Fearless and extra body shots as well. Hickam will take that all day long, and that is a big break and a big hold from them.
It is, and because C-Skirk was so advanced across the map as well, you get a distant spawn for Kadena. You got a lot of running to do. So just as we were talking about Kadena potentially seeing this one out, Hickam get the scrap time, put themselves to within 20, and right now Kadena are scrambling to ensure that Hickam don't put themselves on a tie game here. Miles, we said we need a little bit more out of him, finds 2 to bully his way in for 3. But it's going to be handed straight back over. Breadwinners pop up for 5 kills. Fearless also activating as well around the bar in Furnace. It's just going to help Hickam draw nearer and nearer as we edge towards the end of this banger.
Trap being made here from DC. Keep an eye on him on the mini-map. Could well blow everything wide open. There we go. DC gets involved. Allows Chronix to get the next kill. Chronix for 2. And Kadena now fighting for the back 20 seconds. Big plays, potentially from Miles. Hasn't had the best game in this series so far, but that's unfortunate. Gonna get shut down. Now that back umbrella position has been garnered by Kadena. Now they've got kill control as well. 229, 214 as the next skill pops. Seasunk gonna pick up the first blood. Hickam right at the door here to move towards the hard point.
That was a great effort. I was about to see if Chronix was coming on through with that one. It was a great effort from Kadena to hit that rotation early, see if they could get there before Hickam, but the gunfights don't go their way. Bread's pushing out to try and relieve pressure from the hill. Pops off for a couple, finds a 5 spree, and his team just need 20 more seconds. Kadena responding so far away. Can you get through Bread? The guy's holding it all down, trying to play around Jacuzzi, but he's surrounded by 4.
Hickam finally have Bread shut down. Kadena knocking at the door, have to check all of the different areas. Chronic survives here. 360s around the bar. Finally, Miles goes down. Kadena could still technically finish it on this hard point. Hickam have to contest at the very least here. Slide Chow from Breadwinner, pick up that kill. Turn and burn on towards Ephesians as well. Fearless for number 3. DC, the last player, he is gone. And Hickam should win off the back of that. Nobody from Kadena will touch in time. Hickam clutch up towards the end of the game. It is an emphatic map number 1 victory.
Bread drops 50 for the victory, including a turn and burn in the final moments to get his team through. Absolute insanity of a performance. I gotta say, the Bang Fan Club right now, I know you're not necessarily going to be happy with it, but surely you just tip your hat towards Bread and say, fair play, let's go again. The one thing we will notice when we look at the scoreboard is that Hickam really outslayed in comparison to Kadena. The one thing was, though, for Hickam, it was a case of those kills felt less impactful at times. It felt like you needed those superstar moments. For Kadena, it felt like they had much more of a solid fundamental play around their game. Problem for Skyline is, as we know, sometimes it can just come down to who manages to outshoot the other, and with Bread dropping 50, he was not someone you could keep up with.
Told you, mate. Bread is a phenomenal player. Played out of his mind there towards the end of that game. I think it was, what, a 5-6 spree or something like that from that final rotation. Just so solid. And it's the fact he's an AR player as well. He can just cut off so many different lines of sight, so many lanes that Kadena then have to kind of work around. It's this play, absolutely phenomenal from Bread. And really, I mean, just fair play to both of the squads. That was a great game. Early on, I think it was Kadena getting control of P2, set the tone for what could be a competitive game of Hardpoint. In the end, Hickam come through. They clutch up, get 250 to 237 victory. They start this series with a bang. I honestly didn't know what to expect from these rosters. I knew it was going to be a close one. Didn't expect it to be that close.
No, I mean, we have been saying that these series have been feeling more and more competitive the deeper into the bracket we go. Of course, this guarantees qualification for Worlds, so we are expecting everyone to put everything they have on the table, and we got that in Skyline. I mean, we're gonna take. I've got the scoreboard here on the right, and the amount of kills is actually insane. 50 for Breadwinner, 36 for Fearless, 27 for Skirk, 16 for Miles. I mean, across the board, the number of engagements, absolutely insane. But Bread, oh my god, drops nearly 6,000 damage on Skyline. And it doesn't matter which way you go about it, quite frankly. I mean, his team performed well, but like, that is putting the whole squad in your backpack and saying, all right, boys, I'm taking us to the World Championships.
Now, I will say, here's the key thing. It's a bit of a unique situation, right? Because Bread drops 50 kills. He only gets 10 seconds in hill time, right? So it's just one of those situations where he's getting a lot of kills. He is purely shutting down map control. Like, Bread's entire purpose, and this is something that if we do get a post-game interview with Hickam, if they do end up winning this series in any capacity, it's something that we definitely need to ask. Is just like, is the setup you have a player that is, their entire purpose is just to play outside of the hard point, outside of the objective, solely just to get map control, while the rest of your team all get even amounts of kill time, because that is the case looking over to our scoreboard. You know, Miles, Seaskirk, and Fearless all have at least a minute and 15 or more inside the hard point. It does feel like there's a real game plan there in Hardpoint for Hickam, and it's just about executing that, playing well as a team. I do want to give a shout out to Kadena, though. I mean, they did play as a team really well in that game. It's not like fundamentally they made any real errors. It was good Hardpoint from them. They just got outslayed in those key moments.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we spoke to Miles. I think it was me and Seymour. We had an interview with Miles, and he kind of said, like, you know, he plays Hill Kitten, and it lets the other guys kind of slot into where their roles are. So, yeah, it does feel like they have that setup. In ideal moments, obviously, it's kind of difficult to kind of string that together in the chaos of Skyline. But Miles hunkers down, lets the other three push on out. And we saw that towards the end of that first map there, where Bread, you know, gets a couple of kills and immediately gets aggressive. A couple of teams can be accused of some, and this isn't just in this tournament, this is in all tournaments. You get yourself in the hill, you draw very close to hill defensive line. That means if you lose a kill or two, you're immediately under pressure. As we get a little bit of a thumbs down from whoever's sitting the close side here. Oh, then we're getting some hearts as well. So mixed emotions here on main stage, but yeah, I mean, what I liked from Bread is that he pushed out, because even though he doesn't impact much in terms of pushing out over towards Jacuzzi, it's just that he's slowing people coming. He's getting that information early. It's giving time for his teammates to get involved in trade fights and set themselves up in different ways. So Bread, impactful not just in the slaying department, but also being that relief of pressure for his team. I like what you say about Kadena, though. It did feel like they played very well as a team. I feel like as a foursome, this looks more balanced. And so once we start talking about the search and destroy, I really do think that you are going to see some really strong executable plays here.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we had a phenomenal start to this series. We promised a series filled with fireworks, and we've had exactly that so far. Right now, 1-0 to Hickam between them and Kadena. We've got a search and destroy coming up next. We're going to take a quick break. On the other side, search and destroy. Don't go far. Hey everyone, welcome back here to the PACAF Esports Championship. Apologies for the delay. We were just setting some things up on the back end. I believe Search and Destroy is now not that far away. It's good to be here though. Map number 1 feels like it happened an eternity ago now. Enigma, but it was a phenomenal start to the series. So I'm hoping we get the same kind of vibes here in map number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. 250 to 237 in the end. I believe the score was in favor of Hickam, largely off the back of a monster performance from Breadwinner, dropping 50. We'll be staying at Skyline, this time for the Search and Destroy. And Seaskirk, he's got the bomb, and he's hitting mid.
Alrighty, this is very aggressive to have your entry sub be the bomb carrier. Seaskirk's making it work though. First kill is good. Second potential target right in front of him. The slide shell is great against DC, and he is feeling himself at the moment. First 2 kills for Seaskirk. Breadwinner for number 3. Ephesians now 1 versus 4. They've spotted him out as well, and that final kill comes through with the crispiest of shots. Fist bumps all around for Hickam.
Wow, absolutely brutal. You called it correctly. Seaskirk, they're getting very aggressive despite having the bomb in hand. High risk, high reward, but, well, one half of that is that it's high reward, and, well, I mean, the team clean up completely. Seaskirk activates for 1, Breadwinner for 2. Moments like that, you come out off the back of a little bit of a pause here. Hickam clearly very locked in. Kadena, they might be wondering what the hell just hit them. Is there opportunities to answer back? They will get bomb controls. They get to dictate where this play goes. Be scooped by DC. We're on board with Ephesians as he challenges Piano.
Same kind of aggression this time from Kadena on the offense. Once again, it is DC playing aggressor early on in this round. Chronix pushing for flank through towards B. That does generally feel like it is the play call for Kadena on the offense. Seaskirk now making the approach from behind, though. It's an immediate trade. Looking for more value here. 2 versus 3 for Hickam. Kadena do, technically speaking, have full control over the A side. DC has to be careful where he's taking this bomb.
Yeah, Fearless was under map. I think he's now... It's interesting to see the sub split here.
Wow, that's really unfortunate. Seaskirk gets some godlike time on towards Ephesians and DC. And Bang was very far removed from the play. Gonna get shut down by, I think that's Fearless who comes through for that final kill. I'll be honest, I think Seaskirk, while he made the play, kind of got very fortunate that Kadena took so long to actually do anything.
Yeah, Kadena there just is one of those where you're not picking up enough information to really recognize that you have so much control. You know, I feel like I am surprised. Skirk picks up that kill inside B. Maybe they think that, okay, well, if there's only 2 players alive in the opposing team, maybe they're both looking after B, so we can move it on over towards A. And then, when they eventually do that, Skirk has gone underneath. But, yeah, I mean, that's also another point. Kadena never really sent anyone down there to check what was going on. And Skirk takes full advantage of that. Hickam up 2-0, looking real clean so far. Oh my god, this is a wild hit.
Very aggressive, straight in towards the B site. Full control already pretty much obtained here. 1 player in sight. DC swiftly removes. There goes Ephesians towards outer as well. Players still hanging about the joint here. They've got to hit this at the same time. They don't. First few shots in from Chronix don't go well. Bang also removed from the sights. Chronix second attempt also not crispy whatsoever. How about an aggressive push there from Hickam?
Any opportunity to change my predictions in the back would be absolutely lovely. I mean, don't get me wrong. Kadena in the Hardpoint felt like we really saw a squad that was on a wavelength. We spoke about it. They were only really beaten by the fact that you just couldn't keep up with the slaying power from Bread. Putting up nearly 6,000 damage across that Skyline Hardpoint. Thought we'd come into this, see a couple of executable plays from Kadena. Instead, it's Hickam with all the strategies. Big, aggressive, offensive plays. Skirk flipping the map underground on the defense. Kadena with 0 answers. 3 players on a donut. Gotta see him step up here.
Kadena aggressive once again. Same kind of look. Last time around, it was Chronix for that first blood. Could well be again. Still chilling around Jim. Nobody's checked him. Should get a freebie against Breadwinner, and that is exactly the case. So, again, does that give him the confidence to get the bomb down? Because there's no real help towards that A bomb site. Seaskirk has picked up Ephesians, and now having a backup to deal with Seaskirks is DC. That's a good read.
Yeah, that's much more like it. I was a little bit worried Seaskirk was going to get to take that chow. Escape free. Well, Kadena will get one back onto the board. We were kind of talking about it. Tip our hat to DC. He finds that his teammates died, recognizes that Seaskirk was an important player in previous rounds, goes back to clean him up. Now that gives you like one half of the map to push out from. No moment where you're worried about getting wrapped because you've got player kitchen, player top. You recognize that you're in a spot where, okay, we have control. We know where we can move to next. So, Kadena, get around finally on the board. Did say that you're going to need a couple of players to step up. Feels like Chronix having himself a solid map. Ephesians and Bang, can you pull yourself into this game? Well, Hickam have been great on the offense so far. Very aggressive. Let's see what they do as they look towards A.
Feels like a lot of teams have favored A just because the defense has been relatively weak for it. Generally speaking, in a regular game of COD, you would see teams get aggressive and put a couple of players around that sofa side to prevent the A plant. Both teams of the defense have been failing to do that so far, and that's resulting now this bomb plant coming down. Despite the man disadvantage for Hickam, they are on a 2 versus 4. Things really difficult. Miles taking some shots towards DC. Would have been nice if you could get away with that fight, but having to back down now. Fearless very far removed. Miles stunned up, overwhelmed here. Shot in the back and Dunzo. Fearless now 1 versus 4. Can barely win the first fight, and Kadena with a perfect retake. Hickam, got to give him some credit there because they tried to get that bomb down and even the odds.
Yeah, feels like they did a lot of the right things. What I will say, I think that Chronix gets that kill down low on Skirk and then gets to roam relatively freely from there. Not sure with Fearless's reposition over towards Jacuzzi. I feel like that was basically leaving Miles a little bit out to dry. And, you know, maybe just take control of back cobble there. Ensure that your boy doesn't get collapsed on, at least not through your own spawn. But Kadena, well, they must have heard us because after losing the first 3 rounds, they find 2. Up to Hickam to stop the momentum that has been building for Kadena. And it's these first bloods, these first fights that are just seeing this team come out a lot more on top at the minute.
Kadena playing this a lot slower. Again, it's the exact same position from the likes of Chronix to trying to get aggressive potential flank. I think Miles is on the hunt for said player. Checking everywhere, but where Chronix actually is. Elsewhere, trade starting to go down off the start of this round. Big gunfight for Seaskirk to lose, and there's that final kill. Kadena starting to put some rounds together here.
And we see in the player cams that the Kadena guys get loud, recognizing that they have an opportunity here to really just continue to snowball the pressure that they are putting Hickam under. Big kills over in Closet. Felt like Seaskirk got that instant trade onto Bang, but then off the back of that, you just saw that aggression from Kadena. Okay, we know where one player is. Let's go and snuff him out. We know that Seaskirk, who is 8-3 right now, that's the queen on the chessboard for your opposing team. We want to remove that, so great job. DC on a 5 as well. Play to keep an eye on for potential RC XD circumstances.
For sure. Kadena have really strung some rounds back-to-back now, and I think Hickam have given a little bit too much room to breathe, if I'm honest. I'm Breadwinner. You've got full A site control. Just try and get that bomb down. Play around it from there on out. Flanking play, though. They've spent too long on it. DC is about to be a real nuisance. There it is for the first kill against Fearless. Bomb will go down, though. Now 3 versus 4.
Brett's got an important job here in this fight against DC. Big win. That will reduce the amount of options available. Another one, and Brett somehow finds 2. It's going to be chased by Chronix as well. Stun goes out. Doesn't even connect either. Brett manages to slip away. But Chronix currently chasing Shadows, and Brett actually finds the kill as well. Brett just needs one more for the ace. It's going to be over by Jacuzzi, so an opportunity to do so, but doesn't need it. Hickam come out on top, and it's that man again, Breadwinner, just showing that he has that extra sprinkling of superstar power. Does a great job to just hold his own spawn, then pushes out to control top mid. And slips away like a ghost into the night so that Chronix couldn't hunt him down and set up some sort of pinch on the second attempt. Hickam needed that. You felt like after picking up the first 3 rounds, then losing the next 3, Kadena had gained that aura of coming back into this and just running away with it a little bit. Hickam up by 1. Bomb this time. Going to be taken low, potentially through mid towards A.
Losing Ephesians is definitely going to hurt that push. Oh my goodness me. How on earth has that happened? Miles doesn't just take himself out of the play. Takes probably the strongest player on Hickam out of the round as well. Skirk and Fearless now left kind of up creek without a paddle. And completely separated as well here in this play. Fearless is going on a very long flank though. Might be able to get some good timing.
And Skirk suspects an opponent above him.
Fearless?
Yeah, Fearless might have an opportunity here to isolate this fight. You do, so you turn it into a 2v2. Skirk does well to stay alive. We'll come back to the clean kill. Fearless, big fight, and loses it to Chronix 1v2. What can Skirk do? You get the instant trade. You've still got 30 seconds, so plenty of time to make this work up against Bang.
That glass smash is going to give some information away to Bang. Skirk just playing this one slow. And that's not really the right play call in this situation. Bang's not going to give anything away for free. Just a quick check up top. Back towards the bomb site. You have to hit this fast. Have to find the kill scar. Skirt has spotted him out, but it's too little too late. Can you get consolation prize in the kill? I don't even think you get that at this point. Skirk is just going to play his life. Oh, might actually give away the freebie to Bang, and there she does. Bang gets away with the kill towards the end, and Kadena make it happen. And that TK at the start of the round probably won Kadena the round.
Yeah, reaction from Miles on the player cams that kind of suggests that he's not sure what happened there. It's a frag grenade, so I don't know if it's overcooked. I don't know if it's an attempt to throw something back. I don't know, but it just goes all awry. For Kadena, I will give huge props over to Bang. I think you're in a 2v1 there. You see your teammate fall early. Could have panicked, could have thrown something away. Instead, dares Skirk to come and challenge him. And when it takes Skirk such a long time to come and find him, Bang just plays the timer's shoulders a couple of times and sees it on out.
On the search and destroy, back and forth. I thought after the first 3 rounds it was Hickam's to run away with, but that's not been the case now. Trades off the start of this. Now 2 versus 2 on the hunt for the last few kills. Kadena, a breadwinner, going to go down. That's a big head to take. Miles, currently the lowest performing player on Hickam in this search and destroy at 2 and 5. Has a lot of different places to look. The shot's not that great. Not even against the second player as well. Overwhelmed by the last 2. Kadena played that perfectly. Nice little bait and switch.
I think that was a bit of work from Kadena there, reading into stuff that Hickam have done already through this search, getting aggressive in towards this bomb site. I feel like they were just happy to let that happen. Traded it out a little bit, but then found routes in towards the site. I think that kill on Bread just before we isolate Miles into the 2v1. Huge moment. Kadena then. Bang, delivering for the fan club. Stepping up towards the back end of this S&D. Chronix will take bomb, and this aggression low towards mid has been one of their big plays so far.
I gotta start seeing some of these teams make more control over A. Because Kadena just not doing it pretty consistently. They're playing so slow, apart from the one player that has the bomb. Skunk gonna take that player down. There's Chronix down for the count now. That's gonna up the ante somewhat. DC goes in the chase, was being shot in the back, but manages to survive the fight, and that player doesn't follow up for the kill. Big shots across the map. Miles wins that fight. Fearless also going to take down Bang. DC will reveal his position in the 1 versus 3. Makes this down to a 1 versus 2. Breadwinner around it, and we're going to see a round 11 here, folks.
Well, if we were going to be pushing one team to world to 250 to 237 in the first map, around 11 in the second, certainly delivering on the spectacle that we were hoping for. Red, by the way, got off to a slow start really in this S&D. Now sitting at 10 and 5. Flicks on the afterburner, shifts it up a gear. Who has offense? It's going to be Kadena. So their general offensive role has been scoop it, head through closet, and drop in towards U side. I hated what they did last time, isolating the bomb player in gym. And this time it looks like they're actually just going to play straight through the bar.
Here we go. Aggression on the defense. Seaskirk feeling himself. Going to have to back away. Breadwinner, though, is the guy that's a human turret right now. Finds the opening kill against Ephesians. Aggression from DC to trade things out. There's one head you got to take out for a 3 versus 3. Probably not the player you wanted, but it's still a kill that's big enough. It's going to enable him to get the bomb down.
So a 3v3 retake at A. The one big player to factor in here is going to be Bang, all the way back Umbrella. Does Seaskirk see him? Probably not. The shots ring out, but actually Seaskirk survives, so an opportunity to pinch on this.
Wait, what? He's not looking in the direction of the player. Chronix gets away with a 3-2 piece. You know where Fearless is because he's taking shots. Bang now getting towards the bomb site as well. Fearless has to check this corner. Does so. Now the 1 versus 1 for Fearless. Jumping over the top. The shot's not good. And Bang wins the round for Kadena. A round 11 clutch for Kadena as they get it done.
And you see what it means as Kadena players leap out of their seats to celebrate a round 11 victory. 1v1 doesn't get much more intense than that. Good lord. Felt like such a weird S&D. First 3 rounds go to Hickam uncontested. It's then 3 straight for Kadena. You then see a moment where a team kill comes through. It's back forth and all over the place from there. The game 5, round 11, 1v1. Well, Bang holds his nerve. I gotta say, the positioning as well was really strong. I was a little bit worried that he was shooting a little bit windy. He plays back Umbrella. Seaskirk then slips through, takes a little bit of damage. You don't seem to get a comm come through because no one actually turns to face it. But then somehow Seaskirk runs straight past Chronix, which is unlucky, and sets Chronix up for a free 2-piece. I mean, all over the place. I feel like there's good plays, a couple of questionable plays. My friend, you talked about that lack of A defense that seems to be available to people. But it turns out that aggressive offenses were often the name of the game there. So I gotta tip my hat towards at least trying to make something happen on your offensive plays. That's showing bravery from both teams here, showing just how much they want to make it to that finals and get themselves through to Worlds.
And that was just such a weird search and destroy. I really did feel like from the first 3 rounds that it was going to be just Hickam running through Kadena. And then all of a sudden we had this Kadena bounce back. They adapted ever so slightly. We had, as you said, I mean, the teammate from Miles and the TK in the same moment as well, that basically gave a round away for free. And then around 11, I got to go back to that play. I would love to see it in like a post package or whatever, in a replay package. It was like a play towards the end. I don't remember which player it was, but a player like on the retake towards the site ran into the site and just did not look at where a player was. Like, had no idea, despite the fact that their teammate had just been taken out by that player, just was not reactive whatsoever and basically gave a 3 couple of kills away. It's small plays like that that do split the difference in the end and ultimately lead up to that final 1 versus 1 that Bang is able to take away. So Kadena trade things out now. 1-1 in the series we go. It makes Vault Control quite literally a swing game mode in this series. What are we thinking here? Vault Control, who are we looking to take this one?
Honestly, it's difficult to say. I mean, right now, I'm kind of looking back at the performances of both teams through this tournament. Kadena went 9-0 in terms of maps in groups. They then win 3-0 in winners round 1 against a J-Bear team that we haven't seen much of, to be honest. So yeah, coming into this series, they were 12-0. They then lose a map in very tight fashion. Skyline Hardpoint. It's hard sometimes to kind of play Skyline out and understand who was playing the fundamentals well, if you get what I mean. Like, it's just one of those maps where, because of the way it works, you can just punch straight through setups very easily with all the chaos that it ensues with. What I will say is right now we are probably looking at a couple of different superstars that have really stepped up across both teams to kind of lay a little bit of a foundation for the team, a bit of a pace setter, nice and early. For Hickam, we know that they went 2-1 in groups, losing a game 5 round 11. I believe that was also a 1v1 loss in groups. So The only issues you are seeing for Hickam right now is the inability to close out round 11's and Search and Destroy. So other than that, feels like off the back of performances from people like Bread, like Loading, they are very much so seeming like a team that are pretty unstoppable. You asked me about who takes the control here on Vault.
Sure.
I don't know, my friend. Do you have something that you're leaning towards? I mean, we both went with predictions. I don't feel comfortable in mine. I don't know if you feel comfortable on yours.
Man, I don't know. I don't even know what I predicted at this point. What did I say? What did I say? I said
3-1?
3-1 to Kadena, right?
Yeah. I went 3-2 Kadena.
Man, I don't know. Honestly, at this point, like, Kadena played well in that Search and Destroy, but I go back to that first respawn and I don't know, dude. It's literally for me a case of if they can shut down Breadwinner, and I don't want to put the entirety of Hickam down to one player because that's not true. Like, the OBJ work that the rest of the team are pulling off is pretty important, but like, if you shut down Breadwinner, you're going to have such a much more map to work with, right? Comparatively to kind of where they were at multiple times on that Skyline Hardpoint. So if they can do that, I still feel pretty confident that Katina can take this and then take the Hardpoint as well. But honestly, mate, who knows? It feels like a toss-up. This is one of our closest series we've had so far in the tournament. Regardless, Vault Control swing game in this series about to get underway here, folks. We're going to have Hickam starting things off on the offense, and so often this opening wave of gunfights can decide pretty much everything. Brilliant set nades off the start is going to slow Miles up consistently, but what a nade in response from Miles. Would be great if your rest of your team could stay up in this situation. Shots going out, but you get overwhelmed, bang up top to take you down, and that's a brilliant first wave of fights here from Hickam.
Breadwinner does a great job over by B to just alleviate some pressure, but never mind, because the next wave of kills are all red in the feed. Katina are going to be trying to activate a spawn trap here as Bread and Fearless find it two important ones to give them a route out potentially, but Miles, I mean, he's barely able to take a step around Palms here before DC puts bullets into him. Can you get out? Slips, slides, ducks, dives. Well, his teammates have actually just decided to stack the A point. Miles can try and join this party late. Fight for some catwalk control. Might be a little bit late as Bang finds one, but Miles does activate to find two. And there's your first tick coming through.
Now, 50 seconds on the clock. Players now on the point. 3 stack coming through from Hickam. Kadena now looking for some kind of control from up top. Players diving down. Flanking play from Ephesians in the moment as well. Only Fearless and Breadwinner now going to find some value, and that two-piece from Breadwinner should basically secure A. So an extra 60 seconds on the board. It looks easy for Hickam to capture that point.
Gotta give credit to Miles. We've talked about him so often. It's like the objective player, the hill kitten, etc. But that play there to push for catwalk control, crucial on opening things up. Of course, it's Breadwinner, though, who's onto a force breach. Just applying pressure from line towards Art is going to be eventually found. We're on board still with Miles, who's going to hit out solo here, potentially considering just playing through this P4 side. Trying to get himself in around the back. Maybe a bit of an itchy trigger finger, though. And does find Bang, though, so I was a little bit worried that you're giving yourself up, and this Breadwinner finds 2 more. This will give you an opportunity to lay siege to B.
There's already starting. One flank from Ephesians, though, on DC. Kind of ruins everything. Miles, if he actually had his knife out there in the play, probably would have got that kill against DC, but no. DC will take him down. Trade from Fearless is good. Things will have to reset here for Hickam. Fearless finds a couple of kills through the middle of the map and actually hasn't been checked for some reason. Is able to run right through to the opposite side. Fearless picking up even more kills here. That's 3 big kills for Fearless. Now continuing on the operation as well. How much more damage can Fearless do? Finally gets shut down, but he's created a lot of space here.
As indeed, and Miles learns what it means to not put your trophy down as he takes a lot of damage from a nade. Stays up for now. That's progress coming on through, so Hickam just teasing as they get themselves into that final segment. 5v3, Kadena, no respawns remaining, so it's all about TDM for Hickam. There's Skirk with 1, there's Skirk with 2. He had a very slow start to the round, but activates towards the end, and surely we'll see it on through. I was about to say, the one thing you want is to capture the zones. That is better for you in terms of getting the ticks to then get defense in your final round. And you actually somehow get away with it despite the fact that you were shooting at the final player alive. You just about capture that final segment in time. So perfect case scenario for Hickam.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. I don't know what Kadena were doing not looking out for Fearless there. When Fearless gets the first couple of kills in the middle of the map, right, that's when I'm like, all right, cool, this player's going to hit through you. We got to keep an eye out for them because that's a problem we're going to have to deal with if we don't. we're going to lose control of our spawn. Letting Phyllis do even more than that, right? Getting towards R and picking up multiple gunfights and still not doing anything about it. That's a huge error from Kadena there in that game. So Phyllis effectively single-handedly win that round out for Hickam. Gives them the opportunity to get control of the point, and we've talked about it a lot. An offense on vault control is absolutely everything. Trades off the start of this round. Good for Hickam on the defense. One more player to cut down, and you will be all gravy, and Ephesians is going to win that fight.
Well, Ephesians just had an absolute moment. Finds his first kill, then spins on Breadwinner and gets another kill to then at least get a tick to come on through for Kadena. You will, unfortunately, get a team kill come through from Breadwinner, so numbers going to be all in favor of Kadena just for a moment. And, well, as they surround number one there on your mini-map, Chronix will clean up Skirk, and this is still progress at A. It's one of those moments. You give out that second tick, you got to start to assess your positioning, and I like what Skirk's doing. Playing through art just in case there is that quick transition. And as those two players fall, I want to see those players back off. Don't keep flooding old. Give it up. Start to pay attention towards your B setup.
Yep, players on B.
Although, Skirk goes huge. What the hell?
Skirk finds 2 over towards the A zone. There goes B as well. 2 ticks down on A, though. So this is fine. If you're Kadena, right, you still have an opportunity to grab 1 or 2 of these points, and it's going to be a double stack on towards B. Outer, though, Miles does a great job to pick up Chronix. Ephesians needs some help from his teammates because it's incredibly difficult to actually take players down. But no, Miles actually looks completely the wrong way. Ephesians will grab a freebie. Skirk now has to come over and fill that hole in the gameplay. That's going to leave a hole in the gameplay for players over by A. Double stack now potentially coming through. Jump up from Fearless will be good to trade out for 1. And now a little help from more players as Breadwinner finds yet another. And it really does feel like Kadena are grasping at straws right now.
Just stunned that they didn't capture A in the first place. They've let Skirk do that to them. That means that right now they are scrambling. 30 seconds left. Ephesians and DC activate for 2, so A will come through. You do have pressure on B, but Bread will clean that on up. And so it's all about this defensive cordon then. Do you catch Bang rotating towards P4? No, you don't. So then he finds Fearless, and he's able to pin your players in and get that deep spawn for Fearless as well. He's going to be all the way out. Number 6, Bang on your minimap. Potentially going huge. He just looks to disrupt any reinforcement from Art.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't think Bang's actually doing anything. But he actually has to go into R to find these kills or get killed closer. Skirk, please assist your teammates. How is Skirk not responding to Bang there? Bang makes so much noise, picks up 2 kills. That's now a key power position that you've ended up losing. But on the other side, Breadwinner is getting totally loud. Bang is being isolated down to the fact that Breadwinner is finding all of these gunfights. Bang able to find 2 more, though. Inside Arc, he's doing such a good job right now at taking these players off the spawn down. Breadwinner finally goes down, and the floodgates have now opened towards B.
Miles Skirk gonna try and flush Bang out of this position, and he reads the situation, gets himself on out. Recognizes as though his teammates are losing the fights elsewhere. The shots are gonna give him away there, so it's a case of how long will he actually stay alive in the fight. DC finds Bread in spawn. 1v5. DC, best of luck to you, son.
Stun won't even connect. That's really unfortunate that stun doesn't connect. Fearless must have been just outside the area of effect for it. DC, not long for this world, and Hickam able to take a second round in this control, although they definitely had to work for it there, Enigma. We saw Bang really go hard inside R. I think he found at least 4 or 5 kills that gave his team a good shake, and I think 2 ticks of progression, I want to say, ultimately, on B. But just so difficult when Bread was just doing stuff like this the entire round.
Yeah, this is the man to really try and shut down, right? 25-12 right now. Having a map. It feels like we've said his name so many times through this tournament, and I doubt we're done with that just yet. On the opposite side of things, Kadena, Chronix has been one of their star players throughout most of the tournament, but 5-18 spells a really tough passage here. Gotta see him activate. Big wipe here at A will help just bully this team back, but he's sent packing yet again. Problem is, and it's always got to be, where is Breadwinner? And he activates to find Ephesians. That's an important kill from DC.
Kills starting to be found here by Kadena on the defense. Hickam have been really good at getting behind enemy lines, though. Aggression from the likes of Bang and DC, though. Latter has gone down. Bang now trying to play his life. Just waste some time here off the clock for Hickam. Now they have to deal with players towards the point as well as trying to take Bang down. Bang will lose that fight. Ephesians though for 2 for the middle of that. One more players, extra bullets in the body as well. Again, it's all about trying to get in the head of the players at this point in time. Big 1 versus 1. Big player to take down. Breadwinner survives it, and now a potential B push coming through.
And the thing is, well, if Bread decides to push through here, you're going to art control. We'll have a huge fight against Ephesians. He comes out on top here, though, and you get control of Art. You had Fearless on the point. You've basically got Bang isolated here. Not going to like the positioning. Bang does at least find one. So a big kill there from Bang in order to stop that presence around the point. This advanced position, well, you can't really take advantage of it because your teammates just haven't done anything elsewhere.
30 seconds on the clock for Hickam to do something. Still one player on the point. Somehow that was Skirk, and they're going to go down. Breadwinner from afar, though, wants to try and create some space. It's what he's been doing all game long. Just toying with him. It's Bang. Really well played on that. Using the car to your best positioning. Bang and DC combined for 3. Skirk the only one to find any value, and it looks like Kadena might have secured a round here. I don't necessarily think there's much that Hickam can do. It's going to be one last effort towards A to salvage this round. Shots out from Fearless. Time stopped at 5.5 seconds. Breadwinner will pick up 1. Fearless jumping off the point to try and create some space. It's not going to happen. Breadwinner, though, going to win one of his fights. Not going to win the second, though. He really did want that. Off the spawn, not going well. Ephesians doubles up, and it will finally be a round here for Kadena. They're not done yet.
Not quite. And if anything, solid round in terms of the ticks as well. Keeps it within reach. You are down 7-3. So an opportunity if you manage to win this offensive round then to ensure you get defense on the round 5, sorry. Moments like this where it felt like Bang was just willing to start to take on Breadwinner quite a bit more. Star player up against star player. One of those moments where, you know, we've spoken about it a couple of times. Breadwinner just kind of doing what he wants on the map at 33 and 17. And it feels like a lot of his play has been, let my teammates push out at A, I'll go create another noise at B, and just try and move this Kadena backline around. Well, there he was a little bit more under the thumb as some of these Kadena players come online. Oh no.
Don't worry about it, mate. Early aggression from Kadena here. This is a really well put together push as well. Nobody from Hickam is ready for it. Late flanking play from Breadwinner is read like a book. I love this setup coming through from Kadena here. Despite the fact that they're currently 1 player down, stacking the point is the best way forward. First tick already through here. Breadwinner, though, picking up Bang's going to make things awkward. Flanking play from Skirk's been read from DC. It's not good enough. It's all the distraction play. Everything falling apart. But 2 ticks given away from B. That's a solid push from Kadena.
Yeah, 2 ticks is not bad at all off your early break. So then it's back to that more traditional A push. Fearless, well, he's wanting to be a part of this. Not big 4 down, then signals trouble. The is correct because Kadena then going to be spawning all the way out by P2. Can you punch a hole out of this? You got to find a way through. You know where Breadwinner is, so you maybe want to avoid that for now and just find someone different to fight. And Breadwinner, a Fearless, Skirk, they combine for a couple of more. Kadena's great break off suddenly looking mute as they are sent packing time and time again. And Bread's controlling the dirt side. Surely not, I was going to say.
Bread's done some disgusting things in this game so far. 38 and 20. Has to have done to have reached that scoreline. That's not going to be one of them. 30 seconds, though, despite that early push on towards B. Now, I think Kadena are going to have to settle here something towards A.
Good shots.
Miles, some nice shots on the B zone. Now you got to deal with the threats over towards A, though. As I said, Skirk gets stunned up. Not ready for the fight against DC. Chronic's also going to find some value here. First tick now going to be through. Flanking play from Fearless will be read. Does not matter, though, because Fearless is going to win the fight. Now more damage still to be done. Second tick on its way as well. You have to still take these players down because Kadena are playing so damn scrappily right now. Chronic's with another 2. And somehow, some way, Kadena still have an A capture potentially alive.
Feels like Chronic's coming online is exactly what Kadena needed. You could have done it with it a lot earlier, though, because you're currently 8 lives down, so you got to play it pretty perfect from here. Bait and switches are in, but C-Square's going to activate to support. Breadwinner's there as well. So 17 to 8. If Kadena are going to do this, it has to be perfect. You're 1.5 ticks away from forcing a round 5, and then the defensive hold. But Fearless, oh my god, how he finds Bang in that. That is a ridiculous 2-piece that surely stems any Kadena momentum.
6 lives to 14. It's a big problem for Kadena. 2 kills, though, coming through. Flanking play from Breadwinner. Heal 22 hasn't been dealt with just yet. Just one more player. Team shots will not remove Ephesians. But I feel like it just had to be right there, right then. It could still happen, but it needs to be a concerted effort.
3v12. Ephesians and Chronics are going to come in from water. Bang. Looking to get in through the back of Art. And the thing is, Bang, it's a long route. So unfortunately, you just don't get the time that you need before your teammates fall. And then you don't clean up that fight. So Ephesians will be the last to fall as Hickam come out on top here in the control. We've mentioned it multiple times. Gotta say that Breadwinner had himself an incredible performance again. I'm not sure if he did break 40, but must have been very close. It felt like the one time Kadena really got a foothold in a round was when they managed to shut him down by finding him on those flanking routes, finding him when he was trying to move them off over to B. Superstar player for sure.
Yeah, for sure. There's just a lot of individual plays there, I think, from Hickam that really do win them that game on the whole. I think Breadwinner is absolutely one of them, you know, just running around the map doing his thing the entire time. I'm going to go back to a round 1 play, though, because, you know, we keep on saying it. Sometimes it does just come down to winning one offensive round in a control, and it can completely change the balance of how a game looks. It's worth saying that beyond that round 1 offense, all of the rest of the rounds were defensive wins, right? I mean, they traded those last 3 rounds defense for defense for defense. That round number 1 from Hickam was everything as Fearless went huge. Found, I think it was 3 kills or something like that on the flank, created just so much space for his team to actually make the capture over towards B happen. We are looking back to highlights for the entire series. The series isn't done, is it? My brain isn't...
No,
still,
I don't
yeah,
think
okay.
So.
All right, cool. The series is not done, but yeah, still looking towards highlights for the entire series so far, and I absolutely love looking at what these players are doing with the cams right now. It's so much fun. These guys have such fun personalities to watch.
Yeah, 100%. We're starting to see a lot of them come through as well. I think as more and more players start to feel confident. I mean, we get to see that moment as well in the player cams, that Game 5, Round 11, 1v1, where Kadena seal the deal to get themselves back into the series. Players exploding out of their chairs. In case you're unsure about just how much it means, reminder that the winner of this series qualifies for Worlds, and obviously an opportunity to punch on through to play in your winners finals. So Hickam right now in the driving seat off the back of some superstar moments from Breadwinner, I will say, but also you are starting to see some of those moments come on through from the rest of the team as well. Feels like they're really joining the party. We go to Miles in the moment that he had that really helped them take that round 1. I think if he doesn't make that play, that double up through the catwalk, I don't know if you end up in the position that you are right now. I think Kadena then get that first round, and you never know where it can go once the momentum's in your favor.
All right, well, if the search and destroy went ever so slightly differently, we could be looking at 3-0 right now. Hickam already through to the World Championships, but they've got to battle through one more hard point to get it done. Can they do it? Find out after the break.
Introducing Hardpoint, a respawn game mode where teams fight over a neutral objective that moves around the map. The first Hardpoint has a short delay before it activates. This allows players from both teams to take their positions for the initial combat. Once it activates, teams can start earning points. To take control of the Hardpoint, teams must have at least one of their players on the objective, where they will earn 1 point per second of control. If both teams have players on the objective, neither team scores points until the players from one team are removed from the objective. While a team is collecting points, the game clock is paused as long as points are being earned. Each objective location is active for 60 seconds before moving to a predetermined next location where players will once again be able to earn more points. The first team to achieve 250 points or have the most points when time expires will win the game.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the PACAF Esports Championships 2025. We are 3 maps deep into the series right now between Hickam and Kadena. And this series could be over right here, right now, as we're about to get into map number 4. Hickam currently 2-1 up, just 1 map away from qualifying for World Championships.
Yeah, and that then starts to apply pressure, and the team that you're up against in Kadena are unlikely to let this slip away quietly, this opportunity that you've got to just stamp that ticket. So for Hickam, for me, you got to come out here and take this next map. You don't want to be pushing it to an S&D. You did, end up with a Kadena victory last time. It was by the slimmest of margins, but even still, it's going to be playing in the back of your mind if you do go through to another S&D. I can't remember what map 4 is. I think it's Vault again, but map 5, Hacienda. So a very different S&D to what we had before. Could well just come down to fine margins there yet again. But yes, it will be Vault here for our Hardpoint. And we cast our eyes back then to map 1, right? Skyline, Hardpoint. Hickam came out on top 250 to 237. And I feel like it's a similar story to what we talked about a lot here. It feels like there's a role for every single one of the players on this Hickam team. But for Hickam in particular, you're looking a lot of breadwinner and saying, all right, do your thing. Absolutely light up the kill feed, because that guy has been absolutely insane.
Yeah, I will say, I think it has been the finest of margins right now between these two teams. I mean, you look across this series so far, and it has been a close series, right? A 13-point hard, around 11 search and destroy. Really, the only reason that control ends 3-1 is because of that round 1 offense from Hickam. So, yeah, I mean, it's just this finest of margins right now, and I do think the thing that's kind of tipping it over the edge in Hickam's favor at this point in time is 100%. It's breadwinner, it's fearless, it's these guys just creating so much space on the map for the roster that there isn't really a response from Kadena. Kadena, though, they've got a lot of Firehouse? What am I saying? Wow. Powerhouse. Oh my god, I don't know what's going on with me. Powerhouse players on their roster themselves. If those guys can step things up, they will be right back in the conversation. Ephesians has had a solid series so far. Chronix also, I think, particularly Search and Destroy, has played really well. If these guys can just step it up ever so slightly, we will be looking at Game 5. Yeah,
I agree. I think that all 4 of the players on Kadena have had their moments for sure. DC, if I remember right, had a really good S&D. Chronix, it feels like all the way through the tournament, has had very impactful moments. Bang, there's a reason that guy's got a fan club. Feels like if there's going to be someone to step up and try and put Breadwinner in a place of pressure, maybe trying to press him a little bit, that's going to be the person to do it. Ephesians, sometimes hot, sometimes cold, but when Ephesians is hot, he's really damn good. We saw some of his plays come out on Skyline as well, had some moments, real pop-off moments. So Yeah, all 4 players across the other side of the table are strong, and there's a reason why these 2 are trying to book themselves that Worlds ticket, that spot as well in winners finals for the PACAF championship tournament. So it's tough if you are the squads right now, staring down the barrel if you are Kadena of being dumped into that lower bracket. I mean, I'm just taking a quick look here. Of course, reminder that this is to go and play Anderson in winners finals. Anderson Air Force Base, who overcame Masawa earlier on. Loser of this would drop into lower bracket and wait on the winner of Yokota or Ilson. So, I mean, for me, if you drop into that lower bracket, Ilson, we've seen a mixed bag of. I'll be completely honest with you. Probably not a team that we're thinking are going to pull off an upset. But if you end up against Yokota in that lower game, we've seen a lot of strengths come out of that team still. So it's not going to be an easy run through lower bracket by any means.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say what I've been saying the entire time, which is I don't think there's any like necessarily easy matches in this tournament, right? I think there are certain things you can do to exploit those kind of lower end teams per se, but they're not easy to take down whatsoever. So I don't think there's any easy teams. I especially think that lower bracket, you do not want to be down there, right? Again, I've said it before. I would say there are 4 identifiable teams that are like kind of above everybody else in this tournament from just the first couple of days of action that we've seen thus far. And so there's only 3 spots available. You need to get the spot into the World Championships from the upper bracket. You do not want to be doing it down in the lower bracket. And you're absolutely right. It's not just those teams. You know, it's the likes of Yokota and Osan as well that are just kind of scary in different ways. They have their moments when they can really come out and surprise you if you're caught lacking. So definitely get it done here if you're Hickam. You do not want to be going down to the lower bracket. And that also goes for Kadena. They're going to be fighting for their lives here.
Oh, 100%, because of course waiting down there as well is going to be Masawa, and they actually finished top of Group A in, you know, so it's very much so a tough ask to get yourself through the top 3 if you're doing it via the lower bracket. For Kadena then, that's stepping up, and what we're looking for them to do is of course play Vault Hardpoint correctly. If you're going to shut down a Slayer, you do that through the fundamentals, and that's going to be rotating in big for P2, that's going to be holding art side through P3, and then making sure you lock in P4. And I think I can see on the screens that the players are breaking off and underway. And that will be confirmed as we get ourselves straight in Vault Hardpoint. Hickam then to either book their ticket to Worlds, get themselves to winners finals, or Kadena to send us to a game 5.
That's a great start from Kadena. 3 players down for the count. DC almost immediately here on the hunt for more kills. Players come off the spawn. Fearless is going to be the first target. Unfortunately, leaving the hard point is going to leave things weaker for the players inside. DC, though, still continuing on this spree. Breadwinner is hungry for kills, and DC will take that chow all day long. But Kadena don't actually get much time for it just yet. Miles is going to momentarily take himself out of the play. Not entirely sure how he managed to do that, but towards the hard point itself, Breadwinner going to find 2. That should be scrapped now for Hickam as they're looking to transition across towards P2 as well. Breadwinner, if he can find some value here, could be huge. TK starting to go down though. Not entirely sure how that happened.
A gunfight for Ephesians to come out on top of, but he's not going to have long to really celebrate it because Hickam have found their way into the point. Fearless still alive. Miles will die, but that play from Ephesians means that you do get those close spawns and therefore the numbers to reinforce the push. Great nade out from Chronix. That's going to shut down anyone trying to play through palms, and well, he should have got a look at across there as well. I'm a little bit worried that this push from Hickam is very singular lane, and Breadwinner tries to change that, but Chronix reads it, finds one. Fearless does clean him up, but I mean, once you get that pinstripe feed, the team that come out on top will be feeling better about it, and well, the first kill went the way of Kadena, who currently are looking pretty hard the start of map 4. Oh, wow.
Kills starting to come through once again for Kadena here. Back 18 seconds. I don't think you're going to push this if you're Hickam, and there would be no real reason to. Again, it's worth saying Ephesians is inside that hard point, so for every kill that they get, they actually get a lot more, and the player unfortunately has disconnected from the lobby. So for all of the wonderful start that we just saw from Kadena, it's about to be wiped.
This rotation over. Fearless will find Bang in the back. Breadwinner. It looks like we've got some sort of situation here for a Kadena player. So we will, of course, figure out exactly what the issue was there. Get that all sorted. But honestly, that felt like the kind of push out that you wanted to see from Kadena, right? You really wanted to see them get aggressive, flip in for P2. I feel like Ephesians makes a very heads up play, not only for P2, but also just kind of, you know, shutting down someone like Bread who's trying to make that play early. it just felt like a lot of the things that Kadena need to do. We talked about the fundamentals. We talked about making sure, you know, you step up and shutting down the big players. They did all of that.
Yeah, for sure. Again, I'm not entirely sure how long Miles was out of the game there. So, like, how much of that was, like, just down to the fact that they were playing versus 3 the entire time. Although I will say there was a tiny bit, and again, I'm being, like, super hypercritical here of, like, something that's so micromanaged that it doesn't really make much of a difference. But, because we're going to hit reset, but, like, there were moments there off the start where Hickam were playing, like, super aggressive when they didn't really need to be, for example. Like a good example, Breadwinner, right? They win 2 or 3 gunfights, get control of P1, and Breadwinner's initial reaction, and I know that he's been playing like this, like his entire play style is just to run outside the hill and garner some map control, but he just flies at the opposition. Instead of trying to get some map control, instead of trying to get some points for the team, just flies at the opposition and almost immediately gets shut down from DC. So again, you know, not the best gameplay on the start of that hard point for Hickam, but it doesn't matter because they get a nice little cheeky reset here and they'll have to go again. I believe we're loading straight back into Vault Hardpoint, so hopefully we don't have a DC this time around.
Well, something you love to see, but it's a case of, okay, well, how impactful was the disconnect in the early stages? Obviously, we're expecting it to be very impactful. Playing with only 3 of your 4 players is always going to be tough. But it's a case for Kadena of rinse and repeat what you just did. And these pop-off moments, like you said, from DC, it's playing in for P2. It's making sure that you lock things down. For Hickam, it's simply a case of making sure that your attacks aren't singular in their approach. Felt like that they were getting caught a little bit tunnel vision there, focusing purely on the hard point, not the rest of the map itself. Well, the break-off is in Hickam to try and do better this time out. And Seaskirky, well, he's getting very aggressive.
Yeah, Hickam want to have a much better start off the reset here, and they do exactly that. Seaskirky for the first blood. Now jumping around for the second, has help from Fearless, so initial time going the way of Hickam here. Though again, remember that Kadena are spawning on the side of the map for P2, so Hickam are not only going to have to get time off P1, but they're going to have to try and flip through for P2. Congestion coming through, Ephesians on the flank through double doors, good for 1, not good for the second though, was unfortunately preoccupied with Breadwinner to recognize that Fearless was also there to deal with, and well, not the start that Kadena wanted here. Gunfight's going in favor of Hickam, they have back control.
Opportunity though for Kadena as Bang finds 2, make it 3. An opportunity to set yourself up for P2. You will get a spawn out if you're Hickam. You will get a spawn close if you're Kadena. My worry is that Kadena haven't really backed off for this P2. And then you get that push through pull from Breadwinner, from Miles, from Fearless. And you had an opportunity to set it up. You haven't done. And that will let Hickam straight into the point.
Hickam going to be here first. Back spawns for Kadena. Breadwinner getting aggressive, shut down. Now towards the hill, it's going to be Miles challenged out by DC and Chronix, and Chronix will win that fight. So the immediate flip of the spawns here for Kadena, or immediate flip of control. But from afar, Breadwinner has been enabled 1 kill. If you're in that hard point, you're really just going to keep your head down. There's no real reason to be doing anything else. Just rely on your teammates.
Yeah, 100%. We see it so often these days. You can tuck yourself behind the table. You can tuck yourself into the jacuzzi. Literally just lie down. Sometimes that can be a frustrating thing to do when you want to get involved in the gunfights and support your team, but so often you just don't need to, as 4 kills then light up the feed for Kadena. DC doing all the right things. That guy is a fish over there, just chilling. You can catch him there on the X-rays. Bang has gone on a bit of a 4 spree. Ephesians also on a 4. Trying to then lock in that rotation on over towards P3. Big gunfight that Ephesians comes out on top in. Bread's going to chase after him for arc control. It's an important fight. Bread doesn't finish it. Now down to pistol ammo and just about cleans it up. But that trade comes through as Ephesians stays alive for long enough that Bang can reinforce.
Bang getting shot away here. Now in that power position though, Chronix is going to go immediately deal with that threat towards Bang. So now Bang can support his teammates towards the point. Ephesians also trying to do that up close and personal. Bang not really having any fights to deal with in the backline just yet. Ephesians, nice shots towards Miles from afar, but gets shut down from Fearless from close. So hill control now going back towards Hickam here in this game. DC getting aggressive, no help for Fearless there. Miles will trade out, and tell you what, it's not too bad for Hickam in this current situation, as they currently are replenishing forces on this hard point. My concern is looking towards this rotation.
Yeah, I feel like I'm looking for a Hickam player to maybe send it through solo at some point. Start to try and push through for P4 early and try and destabilize the Kadena defensive line. So Skirk will find one close, so there is going to be pressure. Actually, there's a flip out for Chronix. So an opportunity then presented to Hickam. Seaskirk's going to bounce in. Seaskirk finds the kills. And that is as clean a break as you like for what is the money hill for sure on this map. But then how do they hold?
Yeah, that just can't happen if you're Kadena. You had a perfect setup for the rotation. Now, Hickam in control. Got players in all the right positions here. Miles looking from player to player. Nice Semtex to remove him from that power position. That's going to create an opportunity here to cross, but there's so many little nooks and crannies that you can put yourselves in. Phyllis was one of those players. He gets shut down. You lose Miles towards R, and now it's Kadena knocking at the door. Breadwinner isolated, finds 2 kills. DC flies in, no, and trades out. Now it's going to be hill control for Kadena.
I've got to ask for a defensive hold to come in at some point. This is the money hill on this map, and it feels like we're just handing it over far too easily. Both teams don't really want it. Seaskirk will find a double. You got a little bit of scrap time, sure. Just probably not worth much, though. Get yourself on over towards P1. Catwalk control is going to be important. Fearless is going to be up there for Seaskirk, who almost absolutely dumpsters Chronic. Chronic will just about come out on top there, but Bread's there to trade it out instantly. P2 will belong to Kadena, but again, just pay attention to what happens in terms of a flip out. Last time, Kadena didn't do a great job of holding this side of the map and had to fight back against Hickam.
That's a good way for gunfights for Kadena here. Not the right side of the map to be on, generally speaking, but the way that these teams have been playing, I won't worry about that until we get to the last, like, 10 seconds of this hard point. For now, Kadena very content with this time. Wraparound happening here from Breadwinner, and, well, shots turning around for the kill. Oh, it's just so unlucky there. Gonna have Breadwinner, though, to try and do some serious damage here. Got 3 bullets left in the magazine. Unless this is a spectator glitch, you're gonna have to reload, and they do. Time for Hickam, not exactly that so great, but we'll have to draw attention to it. Hickam are now playing 3 versus 4, so they're going to have to hope that they get Miles back into the game. Otherwise, they could find themselves in a really troublesome spot.
Yeah, it's just about damage limitation at this point. See if you can get your boy back in.
There he is.
Breadwinner. Well, he will actually play through for these P2 spawns. It doesn't need to go top tank there. Does, takes damage. DC's trying to press him. Breadwinner comes out on top. Big gunfight to win. That will give you presence in the back. And you do get that spawn come in. Miles is back into the fray. And an opportunity then to surround this point and try and seize it back from the hands of Kadena.
Yeah, you can really flood this one from the back line. DC was in the corner. Trades pretty good for Breadwinner, who does that pistol, by the way. Threat now coming from the front of the hard point. Fearless will win that fight, but does not get the follow-up. So Kadena still technically speaking in control. Miles straight back into the game. Will immediately assist the team here, being part of 3 kills that get that time for Hickam. The problem is you've just fully invested into 10 seconds of scrap time. Effectively, you've given up all modicum of control that you would have had over by New, and Fearless has just lost the fight as well on that new rotation. So things are looking pretty good if you're Kadena.
Was, but it was looking even better last time. They still failed to lock in that rotation. But a big gunfight for Bang to win on Breadwinner that stops Bread pushing through from line over towards that P4 side. And now, Hickam going to have to fight it from the front. Again, I'm looking for someone to make a rotation through solo side. Just try and get in round the back of this Kadena line. They gave it up easily last time, but I don't know if that's going to happen twice in a row. Seaskirk's caught looking the wrong way. Fearless picks up 2. I'm looking at Bread on the map. Can he make that cross? I don't really want him to take the fight. I just want him to get through. Well, he doesn't. And tries to play it a little bit too cutely. So, Kadena then with an opportunity to lock it. What is that spawn? What?
Don't, mate. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Breadwinner's going to take that one all day long. He gets gifted a spawn from the COD gods. And now we'll see whether or not they're able to capitalize on it. I will say, Kadena are doing a good job of kind of living with the hand that they've been dealt, because they do win some gunfights here on the rotation. Ephesians beams Breadwinner from top art, so that's a player out of a power position. Haven't dealt with everybody around the backline as well. Seaskirk's going to win one fight inside the point, but he's basically all on his lonesome. Now the spawns will flip. Seaskirk laughing, giggling, because he's in trouble. He's going to get shut down, and, well, everything is balanced as it always should be, because now it's going to be Kadena back in. But again, constantly dealing with threats, because they don't have anybody in power positions stopping these guys from getting past the line.
Bread gets the trade. Bang will shut him down. Feels like Bang is starting to come out on top more often in that engagement, by the way. Big part of the reason why Kadena are leading is he finds 3 on dumpster side. And then for Hickam, it becomes a case of, well, can you then execute on a little bit of a trap that we've seen occurring a lot over recent weeks where, I mean, you don't need to send this. You don't need to push in for old. In fact, if anything, I think it's an awful idea. What you can do is just force these players to continue to spawn here Set up for Square, set up for Lion, and just leave the Kadena players to try and get out. Instead, it's going to be a scramble over towards P1 as we look towards our second set of rotations. Kadena up by about 30.
Indeed, they are. Kadena also winning the gunfights towards P1 as well. That's a big shutdown for Breadwinner, but down to 5 HP. Needs to play his life before re-entering into yet another engagement. Will at the very least draw the attention of players, and Breadwinner still winning fights. Breadwinner finds another fight as well. Surely not number 3. That would have been egregious. If he does take Bang down there, it would have been spawn control, but buys a lot of space and time for the team. Hickam now soaking up score on P1. One last hit coming through from Kadena. Bang transitioning from player to player. Fearless will shut him down. Now looking for another fight. Wasn't quite ready for it versus Ephesians, who now looking for more kills inside P1. Next target on the docket would be Sea Skunk, and Ephesians wins it, taking time away from Hickam here.
Miles has quietly just positioned himself in a spot where he can support here through the back. Breadwinner also then in dirt. So not real opportunity for Hickam to lock down P2. I'm a little bit worried about the fact that Sea Skunk is not moving very much. Well, he is back into the game, and 3 kills go the way of Hickam. So despite all adversity here, despite the gauntlet that they're having to play through, they are figuring this out as they retake the lead. And Kadena gonna have to figure out whether or not they want to try and push through to retake this. They will have surely one more swing at it. DC finds one, is instantly traded, and more than likely here, Kadena gets sent packing. Fearless explodes onto a 5. And with all that in mind, you've then got to rotate for Kadena. You've got to go for 3. Again, play out of our side. And they've not done a great job of playing 3 into 4.
Yeah, that's a rotation that they did definitely fumble. Hickam looking even better for it. 10 seconds left on this time as well. A 30-point advantage into P1, you were saying, for Kadena? Has now translated into a 40-point advantage for Hickam. Maybe like 35 more realistically still. But I mean, the point being, Hickam have now taken advantage of the game. Yeah, maths is hard when it's like 7 AM in the morning. Hickam here looking for some kind of control. Kadena going to this hard point with control of the power position. One player isolated in towards the hard point, but you've got help from Bang from afar, and somehow Chronix will survive.
There's like a bunch of gunfights going the way of Kadena. Breadwinner will be here to try and change that script, but will not succeed in doing so. For me, again, Hickam, I'm a little bit worried that you're just playing this from the front. For me, Seaskirk, you wrap through middle here. You take control of the situation, finds Chronix. He does indeed find it. To be fair to Fearless, he's doing a great job of just hunkering down on this point. He'll happily give up a contest. I don't think he needs to take this chow. DC will be there to clean it all up.
No way.
Oh, Breadwinner's surely going to run out of bullets at some point, but not before he inserts one to the dome of DC. So that rotation is in for Kadena. They should have a pretty solid P4 setup here, but I feel like I've said that twice, and each time they've been undone pretty quickly.
Now, I want to quickly say as an aside, by the way, I feel like Breadwinner definitely needs to have like some kind of medal for like best pistol player. Because the amount of times he's found kills with that pistol is insane. But moving toward this hard point now, Hickam looking for the last 15 seconds to guarantee them a spot in the World Championships. One last wave of the gunfights. Kadena approaching brawl angles. DC good for one, checks the corner, but kill is good for Skirt. Good trade coming through from Chronix, but still, again, nobody in the power positions to stop Hickam from coming in the back line. That's exactly what they do. Ephesians through the middle of the map. Can you do anything? Flooding through the front door. It's Ephesians 4-3, and Kadena survive for the moment.
Breadwinner's approaching your back door as you get Seaskook approaching side and a couple more approaching front. So an opportunity to swarm this from all sorts of different angles. Bread will find one on the entry, but DC, Bang, and Chronix all combine to send Hickam packing and send it to at least one more hill. The thing is for Kadena, give up this scrap time because Hickam are already at new.
Yep, you've lost the fights as well. You're not touching new anytime soon. That's going to be all she wrote, folks. Hickam will guarantee a spot in the World Championships with that win in Hardpoint, and it is a deserved win as well. They played their hearts out, and they will be moving forward.
Gotta look there at what it means. I mean, Hickam had to overcome quite a few difficulties in this series. No more so than the opponents on across the other side of the stage. Really felt like Bang had started to find his form in that fight against Bread. And we've seen moments from DC, Chronix, and Ephesians galore throughout our series, but eventually the just sheer firepower that comes through from some of the Hickam players will lead them to victory. I mean, one of those series. Again, we could easily have gone to a game 5 here. We get a 252-37 in the first hard point. It's a 6-5. It's around 11 1v1 in this S&D. The control felt a bit more one-sided, but again, I just think it was a case of a couple of unfortunate circumstances, a couple of bits of difficulty for teams to deal with that pushed us to that map forward. But one of the things I will say, despite the difficulties that Hickam like faced with the disconnects and stuff like that, they stayed super locked in. Bread just plays in through for the back of P2 spawns, ensures that the damage is limited, ensures that Kadena are still having to fight for things, it isn't giving up for free. And when you then get your teammate back in, you're in a spot where you're basically on a level playing field and able to take the fight fairly. So wonderful mentality there from these gents. We've spoken a little bit about it yesterday, where we talked about, you know, these members of the armed forces are going to be great when it comes to the mental side of warfare. And well, that came never truer than managing to punch through despite disconnects and everything else that you faced. That puts you now through to Worlds and Winners Finals.
Just a phenomenally close series between those two teams. You know, shout out to Kadena, because they were playing close pretty much all the way throughout. They managed to clutch up that round 11 search and destroy. That was their one win in this series. Beyond that, though, I mean, it was a 13-point hardpoint the first time around, a really close hardpoint the second. Control was really the only time, I think, throughout that the scoreline didn't look like it was close, and that was, again, only because of the fact that we saw that round one victory from Hickam. Just solid performance from Kadena, and it's worth saying again, for fans of Kadena, their journey isn't over yet. We've got a double elimination bracket here in this competition, so that means that Kadena still have a chance to make it through, but there is only one spot remaining in the World Championships. They have to be perfect, and there is a lot of good teams in that lower bracket still to beat to get there. So a lot to ask for. We'll stay tuned with their journey as we move forward in this competition. For now, though, let's bring Fearless on board for an interview off the back of that victory for Hickam. You know I'm going to say it, Fearless. Small smiles for your team, buddy. You guys are through to the World Championships. Congratulations. How does it feel?
It feels great. Shit, I know everyone on my team's put in work. We're just here, and you know, all the competition, no one knows about us, but here we are, making a name for ourselves. And then now we're in Worlds, right? So it's not just PACAF only. So be on the lookout for us.
I mean, for sure, the correct statement to make, but also a different one made, I feel. We kind of came into this tournament. I don't know if it's, you know, what you guys were feeling going into that series, but word on the block was that Kadena were the team to beat. They looked like the #1 team coming into this tournament. Is that how you guys felt? And if so, did that help you step up your game? Did you feel that pressure? Or is it just a case of actually you guys should be the #1 team that we're looking at?
Honestly, I don't know who was saying that. I was told Osan was the best, but I've never played any of them. And I know everyone that qualified is actually a shooter, so it just depends on who shows up during game time. So, and that's what we did. Kind of swept them 3-1. Without the lag, we would have won 3-0.
Wow. Okay. I mean, I absolutely love the confidence. We talked a little bit about the difficulties that you guys overcame. One of the things I am wondering about is the system that your team has. We did interview Miles in a different series, and kind of he talked about how he's a little bit of the hill kitten. But what about you other three gentlemen on the team? What's your roles in game? Who's the leader? Who's the slayer? What's the situation?
So I definitely say our leader to keep us like together is Skirka, and then Breadwinner's our slayer, right? Just all around great player. And then Miles, he purposely takes the hill kitten role, but I still get in there with him. Him and I work together. We're good. And then for me, I'm originally an AR player. I just took out a sub just for fun, and it's working out. So, yeah.
You had a phenomenal series, some awesome moments from you. I want to draw your attention to one moment in particular. It was a while ago, to be fair, so you'll be excused if you don't remember it, although it was hilarious for us here on the desk. I want to know what on earth was happening in the comms for you guys when Miles pops a nade and takes both himself and one of you guys out in the search and destroy. Because if you guys win that situation, you guys probably would have won the search and destroy, and it would have been over in 3. Like, that was so funny for us to watch. Like, what the hell happened?
Yeah, so he started lagging a little bit, and he threw the nade like 5 seconds ago, and somehow it like popped both of them. But honestly, we just brushed it off to the next round. Shout out to our ambassador, who kind of told us like, hey, just brush it off, next map, next round.
Yeah.
Forget it all, and we're good. And then that's kind of what we did pretty much throughout the entire series. So, yeah, we're good.
Yeah. For sure. I mean, you guys definitely did that. I mean, like, you went into the controller, right? And you yourself, you went off in that first round. You basically won the round for the entire team. So you all played awesome. Again, congratulations on qualifying for the World Championships. Your tournament isn't over yet. You've still got the upper bracket finals to come. Just one final thing before you go then. Any shout outs you want to make here before we let you go?
Yeah, I want to shout out all my family and friends out there. I have a lot of people watching the stream, but also the Cyber Coas and the entire Hickam Air Force Base, also Pearl Harbor. So yeah, shout out to everyone. Appreciate it.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you again. Congratulations once again, Phyllis. It was awesome having you on the interview, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Alrighty, well, that's an interview with Fearless from Hickam. They are now one of 2 teams already qualified for the World Championship, and of course, guaranteeing a spot not just in the top 3, but in the upper bracket final for tomorrow's competition. They can now relax for the rest of the day while they wait to see what goes on in the lower bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. And you are looking on over now and thinking, well, we are through to winners finals. This is now about seeing off the PACAF championship and taking those all important trophies home and saying, you know, the title of we are the best team coming out of the Pacific region. I gotta say, coming off the back of that interview, Fearless says to himself, you know, oh, well, yeah, I pulled out an SMG for fun. Brother, this guy put up 36 and 29 in the Hardpoint in that first one. So I gotta say, maybe that guy should be on SMG more. That's an incredible number to put up, really. I know that we were on Skyline, but even still, that is, you're against one of the best teams here that we have got at PACAF. So incredible performance from him. Really glad to find out a bit more about the system as well. Seaskirk, their leader, that must have been someone who did a hell of a lot throughout that map to get them through the difficulties that they faced.
Sure. Well, looks great on the search, the SMG, excuse me, and they look good just on the whole. Again, congratulations to the roster. Hickam, they managed to make it through to the World Championships. We've still got a couple of series to go, folks. We're going to turn our attention to the lower bracket up next. So still more action to come here from the PACAF Esports Championship. Before we do so, though, we're going to send it to a break. On the other side, lower bracket action still to come.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
We are back after a little bit of a prolonged break as we were getting things situated on the main stage here with the PACAF Esports Championships over in Yokota Air Force Base, Tokyo, Japan. My name is Seymour. With me is Enigma. And we are ready to get into what is essentially the last match of the night on stream. But Andy, before we break into that and talk about it, I do want to talk about a few more things kind of leading into it because it's been an interesting day too. And over the course of day one, we kind of were figuring out who the best teams were, who were at the top of the standings, and how everything was going. And I want to take a look over towards those standings if we can to kind of highlight something, because we are in an interesting spot now where both Kadena and Misawa are dropped into the lower bracket, both coming from the group stages A and B as our #1 seed. And that is a pretty crazy thing.
Yeah, that basically means that one of the teams that finished top of their groups here will not be making top 3, therefore will not be making Worlds. Anderson and Hickam, the teams that finished in second, are waiting in winners finals. They are guaranteed to be making World Championships. Whereas for Kadena, Misawa, they will have to find the winners of either Ilson, Yokota, or J-Bear and Osan.
Yeah.
Those victors will then play against both Kadena and Misawa. And then, well, let's face it, we're probably expecting Misawa and Kadena to go through and play each other in losers semis to then get that final ticket to World Championships. So it is a difficult spot to kind of be in here as we get a look at that full bracket. We spoke about it before. You get the double bracket that comes on through. You don't want to be looking at that final life of yours and trying to use it to get yourself to Worlds.
Yeah, this is that spot where you kind of step up, you look to prove yourself. We can see there Anderson Air Force Base beating Misawa 3-1, Hickam beating Kadena just on stream 3-1 as well. Both we're going to be seeing at Buckley Space Force Base over in June. And now we are taking our sights down to the lower bracket, and on stream what we're going to be looking at is Ilson versus Yokota for our last match of the night here for this stream. So a big one, considering when we're looking at these two rosters, we haven't really gotten a good look at Ilson since the start of the day, and a little bit yesterday as well in day one. So getting to have them back on stream right now against the hometown heroes of Yokota Air Base, this is going to be a battle where both now on their last lives has to show why they deserve to stay in the PACAF Esports Championships.
Yeah, I mean, for Yokota as well, we've kind of had this discussion a few times where we feel like they were a little bit underrated and a little bit unfortunate. They lose to Anderson 3-1 in the winners bracket, and therefore that dumps them down into lower. But it was kind of unfortunate the way that the draw ended up working for them, because you have seen that Anderson are a really good team, punched their ticket to Worlds. So
yeah,
it's one of those where also they had a little bit of bad luck in their first game against Misawa to lose 3-0. That says 3-0 on paper, but trust me, that was not a 3-0 that you're it could have easily gone the other way. It could easily been the 3-0 in the opposite direction. So this squad certainly has plenty about them. And then they also enter the conversation then for whether or not they can nick away that third spot. Yeah. For Ilson, I think that it would be impressive if they pull off something here. Map count, they went 1-9 in group. So it's all about whether or not they can pull off some sort of upset. Don't get me wrong, if you're ever going to do it, it's to save your tournament life, but they've got a tall task in front of them.
And if anybody is going to be the one to step up for this team, it's going to be NYC Chris, because yesterday in our match when we were seeing him stream, even today, I think Chris has been the one to kind of pay attention to, the one to look at here for Ilson as the main slayer, the playmaker, the superstar, you would say, for this base. And obviously it's going to be a big team effort if you're going to move into the lower bracket round 2 to have a chance to further gear your efforts into potential worlds later on. But I think if there's anybody I have my eyes on, it is going to be Chris. And for Yokota, you can kind of spin things the other way. They have a lot of players that could definitely step up, and we've seen that. But one in particular, and I know you and I were kind of enjoying their play style yesterday back in day one, is Facts. And kind of, if you're going to be looking at a player who is going to go toe-to-toe with Chris, it is going to be another sub. And I'm looking at Facts to be that sub.
Yeah, I can understand that. I hate the way that he sits at his desk with his legs crossed in his chair. We tried to do that in the back, and I am not flexible enough. But yeah, I really like his play style. I think as well, looking across at Invest, I think that it felt like he went under the radar a little bit throughout a lot of day one, but we started to see glimpses of what he can bring to this team. So I think there is a couple of players there that really can step up. And then we've also shouted the names of Jay Lear and Spread multiple times through the tournament. So yeah, this Yokota team is definitely going to be stacked. And again, going back to the fact that for Ilson, it's going to be a lot. But yeah, very much looking forward to how Chris does, especially considering that I know he has a couple of supporters in Twitch chat, stayed up super late to stay with us here and make sure they try and root for their boys and get them through this lower round bracket.
Lots of love in chat for Spread. Lots of love in chat for Ilson, Dawn, and Chris, as this is going to be a fun one to end our night on. Andy, let's take a look at our best of 5, our map vetoes that we're going to be looking at in this series for our losers round 1. I'm getting a little bit of an idea that we're going to Hacienda for a map 1 hardpoint, and yes, we are. Map 2, red card, search and destroy. Map 3, vault control. And if this one goes to a 4 and 5, we got red card and vault for the hardpoint and search and destroy respectively. I think, Andy, this might be the first red card search and destroy we've had all week.
I was about to say, I don't think we've seen much red card at all, right? I think that people have been largely avoiding it. It's a weird one because when all the maps first came out for BO6, I remember thinking that this one had one of the better rotations for hardpoint. I still think that you shouldn't be able to get under the stage, or at least not be able to cap the point from there. But anyway, I think that there's a lot of, the fundamentals that play well into a red card, especially when you talk about, the fact that P2 is on the opposite side of the map for P3, and you can get yourself set up and flip-flap those kind of spawn situations as you go. And I think that that's what you're seeing a lot with this map set. I think Vault Control is going to be high engagement, high pace. Vault S&D, we know that we're basically going to one bomb site, but in the other 3 maps, I think you are looking at a lot of your fundamental Call of Duty coming on through. And as such, we've spoken a lot about, the fact that Ilson have got quite a bit of a task coming up against the hometown team, but we're talking about that from a slaying prowess perspective. I do think that if you are ever going to be a slaying team, then you got to do it through good fundamentals, and you will be rewarded if you use those here.
And fortunately enough, you have these maps where fundamentals are going to be a key core factor in your gameplay. Hacienda, Red Card, and Vault, all 3 maps where that needs to be in your strategy, that needs to be your plan of attack if you're going to win here in this series. So Hacienda Hardpoint, map number 1, this is something where a lot of people are going to be familiar with it in the Call of Duty verse if you've been paying attention, at least for the BO6 year, or possibly even prior to that, all the way back in BO4. It is a classic now. People love this map, and when it came into BO6, everybody was praising, and rightfully so. It is a fantastic add to the map pool since it has been delivered. And for this map in particular, a lot of things to pay attention to, and we were mentioning fundamentals and what that is for a map like this. Well, it's going to involve definitely rotations for your team from P1 into P2. That back spawn is definitely going to be something you're seeking for that initial time. You can get a lot of time off of that P2 setup. And then P3 into P4 for that rotation, as we do see a lot of teams in Hacienda in P4 gain a lot of time to really buff out that lead. But Enigma, one thing that not a lot of people will look at is that P4 to P1 rotation in the second set, because as soon as you are rotating close back into open, you have top halls control, and the ARs are feeling good and hot. Into that second rotation, teams get a lot of time in that first hill, and if you can be a team to dominate the top of the map, the halls portion of Hacienda, it is going to make your opponent's life a living hell.
No, I agree. I think that, I love the conversation about where Hacienda fits in terms of our, let's make up a theoretical tier list of Black Ops maps. I think Hacienda goes right up there. I think your best maps are always going to have like your 3 established lanes. You certainly get that with Hasi. It's also a case of your fundamentals are well rewarded. You've spoken there about P2. I think you also get well rewarded over on the Tin Hill for P3. I think there's a lot of different points where you know, start to look at Hasi as a great map. And also, I know it's nothing to do with a competitive point of view, but it's just a gorgeous map. Always helps you to play it and grind out some rank play. So yeah, I mean, definitely a map that I'm a big fan of. And it also, you know, what makes a good map is you've got great places for your ARs and your SMGs to be impactful. And I think you've got plenty of that here for Hacienda. I love that you're calling out controlling top middle there. I think it's very important that you do that. And you're looking at your AR players in order to kind of like set your SMGs up for success, give them a safety blanket, and kind of protect them. Especially, you said that there, from P4 into P1, you do have like an opportunity to chain together there. But again, your ARs are going to have to dominate that top middle, and the best players at doing that will therefore rack up the most time.
For sure. And another thing for people tuning in to kind of pay attention to for a map like Hacienda, which is something that Andy and I are going to be talking a lot about in terms of rotations, is spawn manipulation. And if you're looking at just a really easy map to read that manipulation, it's a map like Hacienda, and you're going to be watching that oftentimes on those rotations and how teams are going to be moving through the map to make sure that your team is spawning in the most advantageous position to attack that hill or to hold that hill in a post plant. And there's lots of ways to do that. So when you're watching today throughout this matchup, and if you're trying to learn a few things about Call of Duty, just listen along to that and pay attention to where these teams are trying to set up their holds or the attacks from, because Hacienda, it is a very straightforward map in terms of that. There is not a lot of times where you do see those spawns actually mess up. It is very easy for that anchor to have a lot of impact through a map like this.
Well, the thing is as well, that conversation continues when we start to talk about red cards. It's actually something that I really love about the way the hills work on this map. P2. Now, if you've been playing it in ranked or you're looking to improve on that map in any way, there's actually a trick to it. Initially, what you want to try and do is spawn Archer's side. That way, you've got yourself that close spawn. Over around that 30-second marker, once you start to, you know, consider, okay, do we start to hit out P3? What you actually want to do is flip the other team into the preferred spawn for P2, because then that will give you garage side. And the teams that are very good at doing that actually chain two hills together. They're on the opposite side of the map. It's very unique in the way that it's set up, but the way that you know, you can pull off some incredible stringing together of points. So I'm a big fan of like the two maps that we've got here for Hardpoint. And yeah, spawn manipulation, you're looking for your anchors, you're looking for your IGLs to make those calls, right? Your leaders to really make those comms and say, right, boys, this is the moment where we pull that kind of thing off. So whoever comes out on top there, again, we've spoken a lot about the qualities of these two teams. If Alson are going to pull off the upset, you're looking for the most vocal player on the team to turn around and go, okay, now's the time to make sure we're paying attention to this situation, because that is what is going to reward us in the long term, get us to those 250 points, or if we're playing red card, just burn down the clock because we don't always finish the map.
Yeah, not all the time. You know, hey, it does go to time very often on a red card. I do agree with that. And Andy, while we're getting ready for this map number one, I do want to take a little bit of a second to shout out Apex, Sharon, and Chad. We're saying Team Ilson, you know, we're going to pull this out, but even if we don't, this is our first time at PACAF in world debut. Whether we make it or not, this is a huge success, and I agree with that. I think, you know, I want to shout out as well Air Force Gaming for putting on this entire circuit throughout PACAF, USAFE, as well as CONUS into the World Championship. This is a very early iteration of what could be competition throughout all of these bases, and to see that the players are qualifying from base to base, representing that base, taking it to an international stage and competing like this, whether you do bad or not, that representation is something where you are making history for your base, and that's something in itself to be proud of, to hold near and dear to your chest throughout the rest of your life and service. And I think that is such a cool thing to have the opportunity to do, Andy, for a lot of these players, that, you know, even if you show up here and you don't get the performance that you want to have, the fact that you are here doing it, that says something about your drive to compete.
100%. I mean, it's the thing for all of us. Like, the greatest thing that we can do really is make memories, right? They're the things that we're going to look back on over the years to come. And this should certainly be a wonderful memory for everyone taking part, just competing at this level here at PACAF. If you then get through to Worlds as well, that's the cherry on the cake without a shadow of a doubt. And the thing as well, like the whole program, like, you know, you've been working on this for quite some time, my friend, and you actually messaged me and brought me into it quite a bit ago. So it was a case of like seeing where it's gone from there and how it's all evolving. Who knows what it looks like in the future, as the production team and everyone involved do a fantastic job of helping it evolve year on year. And yeah, I mean, if you are this Ilson team, and even if you don't make it on through, you can be very proud of being a part of this whole thing. And you know, now I'm suddenly gaining a very strong soft spot in my heart for this team. I'm like, you know, the support that's coming on through. It's still difficult for me to see them coming out on top in this one, but hey, if they do, I think I'll be celebrating as much as some of the people in chat.
I love the players. I love the community. I love the team behind it all. And it seems like we are getting ready to get into this hacienda. So Andy, let's get into our predictions for this as well, because this has been a very long journey throughout day 1 and day 2, and we both got Yokota walking away with the win. No shade to Osan. I want to see them still show up, and I want to see them perform. I got the 3-0 sweep for Yokota. I feel like they're going to pull things off. You got Yokota taking this one 3-1. Where do you think they're going to fall?
I think that the S&D is somewhere where Osan can build themselves into this. I think Yokota have too many straight shooters to really be undone in the respawns, but I think that Osan have themselves an opportunity in the S&D to kind of pull them apart a little bit. And I've seen that throughout the series that they've lost, they have managed to nick away a map here and there. So it's a team that's certainly got a bit of fighting spirit about them, and I'm looking to see them bring that in. Give that 3-1, and then I think that will actually lift me if from the bottom of the prediction board to the top if it does come true. So you know what? I'm feeling like I'm doing pretty all right today. I'm feeling good.
Yeah, you've been doing pretty all right, I will say. You know, for myself in chat, I see that, you know, you guys might not be liking the predictions here from the desk, but don't worry, I've been wrong all day long. So that is something that you can be proud of, to see me rooting for the other team. Maybe it's a little bit of a caster curse. Maybe it is going to work out in favor of Osan. Who knows? But we got this map 1 loading up very, very shortly. We appreciate you all for your patience in waiting to get this one going. Teams are locking in. They're getting warmed up, and they are preparing for the start of this best of 5. And you can see them on screen here, just chilling. One thing I always look for beforehand, before we load into these maps, is the mood, the demeanor of these players, Andy, and you know how they look on either side. They look relaxed, they look calm, they don't look panicked in any sense of the way. They look like they're here to have a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is one of the things you want to see here. You know, you don't want to see people, you want to be locked, but without that appearance of being nervy about the situation or under too much pressure. And that's one of those moments where your IGLs have got to step up, calm it through to your guys, help you guys all stay locked in, but on the same wavelength. And well, as we get the break off here at Hacienda, Yokota against Osan. An opportunity here at P1 to start to really set a bit of a precedent, and it's going to be traded back and forth as 2 kills from each team, but spread them makes the extra bit of difference here to take control of top mid.
Yeah, J-Layer on screen. He is in a great position to shoot a couple of these players if they decide to go touch that hard point, but battles going on multitudes of different fronts throughout this hill. Fax inside trying to get a few points. He's going to play a little ring around the rosy to the fountain, and he's got some help too. Kills come through on either side. Don's going to pop off 3, 16 seconds in this hill, and on rotation, it is going to be your team in blue looking to set up early.
Don tries to push in through secret, but J-Layer's going to be waiting for him. However, Chris plays in through well side and finds himself one. And also in through well side is going to be Mez, but I think he's going to get shot in the back by Fax, and that's a big kill then. That should lock down your back spawns. What I will say, Osan do have presence in lobby, so they're not very far away, but they do need to win a gunfight or 2. Actually, Fax may have missed something here. Needs to make sure he doesn't let players slip through the driveway. Big fight here. And well, Fax comes out on top. We spoke about how good he's been looking through this and make some big kills to get that P2 time.
Spread him inside. He has got some help. Good kills coming through from Yokota as they got this lockdown. Fax now into the lobby. He is hunting players from Osan, and you can see that Osan are just waiting for everybody to group up to hit this one more time. 23 seconds that you do not want to give away, but all this time has been Fax running around, shoots Chris in the back, and over towards P3 you have this ever so important 1v1 that is going to ensue as soon as Fax gets into a position to challenge Mez.
Yeah, Mez might get a little bit of backup coming in from Chris, but you feel like this first fight is all important, and it's 3 blue kills in the feed. Yokota, the hometown team, looking to make sure that they punch through this series and face Kadena after this. We've spoken about, you know, Yokota seemed like a little bit of an underrated team here. Definitely got plenty of qualities about him. And for Osan, they're going to have to do all of the fighting at the front. This J-Layer, who's on 4, might get flanked by Don, is big kill to give you one side of the map, give you a foundation to try and control this hill from.
Don gets in. Nice kill there. Spread trying to contest, but look at the help coming through from that top plat. It's Chris to the assistance of Dawn. Still no time for Ilson through these kills. You can see off the respawn that Jalier is going to assist with Fax to drop all 4 members and get the team back into this hard point. 15 seconds of scrap time that you're risking here for Ilson. Rotating back over through Old. You hope to win these fights, but instead you're late to the P4 rotation.
Feels like late to the rotation has been something that Ilson have been a lot so far. Needs to see a little bit more out of them in terms of being proactive. And well, Chris with a big kill through top mid. Needs a moment to breathe, just to heal up. And he can start to hit this with his teammates who are approaching this from Lambo's side. Chris slides out. Nade will clean up one. Chris then finds the second. Potentially going to be challenged from Boathouse side. Someone's got to watch mid though, because there is another player there. And well, the kills are actually going the way of Alston. They might be late to the fight, but that big play from Chris, that double, will give them the break.
A chance to even hit a rewrap if you're Chris to work through office, but instead he's going to reach out through the side door. Times right out, using that omnidirectional movement to find his team a way back into this hard point. 18 seconds that you'd love to grab here if you're Mez, and a well-placed nade from T-Biscuit to assist on this as well. Players for Yokota chalking this one up for a rotation back over to P1. I like this from T-Biscuit. He's going to post up, and he is going to look to see if he can get it into a position to lock this down.
That is wild. Jalier with the execution on Chris, and well, that's the unicorn right there in office. All the Jews changed a lot since I was a kid. I'm not gonna lie. Spread gonna try and control this top spot. We said about how important it is for your AR to get into these positions to start to cut people down. There's one. Helps invest for the second, and at all times here as well, thinking about that rotation for 2. And as such, Ilson got to find a different route into this fight. Having 2 difficulties so far. Mez will play in through bottom of you. Finds one. And, well, the 3 kills actually go the way of Ilson. So Yokota sent packing for a moment, and a big fight potentially for Chris and Spread over towards that P2 side.
This is good time. This is important time to see if you can cut this lead down that Yokota has gained throughout that first set of rotations. But a hit back through Old from Invest and Fax, and that's where they're going to be looking to grab a few more. Big shots from Chris in a major fight won, although the damage done is enough to allow Invest a way through. So spawns are going to be a little bit weird now. You can see that Ilson spawning all the way over towards the well, but at the same time Yokota are spawning deep at the same time. So numbers into a 3-on-3 for this hit back at P2. Chris leading the charge, but he's not able to get in. T-Biscuit falls. It's 2 down, make it 3. Last player up is going to be Mez. Can he do anything? He's going to be held back for now as he's waiting for his team.
The stun connects. The nade will clean up Invest, but Mez unfortunately falls in the ensuing chaos. Chris tries to chow. T-Biscuit's going to be here with a cooked nade. The problem is you're bottlenecking through this doorway into 1v1 fights, and well, sometimes it's actually going to be 1v2 fights, and all the kills in the feed go Yokota's way. So for Alison, honestly, I don't think you push this much more. I think you start to consider that rotation. You are going to get Mez starting to think about it. T-Biscuit's going to try and take control of the early approach through mid as well, but you might have missed Invest, who starts to already make his route through and round the back of this team.
100-point lead for Yokota, and that's where you're feeling good. Invest 17 and 11, hiding away in the backup 10. You can see players from Ilson are looking to track this player down, but it's hard when Invest is sliding from side to side. He's gonna slide right into the DMs of Chris, and why not Ton as well? Make it a 3-piece chicken dinner. He's got 4 in a row. 20 and 11 now for Invest. He is just killing it right now on the map.
Yeah, it feels like he's exploded into life in the last couple of times we've seen him, and making a big statement here about who he is, pushing his team forward. Spread's going to do the exact same thing as he explodes onto a 6. Jalier on a 5. Opportunity then for Yokota to get themselves over this 200-point mark. As Mez pushes close, Mez takes a lot of damage, and it's all blue yet again in the feed. Ilson gonna have to reconsider how they approach this, or maybe set themselves up for that rock rotation.
2:06 now, Andy. Lots of time here. Streaks for Spread as well, as he's on 7 in a row. Fights over towards Nil. Trade out from Chris. And you're looking for this initial time. You got bodies here. This is the best I've seen from Ilson for a chance to set up a hill.
Yes, but you gotta try and get some information here. I want to see stuns going out. I want to see trying to figure out exactly where these players are coming from. Chris will find facts. That will give you the first. The problem is you're all facing the same way. And that's just going to allow Spread in, who does enough damage for 1, then helps Jalier with the second. And then, well, Chris is going to be overwhelmed by the remaining numbers on the point. For Ilson, it's just a case of lacking numbers. And for Yokota, it's just a case of seeing out this hill, and you will book map 1 here in your lower round 1 matchup. But 2 kills might give you an opportunity to try and break this and extend it just that little bit further.
And it looks like we're missing a player on the side of Ilson. Unfortunately, we are well past 100 points accumulated, so gonna have to see if that player can load in the last couple of seconds. But Yokota, they are in for the time, and it is going to tick over that 250 marker. So Yokota gonna strike first in the best of 5 with a Hacienda Hardpoint win, and they are going to do it in a very convincing manner. Very, very calm and collected.
Unfortunate circumstances for Ilson there towards the end to lose T-Biscuit. What I will say is there was a considerable gap before we had any of that happen. So Yokota deserved winners in the end here for map 1. We spoke about, you know, the slaying prowess that this team possesses. Players like Invest, players like Spread, you know, all 4 of them really. We can sit there and talk about moments where they popped off in this tournament. It was always going to be about whether or not you could hit the early rotations if you were Ilson. And it felt like they were consistently late to the party, having to break hills. And there's only so many times you can hope to punch straight through a defensive setup.
Yeah, and really, you see these moments from somebody like Invest, even right there, where he just slides out and individually finds not just 1, but 3 kills in those fights, very handedly too, barely taking some damage. I mean, they are confident in their chows, and they're cleaning up the house over on Hacienda. So a big win there for the likes of Yokota, the hometown heroes of PACAF representing. Now heading into map number 2, we got the red card search and destroy, and this is something that you were really excited to see, and I am as well. As red card is just, it's one of those maps that, you know, maybe some people don't really like it, but me personally, I mean, it has so many open opportunities for different strats, different routes to be run, and a lot of places where individual players can make big impacts.
I'll be honest with you, like at the start of the year, I kind of feel like very vindicated these days when people start talking about how good red card is and how Skyline's this kind of crazy map that we really shouldn't have allowed into the pool. Because I didn't know if it was just one of those moments where it's like, I'm getting a little bit older, maybe I just can't keep up with the chaos. But I remember saying at the very start of the year, look, this Skyline map, it's a bit like crazy. The locking down spawns doesn't really work. The S&D is just pure bang outs. Whereas for something like red card, you do get the ability to change up your strategies. Don't get me wrong, you're probably going to see a lot of the bomb being moved over towards bar, not much the outside, but you have ways in which you can manipulate the map and set yourself up for those first bloods and whatnot that I really like when it comes to red card. Don't get me wrong, I understand that it can be a difficult map to play around, especially with the verticality through the middle of the map there and those windows overlooking the courtyard. But I don't know, I'm a big fan of the way this plays, especially if you're a team with some sort of prep for an event, some sort of strategy coming into this can really lead to like a defined characteristic and personality to a team.
And yeah, I really think there was just that one day playing a red card, and it just hits me. I'm like, I understand it. I get it. I get the game. I get how this map needs to be played. And ever since then, I've just been a big fan of it. Personally, maybe I'm in the same boat as you. It's just I'm just not as fast as they are now, and I can't play those Skylines. I can't play those protocols, but still have a good time, no matter what it is. And you can see that players, at least on their monitors, are getting into the red card. Everybody locking in on either side. Give me a little bit of a rundown of what you expect in these early rounds for something like red card.
I mean, what I am expecting is offensive rounds to be played over towards B. The big thing at the minute is basically get yourself on over there, get that first blood, and then set yourself up in a very closely situated foursome. Control those various entryways. In particular, you're probably asking someone to play through short and find themselves that first blood over by benches. And, well, not going to have to deliberate too much because the players are ready to go. We're underway. Can Ilson get themselves back into this? If they are going to do that, then they're going to have to start off with a strong defensive round.
Don was good yesterday in the search. Chris was great in the search as well. Can they lead a team to a map win? Well, who else but Don to strike with the first blood to open up the map? That's going to give you numbers on the defense, and look at the attacking players. They have made it nowhere.
Oh, well, that's given up relatively for free by Mez. And, well, Fax will also find T-Biscuit up top. So that advantage dissipates in front of our very eyes. The one thing I will say, if bomb goes down here at A, for Ilson, you have an opportunity to pick up a couple of kills on the exit because you are so close in proximity. Can Chris approach this correctly?
Chris.
Okay, that was terrifying. Oh, you got that all wrong. See one slide out in front of you. No.
Spread those wings and fly, Chris. Don's found an angle. He has parted the Red Sea. Unfortunately, this is red card. It doesn't work like that, as he has seen absolutely neither player, and now Yokota has grouped up as they are searching for this lone player. 18 seconds, and now time is the issue. Even if you do find this kill, there is just not enough time to both get the kills and get the defuse. And that's Yokota, after losing first blood, clawing their way back and stealing away the round.
Yeah, and that's tough to swallow, really, considering how important red card is when it comes to picking up first bloods. I've spoken a couple of times about metrics I've got on the CDL side. Obviously doesn't directly apply here, but we know how important it is on red card, especially just because of the size of the map, the amount of entryways, so difficult to control with a numbers disadvantage. Feels like there was a moment there where you're just seeing Mez and T-Biscuit picked up too easily. Got to avoid those situations happening if you get that numbers advantage.
We swap sides. This is going to be a good look for Spread. It's open season for shots. Peppers them with damage. And it looks like Invest is on the follow-up here. Expected by Dawn, but still walks away with the kill. First blood to Invest. He gets out. Spread, he's going to double down. Chris in trouble. Fax there with the Overwatch. And everybody's getting a piece of the pie in this round. It must be Pie Day or something, Andy.
I mean, it's just tough because, it might not be Biscuit's day, as I just see someone cross, and then, yeah, you're going to have to be disciplined there. I like the decision to not shoot your gun. I'm less convinced about the decision to headbutt a wall. I'll be straight with you. Yeah, I think there's probably an issue for Biscuit here. First blood's already been found, though, so this round will count. We'll obviously get everything figured out as we get that overhead view. Yeah, well, T-Biscuit's back into the fight. But Ilson, then an opportunity to rotate this bomb on over. If you get a kill here, turn it into a 1v3. You're making a lot of noise, though, so that's going to give a heads up immediately. And Fax is stood right behind you. So, unfortunate stuff for Ilson. I think for Yokota, though, you open up with all those initial engagements. Spread lines up a lot of damage into a lot of players, and that just tells Invest that what you can do is hit straight through mid. There shouldn't be any pressure there. You don't have to worry about Eskies. You can just fly that corner, get the first blood back on off. Does a great job of that.
In fact, he just says, yeah, you know what? I don't mind. I'll pick up that kill. As he just gallivants his way into the site, giving away that one for free. T-Biscuit. You know what? Red card in a 1v4, when players are nowhere near you, it can feel a little bit lonely. Just walking through that map. It is a big, big map. And, you know, sometimes you don't get that feeling when you're playing in a respawn. But in the search, it hits you. Invest crashing through the doorways. Wow. He's traded, but not before Jalier is going to get that first blood. Caught in the open is Mez. 3v1 already. It's T-Biscuit again. Stuck in ticket.
The problem is, the more glass you smash, the more you tell your opponents exactly where you are. Jalier's going to be looking out over top mid. And that is going to be the player that catches Biscuit rotating. So, simple round for Yokota. Feels like it comes off a really aggressive offensive move there. You get that blood in on Dawn. Jalier also finds Chris. What I did like there from Yokota, though, you get that first blood, and I think that they picked up on exactly what the information was telling them and rotated that bomb immediately to A, which, very proactive, the kind of thing that we like to see our S&D teams be, is ahead of the curve, making moves based on that intel before anything can be done to counter that.
Well, 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 Handsy. Now we can see a pretty interesting one. This is the sit and spawn and wait strategy from Ilson. As they took a little bit to leave, it's giving a lot of time for Invest to hit this flank all the way up the staircase, going around and up top. Slow peeks the door too. He's not going to give any noise. He's in behind the whole play, but he's got the pistol out. He's got the pistol out. What are you doing? This is so obnoxious. Finally takes out the sub, but it's just too late. What?
Yeah, I don't know. I I don't know. We'll come back to it. I guess Facts in a 1v2. Opportunity then for Alson to get themselves on the board. Don, Chris going to get together, get this over towards A. It'll be difficult for Facts to retake this. If it's been a free bomb plant, he should check B, see the doors aren't even opened, and recognize that he's got to rotate on over. Well, he will have no doubts about it now. Chris can play archers here. The big thing here for Chris, Don, is to set up a crossfire. Do not get caught in 1v1 fights.
Yeah, that's going to be an issue here. Yokota, it's Facts. 30 seconds to unravel this one. Not sure if he saw the player into the goalie net, but he's able to slip his life. 22 seconds now. He's making the full wrap back around. So far from this bomb. Still, I feel he's got a chance. He's got to make some quick work, though. His time now ticking down. It's too late. It's done. Ilson going to do enough to hold on to the round. Take their first in the red card. And yeah, true, I agree. That was a 007 play from Invest.
It was something.
Guy thinks
we've
he's
seen some great
GoldenEye.
pistol work. Yeah, we've seen some wonderful pistol work through this tournament from the likes of Breadwinner and Co. If you know what you're doing with the Strider, it does hit like a truck. But even still, I think, you know, I question it. But it's all right. We're good. If you're Yokota, you can take those risks. You're up 3-1. Just breathing. Setting yourselves again. And going back into the fight. For Ilson, an opportunity to build a little bit of momentum. Then you've got to win some of these first blood fights, though.
3-1 up for Yokota. A little bit of trolling in round 4, but a lot slower as the case this time. Fast on the side of Ilson. They're hitting it right down the outside. Lots of damage from Jailer. No kills. But I'm sure he's calling it out to his team that he is in trouble. Chris with some shots. Everybody trading damage. No kills yet in the round. And the bomb has hit B.
Yeah, and you've given it up completely for free. That's the worrying thing here. Because B, a very difficult site to retake. And also, it's not going to necessarily be that you get there with your full team, because Jay Lear's, oh, he's rotating in behind you. He might get some great timing, and he does indeed catch Chris through mid. So you're retaking B, numbers disadvantage, you don't have ticket control. Ilson stacked a lot of odds against him here.
They walk right by him. Mez not checking his corners. Almost with a triple kill. T-Biscuit's still alive. 21 seconds in the 1v3. And players from Yokota tracking him down. He's got the knife out. He's just trying to pull something nefarious, but not to be. Yokota up 4-1 now, back in the search to destroy lead. 3 up to Ilson. And man, I didn't talk about it, but we also didn't get to see it on the stream and our view. But somebody got kidnapped in the round before, Andy, and we never really talked about it.
I mean, I'm at a point where I'm a bit like, you know what? Sometimes you're, you know, when a team is leading by a considerable amount, and you can see all the laughs going on down.
It was Ilson that did the kidnapping.
Yeah, but like, it's one of those moments where I'm kind of like, was that the best use of your time? So right now, I'm just kind of like, more worried for Ilson at the minute and being 2-0 down. Chris. Oh, wait, are we doing a knife party?
Okay, yes, please, Chris.
All right, let's do this.
Let's see it. Slice and dice. Straight shredder action. Invest already behind. He's just knifing them in the back. They're not even ready for it. Mez, though. Oh, Mez.
All right, then. All right.
Give me more of that.
Was superb. I'm not gonna lie, that was absolutely fantastic. I thought that Chris had pulled off some sort of crazy play, diving out through ticket with a knife in hand. I was like, all right, but no, some sort of agreement comes through that we're just gonna meet up inside the stadium and trade blades. Well, Yokota, well, they still come out on top. So for Ilson, yeah, I mean, are we gonna get that again?
I hope so. Knives out. Possibly. So it was a triple kill from Invest and then a triple kill from Mez last time. Where is the setting for the battleground this time? There's an RCX. That's got to be illegal. As Fax is on the chase, he's in behind. He's just got to wait for the rest of his team. And no, Chris, you broke the rules.
Yo.
You broke the rules.
We're breaking GAs out here. We had an agreement. Chris finds 2. Jailer says, all right, then I'll answer with my own. Maybe Chris missed the memo, I don't know, but Well, and we'll still settle as a 2v2.
Oh, they better not lose the round now. Chris breaking the golden rule of the round. Invest. He's still got the knife out. Jailer, pistol at range. Invested behind the hashling slasher. No, it's just Chris with a gun.
Yo. Absolutely incredible stuff. I mean, this is also part of what LAN is all about, right? Like, I feel like you've gone to a point where Alison like, all right, look, we just aren't competing right now. Let's have some fun with it. And it seems like all 8 gentlemen here having a hell of a time. You can see some discussions coming in about strategies and whatnot, but I am also curious about at what point you guys turn around and just go, you know what? Let's go and do this fun thing. Because I mean, Alison are actually profiting from such scenarios. I don't know if Chris, though, breaking those rules is just going to mean that Yokota are just going to like go, all right, you know what? Then we're just going to shoot you.
Yeah, I mean, hey, yesterday I was defending this man from just eating rocks for the next month from Nikki and chat. Now, after that, I think this guy deserves to eat rocks. You betrayed the golden rule. So, 5-2 up for Yokota. One more to go up 2-0 in this series. Facts, he is out in the open, hoping that somebody just peeks it. But Invest is going to draw first blood. Hello. And what is that interaction? Wait, what just happened?
I went into chat as well, and True Kanye said, Chris steals from the break room fridge. Jesus.
He is a menace to
lack
society.
of honor. Oh no, Chris does indeed have a hold of a Ninja Turtle. Jailer will be cleaned up. A 1v1. Oh no, Chris! Let's go. Comes out on top. Oh my lord. It looks like they're having a hell of a time. I'm not going to lie. This looks absolutely incredible. Big smiles. That's what we like to see.
Yeah, it's all about the fun of the game at the end of the day. And if they're having fun, I'm having fun. So here at PACAF, we're all about the fun. And Yokota keeping themselves in this search and destroy, having a good time while they do it. Laughs and smiles. This is all I could ask for.
Yeah, 100%. And it looks like between them, they're starting to concoct some other plan as well. So I'm very curious about where this round's going to go. It's, well, it's nothing traditional, but Fax is running forward with a knife out. And, well, I think he was waiting to see what happened, but may as well just immediately gun Invest.
Shots ringing. Gratata on the red card. Never gonna do that again. 3-on-3, and we see that ticket control is fully secured for Ilson setting up at B. Bomb rotating over towards A.
It took me back to unlucky, bruv. Yeah. You've made some interesting call-outs in your time, my friend.
Spread. Hello. Oh! Shots to the dome and the hip fire. 5 HP stays alive. Now Dawn.
Oh, I know T-Biscuit ain't happy about that.
Oh, I wouldn't be. Dawn, 1v3, 30 seconds for the retake. He's behind this whole play, but he's seen absolutely nothing. Knives out for the lads on Yokota. As Dawn's made himself known, that's going to be it for the search and destroy. 2-0 for Yokota here on the main stage.
Both teams, though, full of smiles. It has been tough for Ilson, and I like that it's basically turned into a bit of a party game out there, but there is, of course, the serious business to settle of one of these teams punching through. So for Yokota, they go up 2-0, looking like the squad that are going to punch on through to play Kadena for that spot to push through to loser semis. It's got to be a bit of a run if Yokota are going to make it, but I mean, you come out of this series, I mean, right now you'd probably come out of this series feeling very refreshed. What? Oh no, this is this whole mewing crap. Like what? Like that? What is this thing that people have brought out these days?
Chad, is this Riz?
Oh my god.
Serious question. Andy, you just don't get it.
I don't know if I want to. This is one of those moments when I start to actually feel old. Like nothing really makes me feel that bad, but then I see stuff like this coming out and I'm like, I don't know what this is. That shot by Spreading, by the way, was absolutely crazy.
Yeah. He said, watch out for Spread on the map. He is just frying. right now. Andy, 2-0 for Yokota. Things looking good for this team. I think that is the most enjoyable match I've had in Call of Duty for a very long time. Knives out in a search and destroy round. Like, who's coming up with this stuff? It's great.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of like all 8 gentlemen just agreeing to something. NYC Chris did then completely betray everybody by pulling out a gun in the next round. But we at least got 1 round of Samurai Warfare. So yeah, absolutely amazing stuff. Seeing all 8 gentlemen as well, just absolutely, you know, having a hell of a time. It's unfortunately we do have to settle some sort of like business here, but I think it's a best case scenario here where we've just got all 8 gentlemen walking away from this having a great experience.
Yeah, well, for you and I, we're going to take a step back while we get things ready for the control up next. We got Vault Control after this break, folks. You're watching PACAF Esports Championships. We'll see you soon with some more Black Ops 6.
In Search and Destroy, teams compete in round-based, single-life combat over 2 bomb sites. One team is designated as the attacking team, where their goal is to plant a bomb at either bomb site before time expires. The other team must defend these bomb sites, preventing the attacking team from planting the bomb at all costs. Additionally, either team can win the round by eliminating all members of the opposing team. If the attacking team plants the bomb, a 45-second timer will begin where the defending team must now defuse the bomb before time expires, even if they have killed all enemy players. Defusing the bomb takes 7 seconds, so players must ensure enough time remains to secure the round. Teams will switch sides after each round, and the first team to win 6 rounds will claim victory.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are in the end game now of day 2 for the PACAF Esports Championships. Once again, my name is Seymour alongside Enigma and Andy. It has been a blast throughout each and every one of these days. Sadly enough, now that we're down in the lower bracket, we're going to have to say goodbye to a few of these teams. And right now, things are not looking good for Ilson.
They aren't. They're having a difficult time of it. You know, the hard point went very much so against them. Felt like that they never really rotated. They were comfortably outslayed. It was a tough situation for them. It ends up in 100-point clubbing. And then we go to the S&D, where it was looking real comfortable for Yokota. They were up 5-1, I think it was, before we start to then get knife fights and all sorts of other fun circumstances. There is at least that situation going on where all 8 gentlemen just laughing and joking around, having a great time. This is exactly what we want to see. You know, there's a lot of obviously serious stuff when it comes to qualifying for Worlds, when it comes to everything that comes as part of the whole circuit that we've got going on here. But here at PACAF is also about the memories that we make along the way. And, well, a knife fight on main stage, that's one hell of a way to have yourself a great time.
Yeah, I think I was smiling. I think you were smiling. The players definitely were smiling. And here we get to go into now our map 3 control, where I don't think we're going to be able to settle this with a knife fight, but I am open to any and all shenanigans that is going to be happening here in map number 3. So I'm hoping that the players still looking to have some fun on stage right now going into this 3rd map, but we can see them once again locking into this one. You see a few of these members shooting some bots right now in the practice range, getting their hands warm and keeping them warm, because as we know, and it has been a long day, I'm sure, over at Yokota Air Base, and now you can see that these players looking to play what is essentially their last match of the afternoon for themselves. And Osan, I'm hoping that they pull a win here in the control, Andy, because I'd like to see them keep playing here in the PACAF Esports Championship. I don't want to say goodbye to them just yet.
No, absolutely. The one thing I am hoping is that for Osan, at least Chris comes out and eats during this map, because I'm being told that he's looking forward to a lot of bags of rocks when he gets back for betraying everyone when it came to the knife fights. So, you know, I'm hoping Chris goes out, has himself a hell of a control.
That was evil.
And managed to pull it back and do something out here that keeps things a little bit interesting. And if not, if we end up with 2 absolute decimations in the other rounds, I want to see a full control round, knives only. That's where I'm going with this one. Can anyone get themselves an RCXD just by using a knife? Because, well, Invest, he was having a great time out there. Mez also found himself a double or so. And let's face it, it was a hell of a lot of fun. So, but for Osan and Yokota here, just getting yourselves locked in. You can see the screens. I do believe we will be just moments away. I'm pretty sure that's some vault that I'm seeing. And yes, it is. So potentially then to send Osan home, to push Yokota on deeper in the lower bracket. This is vault control.
I think you and I have gotten pretty good at spying those maps on monitors that aren't our own. So here we go. Invest back into his same old antics, running it down mid and finding kills. So double kill to open up the map. Now over towards the respawning members of Osan, as the attack for Yokota has their sights set on A. Dawn is here to see if he can stop them with that. He's sitting down in towards that A zone, tracking down these players, finding absolutely nothing. Chris, however, he's getting a few up towards those halls, and he's going to make it hard to hop on this time.
Yeah, Chris on the redemption tour. I'm to at least get some ketchup to go alongside the bag of rocks that's waiting for him back at base. Right now, Invest. Oh, he goes high, and from the top rope lands on Mez. The end of his barrel sticking through his skull. And well, it's 3 in the feed. That means that Yokota are going to have the opportunity here to stack the point. But they've already got progress over at B. 2 players fighting for each zone. Very comfortable doing so. But Invest, well, he just completely lost where Mez got to.
What do you think the record is for a player off of the break-off to go without dying?
Shots.
I'm not really sure what that is. I'm going to have to, you know, go back into some, or ask some statisticians for Call of Duty to tell me what that is. But Invest is going to go 5-0 before he drops in this round. Back over towards A, you got double progression happening because Vax is at B at the same time. He's going to go down, but Spread at A secures that second segment. They have 3 players here, 2 stacking it, and they're looking to finish it off.
T-Biscuit is up high. Just give some modicum of control from Art. His teammates unfortunately falling in front of him. It's going to make that job very difficult. And also you're starting to get pushed in by Invest. Invest, I think he actually goes for the assassination. Doesn't pull it off. T-Biscuit manages to spin, turn, and burn just in time. So it will be 5 lives to try and use to your advantage if you are Yokota. Dawn, oh, makes a bit of a mess of that one. And Spread, well, he will find a kill that allows his team to continue to push forward. Your players also back down from R, so it's a tough situation. Keep an eye on your minimap as well. Invest, hitting another route through the southern side of the map to try and go and fight for Art.
That's what we call a little bit of Damon Barlow for Invest. The good old karma. coming through. Spread slides out through the card. You hit the shots. Pistol's going to get it done. And Chris is going to fall as well. So 4 down in the feed. You can see that with a player sitting in art, look how far those red arrows are spawning up all towards the southernmost left point of the map. So a long way to get over towards this B zone, and before you do that, second progress is going to be collected. Dawn slides out for the contest. He's going to immediately drop back into the progression, and everything for Yokota is looking tip-top, sharp as ever.
It really is. A spread, well, he'll stay alive. He will then get support, and that will be an offensive win going their way. For Yokota, you said it yourself there at the end. It looks sharp. Looks like they've all got each other's coverage. I mean, invest 10 and 2 on the Jackal here. Vault control. Just to show the quality that he brings to the party. We also then get a stylish little final kill there. And you can see like the little spring in their step as well. He picks up the 2 and immediately pushes through Lion towards Statue, towards Art. Just making sure he's playing for those power positions at all times. Also going to end the round on a 3 spree, and an opportunity to extend that further as we roll out here with them on defense.
So the rollout on attack now. Mez leading the charge. He's going to drop down. I like this. Take the shot at B. Why not? He loses his wingman and T-Biscuit, but the rest of the team is looking to follow things up. Spread already flipping this map. And it looks like Ilson are going to know that. T-Biscuit off the respawn. See if he can provide some help with the players rotating through. Nice hip fire. Spread goes down. Unfortunately, there's still more. And I think that was some illegal paraphernalia being used to complete that assassination. So we're going to have a little bit of a chat there.
Yeah, that's definitely not allowed on base. What I will say, you are getting a little bit of a push back here from Ilson. You've managed to make great progress over at B, and, well, you get 2 kills as well out of the 3, so great passage of play. And even more so, like, you start to really kind of amp this up. A couple more kills. The problem is those reinforcements are going to be so close to you, which means that you lose art control eventually. But 2 ticks at B is a great way to start your round here, and, as the defense moves over for Yokota, you can then start to stack it up at A.
This is looking good. 2-6 at B, working on number 3. And Vasco's down on the A side. In fact, not finishing his food. He's just going to give up. He said enough. Pistols out. B finished off? No, they didn't fully connect on that 3rd segment at B. So everybody's going for the stack at A right now. Dawn inside. He's on 4 in a row. Drops on down the hole. Back up. Can he hold it? Spread drops. Dawn still in. Now 5 in a row before he falls. But 3rd segment never comes through. And they don't capture either of them.
That is heartbreaking. So close to capturing that A zone, getting yourself nearly 2 minutes on the clock, and then all you need really is 1 wave of fights to take what is left of B. It shows that Ilson have got plenty of fight still, plenty of spirit. They don't want the tournament to end on a whimper. They're going out kicking, screaming, and dragging Yokota to the ground with them. Chris will find 1 on the point. Chris, if you find the second, surely no, just overwhelmed by Yokota numbers. Tied on lives, so Ilson just need a couple of kills here to let them out. But you've also got presence on B. Mez has managed to make his way across, and he's aware there's a player arriving from water.
Yeah. And now there's 2. Spread, do you get here in time? Yes, of course you do.
God.
Another heroic stop at the last second marker over towards B. Now back on A. 25 seconds. Chris is here, but he's also surrounded by blue arrows. And you don't know where to go right now if you're Ilson. You gotta pick one. A double nade from Mez. That's gonna give you numbers. And T-Biscuits hits as well. Dawn securing this last tick at A. Can they finally get it done? They do.
Oh my
Minute
God.
16, 4v4. A good all-round of search and destroy.
Yeah, Chris finds an important double, but then Fax drops in through A to clean up 2 players down low. 1v4. Mez, best of luck. Unfortunately, you will just fall short here. But I tell you what, almost the perfect answer back from Ilson. I think other than some last-second heroics out of the Yokota players, this could have easily been an Ilson victory, tying us up and looking like a much more competitive map than we've had all the way through this series.
How many times, Andy, were those zones like literally moments from getting captured. Like,
Felt like we were playing like a game of Pong, you know, like sending the players back forth. Like, oh, you're at this point, then you go this point. And it's just like so much sprinting around. I think there was a moment there where like Yokota basically didn't stop sprinting for at least 30 seconds. Osan, well, they made it interesting there for a moment, but now they've got to win 3 rounds on the bounce, so this will be the end of their tournament.
Osan in the hot seat now. As you take a look at the map and you can see 5, Chris, he is working through top halls. He falls, and that is now the setup over towards A. I like this from Fax. Unfortunately, it's not going to pay off for himself, but essentially what he was looking to do is just draw some attention over towards this B zone while the rest of the team works some progress over at A. Still, the value being found in Vest has to turn back around 21, 22, 23, and 11 as he's on 4 in a row. Back into the hunting grounds is invested. He just does not miss.
Immediately plays out for Art Control, and yet another kill added to the board. Make that number 7 in a row, 26 and 11, and literally unstoppable. As oh, Jesus Christ, T-Biscuit comes in from the top rope, hits the statue at some force, but unfortunately lands in the lap of a man who it was proving very difficult to stop. He is eventually cleaned up, but A has come through. 2 minutes and 5 and up 6 lives to push on to B.
Jay Lear in behind. Good shots there. 2 minutes for Yokota. Oh no, back smack from Spread. Fortunately enough, Don's there to get his revenge for his teammates. Says, hey, pause off. That is my buddy. And now, it's Fax. He is just right back into where Invest was. Trying to pull players off the respawn. He's going to be kidnapped.
Oh, no.
It's Chris.
Look at the player counts.
They are just yelling at each other from across the stage.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Chris, if he gets this kill, by the way, you've wiped all 4 players. May as well finish it off. So, I've sent Yokota back in for just a moment. The problem is Spread is going to get through. And, well, he's no doubt got his eye on assassinating a player who is going to be up in top art.
Spread him. And he's down. Finds 2. Make it 3. Why not?
Okay.
Spread just all over the play. 3 in a row. Not able to turn it into a 4 spree, but 9 playing 4. A minute 10. Lots of time to just finish off these final kills. And Yokota Air Base, the hometown team, hosting our PACAF Esports Championships here in Tokyo, Japan. Moments away from pushing further and further into the lower bracket. Moments away from sending Ilson packing from the tournament, as they have showed up here in day 2, and they look good.
They do indeed. We knew that this team probably came into today a little bit underrated, but I think they've done a great job of reminding us through this series just what kind of firepower they possess, and that will be all she wrote for Ilson. It's a spirited effort, but unfortunately just not enough to control Yokota Air Base. Home team will punch through. They will play Kadena in the next round. And also to confirm, ladies and gentlemen, there was a result off screen. Osan Airbase beat J-Bear 3-0 as well, so they will move forward to play Masawa.
Yeah, we will be getting a little bit of an update for that bracket for you guys later on to recap everything that's been going on for day 2. But let's take a second and let's give some respect to the teams that have showed up here to the PACAF Esports Championships, because Ilson, although it is not the outcome that you would have wanted, it was a fun time watching this team perform. They gave us a good show, even in the red card search and destroy, and I was loving the personalities coming out on that stage between Chris and the rest of the squad showing up here at PACAF. And you see that on stage, just how much fun they are having. They showed up for their base, they had a great time, and they are just putting themselves on the map in terms of Call of Duty competition here in Air Force Gaming.
No, they are, for sure. And it does, we've mentioned it a few times, but it does definitely loop back into everyone here having a great time. It's, again, all about the memories made. And part of that, for some people, is going to be, sure, like, you know, putting your ticket in for Worlds, going on to win things, etc., etc. But you know, whether it be downtime, whether it be up on the stage, we just want everyone to be having a great time. So, you know, to see those kind of reactions, I mean, we even saw them in that last game there, you know, where everyone's kind of like trying to assassinate each other, grab each other, you know. Isleson were basically on the cusp of elimination from the tournament, and you're still getting them like yelling at the opposing team like, we've got a hold of you, top art. It's a beautiful thing to see. It truly is.
It is in fact. And we even have a lot of people from Isleson in chat just showing some love to the players as well. Big shout out to you guys. I know it's late everywhere across the world for some of these people that are tuning in, and to see the support coming through for your fellow comrades and maybe even your family as well as your partners. This is just great to see everybody turning up. I even see there's going to be like a welcome home party for this squad. Isleson, you guys got it made for you when you go back home. Let me say that. But Andy, moving in here for the side of Yokota, we gotta again show some love to them as well, as we are getting Facts ready for the interview. A 3-0 here means that they stay in the tournament, and it seems like they are really showing us what they truly have capable for themselves. So let's bring Facts into the desk. Let's pick his brain on everything that is going on. First and foremost, Facts, welcome. Congratulations. How's the team feeling about that? Actually, you know what? Let me skip right into the meat and potatoes of this whole thing. Tell me about the knife round. How did that come to be?
Oh, that was crazy. So we were sitting there, and they ended up seeing knives out, and they would tell us where to be. We ended up showing up and just had a blast. That was a blast. I really enjoyed the fact that they took the competitive part out of it and just wanted to have some fun, and shows the game what it's meant to be. You know what I mean? Like, it just shows what COD is supposed to be at its most basic part, and just guys just coming together and having fun. So
just dudes
have to give it to them.
Being guys. I love it.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir.
It was incredibly pure. We know we had a great time up here on the desk. We know that Twitch chat absolutely popped off. We all had a great laugh of it, so very glad to see that. I'm going to take the fun and maybe put it a little bit on you, my friend. Yesterday, we saw you sat in a certain position that was crisscross up on main stage. I got to ask, how the hell did you pull that off? Because I was trying to do this like yesterday, and let me tell you, right, I cannot get my legs into that position for love nor money.
You gotta have those shoes off. You gotta take them off, and you gotta be able to just get comfortable.
Oh, toes
those
out?
are really wide, and no toes out. No, the monsters are not out, sir. But we definitely just have the socks on and just sporting it off. Know what I mean? And I would say the best part of it was just trying to find that comfort. You know what I mean? Like, you're in here to be locked in, but at the same time, you're trying to have a decent time and just relax. So.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looked like you were having a decent time and relaxing for sure. I'm glad to hear that the monsters weren't out at least. One of the things I will say, you know, there is some serious business to settle. You will next go up against Kadena Air Base. Obviously, you got to win your next 2 games in order to get yourselves through to that losers finals and therefore guarantee qualification for Worlds. How are you feeling about that? Confident, or is there a couple of teams ahead of you that you're looking at and going, those are going to be real tough games?
Definitely Kadena. Kadena is definitely one of those really good teams. They came here to win, and they, I don't doubt them putting their best forward. I'd say a lot of it's going to do with the maps. As you can tell, we're not doing the best with the control, but I think we're going to sit down tonight and try and just think of some more strategies and figure out some routes. But Kadena is definitely going to be a team that we have to look out for. So I'm hoping they'll talk a little bit. I enjoy when we have the Tarsh talk. I think that's one of the best parts about Call of Duty. It brings that 2013 vibe out. It's part of me that I have not brought out in years, laying dormant in there, and it brings the fun there. Like, I wish you guys could hear the way we were talking, especially when me and Sweet were going at it. I love that man. He's awesome, but man, we had some fun.
I wish I could have heard that as well. You know, I really wish so. And, you know, I might have to ask for an in-venue microphone next time we do this around. But Facts, come on. I mean, you obviously see the love coming out from the bases, all the family support that is happening, as well as the friend support too. To any teams or any bases out there who might not have like a program, or who might not have a team showing up here at PACAF, or even for you, Safi or Konus later on, is there anything you would say to them about just how fun it was being? You know, maybe the perks, not the perks, but I'd say, the fun that goes on here. Is there anything that you say for them to maybe give this a try, that they should give this a try and take that step?
I would say it's a lot deeper than the fun. I would say that putting the fun all aside, bringing the guys, being able to allow them to be able to come as a community. And this is something that a lot of a lot of the military guys. I mean, when we get home after work and we have nothing better to do, this is where we go. And allowing your friends on that base to be able to come together and really make that friends, that community, but not only friends, but that's going to be your best friends for life. Those are the people that you ended up going and you went and grinded a tournament, whether you won or lost. Y'all went and did something that not many people have the opportunity to do. And I would say this is a lot of men's dreams. I mean, this is where we used to go. I mean, we use the games for something that's a lot deeper than just fun. This is where we go to be able to handle just to be able to escape the world and give us a place that allows us to be able to just clock out and really just have some fun. And for the other bases, I recommend it due to the fact that it's very inspiring and giving you that week off from work to be able to go and get paid to do something you love to do. This is every man's dream, to be able to do something that you love to do and just live it out. This is one of the best opportunities I've personally ever had, and I didn't ever see this opportunity coming. And I would say I'm more blessed than anything to ever have this opportunity. So for the other bases, I would say just allowing that opportunity.
And that's all you could ask for. Honestly, you're here, you're standing proud, and you have more games to play with your team alongside you. You've made it even further through the PACAF Esports Championships. And not only that, you are representing the base that is hosting it as well, which probably means a whole lot to you on top of all of that. Before we let you go to celebrate the win and get on with the rest of your day, is there anybody that you would like to shout out to make this possible for you and your team?
I would definitely shout out my the people I work with. They all came through and they popped in today and just gave me some good luck, and it definitely boosted the morale a little bit. I got a lot of family back home that I'm thankful for, that are just, they've supported the dream and the potential. I mean, as I said, I've been playing COD since probably 2007, so being able to just finally exercise those capabilities. So I'm just thankful for that and thankful for the blessing just to be here.
Well, I'm thankful for having you on the interview desk. Facts. Good job today. Congratulations on the win. And we will see you tomorrow for some more Call of Duty here at PACAF. Take care.
Thank you, sir. Y'all have a blessed day.
I'm always a big fan of the mission for Air Force Gaming and what really brings things together here for the community and really pushes things to what is the next level for something like this. The community, the camaraderie, the fun that is had, and the inspiration for other bases to do this as well, to live out your dream for gaming and to have a whole lot of fun and travel while you do it. Andy, it's great to be here as well with you. Kind of goes deeper than that, even outside of Air Force Gaming, that you, somebody who I would have never met if it wasn't for esports, and now I've known you for multiple years on top of that. That camaraderie is something that you just never cease to forget, and we're just forever grateful for it.
No, 100%. When I try and explain our world to my family, to my friends, they struggle to understand like what this all is about and where it comes from and why I love it so much. It's because of meeting people. That's the important thing. It's making those memories. It's getting to meet up with each other. You know, we finally got to meet in person in Saudi Arabia last year for the Esports World Cup, and it was a glorious moment, one that I'm, you know, not gonna ever forget, because it was an opportunity to get together with people that we spend so much time working with and chatting with, but always over a call of some description, right? But you know, the opportunity to go and do those kind of things on LAN as well just really elevates everything. And you know, one of the things he said is we quite often use gaming to, you know, clock out, escape from, you know, a lot of things that you might be busy with work, etc., etc. So wonderful to hear, you know, the inspiring things that were being said there by Fax. And a lot of it does indeed resonate. We are very blessed to do what we do.
We are.
And yeah, no, this is an amazing opportunity here to cover these PACAF championships. Having a hell of a time alongside you too, my friend.
Well, with that being said, everybody tuning in and everybody watching, don't forget that this is not the end of the road on the many steps that it will take to get over towards the World Championships. And if you are not a base signed up to qualify for USAFE or CONUS, get on that. Bring your teams together, bring your airmen and guardians together to get that done, because it is a great time for everybody that participates with it. Andy, let's take a look at what we got going on for tomorrow in terms of the bracket, because we are finishing things up today for day 2, and we can see just how many games were played. It's a whole lot of them. As we started with Anderson versus Yokota earlier on in the daytime, is a 3-1 victory there, and we finished off with Yokota moving into now play Kadena. Let's get a little bit of a recap on things that may have surprised you, things that you were happy to see, and things that, you know, maybe you weren't so happy to see.
I think the big surprise is definitely seeing Masawa and Kadena drop into lower bracket. I mean, they're both teams that finished number 1 in their groups, and yeah, they will be dueling for that final spot, I imagine, at Worlds, unless they are upset by either of Osan or Yokota. I think there's not much of a surprise lower round 1, and I think that winners round 1 as well, largely what we came to expect. So it's yeah, that's probably my 2 biggest surprises, as well. It's just the fact that the winners games looked so comfortable in favor of Hickam, in favor of Anderson. For tomorrow, really looking forward to that winners finals. I think that's setting us up for an absolute classic, but also then settling that final world championship spot.
It's going to be a fun time. We got 2 teams confirmed for the world championships over at Buckley Space Force Base in Colorado, Anderson Air Force Base and Hickam Air Force Base, both getting it done in the winners side of things. We started with 8 teams yesterday, and now after day 2 we are down to just 6. So tomorrow we get to run through more games as well. We get to run through that winners final that Andy was alluding to, as well as the lower bracket to figure out who that last remaining team will be to qualify for the world championships. Folks at home, thank you for sticking with us throughout all the troubles throughout the long day number 2. But tomorrow we will be resuming March 15th at 09:30 JT, and we hope to see you there as well. For now, take care, have a great night, get lots of sleep. We'll see you with more PACAF tomorrow.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.